doing. Just focus on their own game. They've proven so far throughout the tournament that they are more than capable of getting wins, winning rounds, winning maps, and that's the focus for them, I think. And that's what they did in that round 3. You know, they've got Furia right up in their face, a rush with a blitz, smokes, all this going on, and they didn't panic. They weren't rattled, they got the round 1. Good stuff for Heretics, and it just gets them a little bit of a toehold in this matchup.
You guys all saw a second ago we've had the Mira and the Sens taken away by the two teams respectively, which is interesting because we've only seen those two operators on that top floor site. We didn't see them on either of them on the other two sides, so a choice more towards what they've seen there. I think more Van Heretic side saying we don't really have an answer to that and we need to get rid now. Of course, as we all know, Warden does not give you the ability to see through those walls as he once did. Sen's got that little power bump a little bit last year, and Mira on the other side. This is a fun thing I was looking at in stats yesterday, looking at EPS per operator rather than just by player. And Mira has got like 10 clutch opportunities. Whoever's playing Mira has won 9 of them. Highest EPS of any operator in the game. We all know that she's strong, and by virtue of her gadget, she is, of course, powerful in that concept. But also thinking about things like the Vector and just how clutch she can be with it. No surprise that teams still turn towards it as a go-to ban.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of value there. I think in this situation as well, Furia recognising that they might not get away with clearing that Mirror as easily as they did last time. KZ wandered in underneath, so once they're on top floor again, Heretics are going to play somebody underneath to stop that, to stop the book. They're going to play, you know, to avoid the smokes just cancelling out the Mirror. They're going to factor all those things in, and I think Furia are thinking, you know what, we don't really want to have to bring a ton of utility to deal with it in a different way, so they take it away. But back into this round, we've got Nade marching forward on the Blackbeard. They are going for that top floor clearance. Last time around, Furia got stung when they were attacking onto basement by Flexi with the 3K. I think they got a little bit too aggressive, moving in too quickly, and were punished. And it happens again. Oscar picking up KZ. This is Furia recognising the strength of the roam that Heretics brought to this site last time around. Oscar on a triple this time. It was Flexi last time. Heretics are really putting Furia through it at the minute.
It is the second time, like you say, across these fights that we've seen a big challenge from Heretics in the early round. The scary thing is Furia knew where he was for Leapbox at least getting that one back, because again, the pings just keep on coming through. They've been really good with their intel game in knowing where Oscar is, but Tim, this is the problem with a game like Siege. You can have all the intel in the world, you can have all these players circling around like sharks waiting to snap up their prey, but the prey can still bite back. 2 kills from Oscar, now down to, of course, 3. It's a big comeback here to stage Furia for Leapbox yet again, left in a 1vx, his 3rd of the game, it's worth stressing. As I said last time round, he won out a 1v1, he couldn't win a 1v3, and he certainly cannot quite pull off a 1v4. Turns out, Tim, he is but human.
He is. He's still putting the numbers up. He's still putting the numbers up. Obviously, you know, the desk spoke about those bans and how they've been impacting his stats. It just goes to show the difficulty of playing against this Furia side. You know, you can try to kind of take the box out of the game a bit. You can try to impact the strategies that Furia are going to play. Another way around. But right now, Heretics, I think, are doing a fantastic job of controlling Furia. The strength the basement floor is brilliant to see. Heretics
ya, sekarang Malaysia pun bawa apa dah start hujan-hujan balik ni. Hujan panas.
Don't let the fact that it's Furia get into your head. It's just another game of Siege. Go and play your game. And that's what they're doing. They could easily have set up to Turtle on site. Let's not give them anything. Let's keep it tight. No, we're going to play Oscar. We're going to play Flexi. We're going to hold Open. We're going to hold our archives. We're going to hold 2/3 of the map and take the fight to them. And I love that. It's not... I want to say it's kind of like almost a lack of respect. It's not a case of like disrespecting Furia, but it's saying, no, we're not going to play our game based on you. We're not giving you that level of respect. We're going to take the gunfights and we're going to win them. Brilliant stuff. I'm loving this from Heretics.
Well, more of the same here on this top floor, except of course with no mirror on side, they've got to change things away. Oscar's trying again to do some magic, Tim. The pain is, he's on the Warden. You'd expect to see the Ying being brought along by the other side, as we've already seen throughout that first half, and that's the main
virus baru kat India, virus Nipah.
You know, there is still an element where if you don't offer him enough respect, they will teach you so.
You'll learn one way or another. Now, without the mirror on side, what they've actually gone for instead is... They can still play a player inside.
Virus Nipah macam kata Nipah tu, aku tak dengar pula. Ada virus Nipah. First time aku dengar.
That we see between this and the site itself. himself. So in a spot where he can deny Tim, but as we've already seen last time round, getting a player in below can cause an awful lot of trouble. There is no book on side. I think Eyes instead are going to turn no doubt towards Felipox on that Blackbeard, which is Furia's most played operator at this time.
Yeah, betul kelapa lah.
So what I think they're going to try to do here, Furia, is shape up to push up Metal and start putting a bit of pressure on from that side. It's Flexi in that position on the Aruna. Herds is actually just jumping in through Warren off his window now. So he's going to team up with Felipox. They're trying to push and they create this pinch. So Flexi is now in a super important position, and it's not. That's a brilliant kill from Nade. That's all the way from the window. So they've managed to pick him up. Skeptic does get Herds, but Nade with the same angle. You can't keep giving him that same view through and fall into it. Heretics now 2 versus 4. Brilliant play from Nade on the window. And it's repelling in with diffuser.
Ada apa Kontan? Pergi apa balok apa? Pantai, pantai.
This side of the map isn't really for Fury to play on at this point. A little bit of comfort to be found, but Fury, they go, cool, we're in a 3 versus 1. Let's push on through, and I believe that's a 4K for Nade in the round. Really well played. Being taken. The thing is, I'll say here what I've said in a few streams this week is it's very easy to look at that round and go, what the hell are Heretics doing? That was so stupid. They were taking so many fights and losing early round. What's going on? And the reason is, look at what happened last time when they sat still, Tim. Their plant went down. It was still 5 versus 5. They got battered for being static and sitting still. And so what was the saying back in round 1? Sometimes you've got to get out in the map and try and fight, and that's exactly what they tried to do. But you're doing it against Furia, a team that an all too wise,
dapat berapa tekan kau? Okey. Aku dapat 4 je.
Time that it does work, you look like absolute geniuses.
I love that 3-man play from Furia there. So you've got Herds comes in through Lawn Office. Yeah,
he was the bait.
You've got Herds through Lawn Office. You've got Felipox through ATM. They put a lot of pressure towards Metal, but are confident that, like you say, Des, all they're going to do is they're just going to suck players into that kill box for Nade. He's got the angle from the window. They know exactly where they're looking. He's going all the way through those double doors towards top Metal, and he manages to get himself 2 there, taking down both Flexi and Skeptic. Not only is that a nice work play to get those 2 kills to create that situation, it then has an added benefit that you've also then, in a man advantage situation, got Herds and Felipox walking up Metal stairs because there's nobody left to prevent it. So then they add pressure on from the Marble side. They can come round Banana. As it was, Nade just flew in and just went and killed everybody inside the side anyway. But just a really, really beautiful round of Siege from Furia. Look, both teams here are delivering. This is what I was hoping out of this game. They are both having passages of play where all 5 rounds have been won. None of these have been lost.
No, I do agree. It has been hard fought by both sides, I think it's fair to say. Furia so far giving us the result that we expected. To tell you what, didn't expect to find a player there. He's open at the window. It's KZ to get rid of Flexi in a bad spot and gets taken out pretty quickly. Yet again, Furia, just like lightning when they strike. Anyone who's a foot out of line loses their life.
Skeptic and Oscar are now the 2 charged, tasked with holding on to this top floor. You've got Skeptic at top marble. You've got, Skeptic and Janity. You've got Oscar at top marble. They're going to be now the next sticking point for Furia. The big question is, when do they choose to give up those positions? Really, they need at least, Heretics need at least one of them escaping with their life. They can't have both of them dying up on the top floor. That will be catastrophic for the round. You put underneath though in Archives and Tellers could be a big one to help defend them, but no, Skeptic shows too much of himself and Nade cuts him down.
There's been this sort of like 3-layer setup here for Heretics, which is really, really cool to see in terms of how they're supporting with the verticals on towards that white breach. They've got all sorts of things lined up here to make sure that they can hold comfortably, and Upa isn't going to get pressured. But as you've seen, they just lose one after another. Furia always find a way through. They haven't sat there and jumped on drones like, what do we do exactly now? They've always got an answer. Upa, the last one left alive, and Felipox deletes him from the server. A 4-2 half for Furia, Tim. Dominant as we'd probably come to expect.
Furia, they really are, giving them no quarter here. They are not sparing anything. They are giving them the full experience. You know, and look, that's one thing for Heretics at least, no matter which way this matchup goes. Let me tell you, guys on Heretics will know at the end of the day, Furia gave us everything. Whether they beat them, whether they don't, they'll know that this all the full works, because right now, Furia are looking at their electric best. So let's see what happens with these bans. We've spoken on the desk. Fox broke it down fantastically about how Heretics play the intel game, Des. They know everything that is going on towards the end of the round. That is the big part of the start of their round. Grim has been taken away. Heretics have played more Grim than anybody else. It hasn't been being banned against them. So that's Furia obviously looking into that and saying, here's what we're going to do. Dokabit is available, isn't picked up by Heretics yet. Maybe that will change. My concern for Heretics here, and something that we need to watch in line with that Fox was speaking about, is Bank is such a big map, Des. There's a lot of it to get your drones around. There's a lot of it to find that intel on. And if that's the plan for Heretics, they need to make sure that it doesn't burn too much time doing it. So my big question here is, A, do they continue playing that game whereby they're looking and gathering all this intel, or do we find it being curtailed a little bit? And then the other question is, if they do continue to play that intel game, which I think would be a very good idea because otherwise Furia will punish you. If you play that intel game, do you still have the time you need to execute?
There's a lot of stall on the side of Furia for sure. And I'm really curious to see if Furia try and then match them around the map in the same way Heretics were trying to do to Furia when Furia they were the ones attacking. I imagine you'll see a mix of being a little bit dug in a couple of rounds, being more aggressive in the majority of them, as that is how Furia like to be. They don't like to let their opponents breathe, certainly not on a map like this. And I've said it a few times whenever we've come to casting Furia on Bank. The first time I saw that OG roster, this like group, was actually on Bank. And I remember thinking when they were on the attacking side, I was like, my God, it feels like you're against 10 players. It feels like they're coming out of the wall. It might not always be their top rated or top preferred map, but they're always terrifying on it. And sure enough, well, it's going to punish them. Tim, down goes Yupa. They had no idea he was there.
And there is the intel game question. Bank is a huge map, so you start having to... I don't say this in a negative way, you have to cut corners a little bit. You can't necessarily check every single corner of every single room because you have that time factor starts becoming an issue. And this was my concern for Heretics, that they play into that intel game but can't quite 100% it because of the size of the map, and it starts causing them problems. It has done there. They lose the entry, they lose the class as well. It's going to be a big part of holding down site whilst the plant went down.
Compare that to what you might have seen from Furia back in that first half. They've known a player was inside of the room there, had a player in below on Printer waiting to catch him out, two players pushing into him to force the drop, and then they collected the kill. But because Heretics were blindsided by Hertz, they had no time to get there. He knew how long he could play before his time would be up and someone would be underneath. So he's played that brilliantly well. Gets the glass, gets out of danger, gets back in towards sight. What more can you ask for?
Just waiting for the hatches to be opened.
The usual dance.
Yeah, the Tubarao of JV92 just holding them close with the Zoto canisters for the time being. I like actually doing both hatches at the same time because it kind of creates a situation like this where you end up getting them open because you get them open quicker as well because you've got a Zoto canister on each and you can't focus on one. So good stuff from Heretics to tick the boxes and get those opened up. They are applying a little bit of pressure everywhere here. I actually like this view towards Vault, but we can see that Furia are rotating around it pretty nicely down inside. JV's gone to play underneath the Vault. We've got Nade there as well to support him. Brilliant stuff again defensively from Furia, just showing a great command of this side. KZ manages to pick up Flexi, and you've got to stay in a 2v5, 30 seconds left to go. It's not looking good for Heretics.
This is again where you're really going to see the difference between the two teams starting to widen up. I think Furia just know when they can take gunfights. They know when they get away with certain challenges. And they've just taken Heretics apart one piece at a time, like stripping a car for all of its valuable pieces. So for Heretics, there's a lesson, Tim. Got to change things around next time around. Maybe more pushing in as a team rather than trying to split and control a lot of the map. Completely appreciate Bank is massive. There is a lot to cover, but they've been stung by not having any drones and then chased a shadow throughout the entire map. It just wasn't pretty for a first attacking round.
Been a Cinderella story for Heretics so far, Des, but I think we might have found the villain in this fairy tale at long last. And it is definitely Furia right now, and I think they are more than happy to play the part. They are coming in here and spoiling the party for Heretics because they just look absolutely electric. You know, Anne mentioned this, you know, Furia sort of decided who they were going to play on the toss of a coin because they've chosen before and they've always lost the game, so it didn't really matter, whatever, we'll play anybody. It was a choice between SSG and Heretics that I believe they had, and honestly, I can see why Furia would sit there like this and think, you know what, we don't care who we play, you just put somebody in front of us because they're looking phenomenal at the minute. Today.
I don't want to start speaking too early about this, but I'm probably going to have... However...
They're lifting the hammer!
Not quite, no. The winner of this game, as we know, goes on to play Weibo later. The loser goes on to play OXG in the lower bracket. Now, we cast OXG today, Tim. They've actually started really warming up, I feel, as the tournament has gone by. And they managed to get away with the 1 point prior to their final game, after which they won quite comfortably, of course, managed to qualify in 4th place, which means they start out in the lower bracket. I'm not saying it's Heretics playing them yet, Tim. It's a bit soon, maybe. We know what Heretics are like. We're coming back to win second maps in their series. However, I'll finally say it for you, Tim. Furia are that team. They're going to be really hard to beat, as we keep on remarking on. And even here, they're just ready for everything coming against them. Knicks are drone away on the Moz here. They're even checking outside the window. Who's out there and Rebel? What's going on? So cheeky.
We've seen some great clash play from Nade through the tournament as well. I think it would be an easy one to overlook. You know, we often look at that operator and you kind of think, well, you know, teams are scratching for a round, they'll bring along the clash. But no, not at all. It is very much a part of the locker. You know, one of the tools that Furia will employ, and Nade does a phenomenal job of playing that clash. We've seen some real special rounds from him, so keep an eye on him. He's tasked with holding on to kind of janitor top square at the minute, but JV's going to have a wander down. They could well be punished here if they are aware. They're definitely aware. So that's the intel game. You've just seen it firsthand there. Heretics, they were on those rappels. As soon as JV goes down for a look, bosh, they just drop down to the ground. They knew that was coming. Really nice from Heretics.
Yeah, thank God they were aware. Could have been a horrible double kill being set up otherwise. You can already see now how low they're having to play. Would have looked some pressure there, but no, JV's worked his way back upstairs. Everyone on the second floor expecting Heretics to pull something off, because they have got all this utility to play with, Tim, but so far, it hasn't been used. Now it's coming out. This is their time to step on forward, but Skeptic's gone down, Tim. The last player you want to lose here on the blitz, at least to get rid of KZ on the other side.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a push coming in from the other side. They've actually come in through the windows and decided to just flush sight. They are winning one gunfight after another. It leaves JV 90v2 in a 1v2 effectively.
Janitor is hilarious right now, Tim. Someone's in the blood.
Might say 1v5 on the top, but it's effectively 1v3. They get Skeptic back up on his feet. I think it's a good choice, actually, get the shield out of all of them that were downed. Oscar manages to pick up JV at the end there. That was a little bit of a chaotic round coming in from Heretics, but I like it again.
Furia,
it shows their willingness to say, you know what, we're not going to respect you too much here. If you've given us a bit of space, we're coming in, we're going to take gunfights. They just all repelled in. They recognised what they were doing. We're trying to get the diffuser down, wasn't working, so it was a quick adaptation. Let's just rush them and go for kills. I like it. They played around the back of Nade. The clash was causing the problem for the blitz from top square, so we play in behind him through Janitor. Good stuff.
What I really liked about it was, for the first, minute and a half of that, Fury were trying everything to disrupt them. Down to putting a drone up on the windowsill and seeing who's outside to maybe threaten a jump out. Unlikely, but something that would have been in the back of Heretics' mind. Had a player going into lobby because they realized, okay, if they aren't going to hit us, we're going to try and hit them, but they still hadn't answered to that as well. Everything Fury were trying to do to upset them so they couldn't execute, they just couldn't get away with it. I'd love to hear the team comms back, because I can only imagine Heretics comms at some point. They say, guys, we've got to go. They keep on trying to find us here. The C4's waiting for us, you name it. Let's go now, while they're not all fully ready for it. And obviously did catch Fury off guard. So a really good attack. Still a 2-round deficit to catch, Tim. It's that infamous round 9 that we love speaking about. Why is it so important to us? You tell me.
It depends on the score when we get there, but in this case, at a 5-3, it is, I think, at its most valuable is round 9. You know, if you're sort of 6-2, then you're already way ahead. If it's 4-4, it's everybody's to fight for. But in this case, it gives us the difference between a 6-3 scoreline and a 5-4 scoreline. And if you're Heretics particularly, believe me, there is an ocean of difference between those two things. If they can get back within one round, it feels doable. At 6-3, you look at Furia on bank and you say they're going to grab a round somewhere, almost certainly. So, big one. And it does not start out in Heretics' favour. Look at this aggression. Herds does manage to get the opener. Flexi takes him down. KZ's going to back out of that fight a little bit. He was keen to have a little bit of a look out of electrical there, but, you know, he decides he doesn't want to be losing his life. Let's not throw it away. Kind of all square after that opening engagement.
It is, but it comes back to exactly what I was saying in the previous round. Furia, every single round, are looking to get aggressive and up in their face. I thought you might see 1 or 2, but they do just tank down a bit and play off angles and play off utility. But they're showing there's no need to, Tim. They feel so confident against Heretics that KZ especially is so willing every single round to be somewhere, challenging them and looking to get up in their face, and he's doing a wonderful job of it.
Yeah, exactly that. Furia playing, you know, like the big boys, they know that they are, you know, the former world champion. They've won absolutely everything. They're not going to come in and give anybody any breathing space. Yupa is just going to be holding that line of sight through the smokes, into sight for the time being, hoping to just pick up a cheap one if he can as somebody moves across there.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Just wanting to punish them. In goes the blitz. They're now going to get aggressive and try to move into a position to plant, but KZ is the one to punish Skeptic. Yupa goes around the corner, but Nade, he's got his teammate. KZ will be down. He is collectible. The glass is gone. Fury are looking good.
A little bit easy this one, I'm afraid. You had every single player of Heretic stacked up around square and looking to force their way in through this doorway. It's meant Nade hasn't had to move at all. He's had support from Long, from JV. You've even still here got Philippox looking to pull off a little bit of a flank on the Mozzie. Yes, it's a 1v3 for Groovy. A lot to ask of one player, I'm afraid. Sim and Fury were just ready for everything Heretic brought this round.
Unquestionable that Nade is one of the smartest players in the world. He's absolutely phenomenal. I'll come back to that in a second. 4 versus 1 as Groovy continues fighting from above. He manages to bring it back to a 1v3, but the chip damage will start to add up. He's challenged on the top floor. JV92 with the kill, and Fury win the big round 9. Puts them 6-3 and 1 round away. I just want to come back to Nade there. We didn't quite see it, Des, but you had KZ down just inside the doorway, in the spot, kind of hard back on yourself as you come in. Yupa had managed to down him with the glass. Nade was playing in behind the bomb chassis, and you look at that situation and you think, KZ's collectible here. He's in behind a reinforcement. There's a hard wall to the side. They've killed 3 of them. You know, he's definitely collectible. But Nade, he's switched on, and he can hear Flexi on the other side of that reinforcement. And Flexi, quite rightly, is looking in. He comes to have a look through where they've opened the soft wall to look into lower square. He comes in to have a look to see if he can get the angle onto KZ. Nade knows that this is coming, so he just hangs back, and he takes the kill. There it is. He takes the kill onto Flexi. He knows it's coming. He baits his teammate for it perfectly, and then goes and gets the collection anyway. Just, honestly, beautiful stuff. I know these are small things, but Nade is just, he makes the right choice almost every single time, and it's just brilliant.
Well, as our bans have come on through, Tim, they're towards 2 operators that we have seen played in every single round this half. The Glass coming away from Heretics, and Kaid away from Furia. Almost a challenge for Fury to say, okay, well, show us else what you've got. You've tried a bit of cheesy, you've tried playing with your Glass every single round. Show us else what you can do. And their answer is to go towards one of those operators we spoke about a lot, Tim. It's Skeptic onto the Monty. Robbie's going to jump onto the Deimos. One thing that is surprising me somewhat, Tim, is no Dockerby. We've spoken a lot about how proficient she is as an operator and how big a map bank is. We've seen how much damage Rovers have been doing, how aggressive both teams have gone. Neither team really kind of saying, yeah, let's bring the Dockerby and deal with that. They seem quite content without it.
And, you know, I agree with you. I think Bank is, any map is a perfect map for some Dockerby, to be honest, but Bank is perfect for it. You know, if you're going to have players out in the map, which we do, JV's in Tellers, we've got Herds in Staff, you know, we've got KZ up on top floor. They're absolutely everywhere. They're all over this map, so dealing with those roamers is really important. Last time around, Furia managed this site really, really well, so they started as they have now, spread across the map. They dip back into site at about the halfway mark, and they recognise exactly where the pressure was coming from Heretics. JV managing to get a kill up the vault hatch, for example, just recognising where they were going to be. Oscar does manage to track down one of those roamers, finds the opener onto JV92, but they need to think about what's happening down here in server. KZ, he manages to get Oscar in the trade as well. That's the ace gone, so that is the hard breach apart from Skeptic, and Skeptic's down in server, and he's in trouble, Des.
Just look at this.
Big trouble.
Spin Skeptic, become a Beyblade, my son. Can't hold on long enough, knifed out in the end, and he was just left for dead there inside a server. Furia yet again showing and bearing their fangs. The aggression has been unreal, but Flexi, same as he was back in round 1, is coming up big for his team, Tim.
And more importantly, Yupa somehow has managed to get a quiet drop and into red. He's stood in gold bars at the minute, just holding angles, and I'm not sure whether Furia are aware of that, because it was Flexi from server who got both of the kills. KZ gets 1, but they didn't know about Yupa. He comes around and gets the trade, and now finds himself in a 1v1, but look who he's against. I came into the round saying how big brain he can be. He always makes the right choices, but not this time. Yupa is the one to find the kill, and Heretics keep on fighting.
What a crazy round that has turned into, Tim. It's more the same of what we were speaking about. The aggression back and forth has been absolutely balmy. Pushing that hard into a Monty like that, very rarely will you see that done at the top level. But of course, Furia are going to pull that out. In for a tech timeout from Furia.
Eu quero que a gente jogue pegando os drones, mas eu quero fazer a lei 3.0. Vamos aproveitar que a Clash tá open, aproveitar do nosso ban. A Ing talvez possa atrapalhar lá um pouco, só que a gente faz aquele setup cruzadinho. Eu quero um cara no Ourinho e eu quero um cara dentro do SBT, vocês peitando com o cara da garagem. A gente vai estar cruzado forte, muito bom, tá ligado? E aí a gente pode reforçar os alçapão tudo também, que eles não estão pegando muito ribana, eles pegam mais boneco de cozinho. Certeza que eles não vão conseguir abrir os alçapão tudo, eles não vão ter opção de splitar, eles só vão vir pela frente ali na gente, tá ligado? Aí você joga ganhando um tempo ali no server, abre o sapão, você volta e pega a tua posição, tá ligado, Box? E a gente joga cruzado um pouco. Então capricha, não precisa de nada, só pega a tua trap, o Fenrir mesmo, tá ligado?
O dos
então
bonecos bombe rápido mesmo.
Só caprichar no drone é pegar os drones.
You go with some words of wisdom there, Tim, because there's 2 rounds for Furia to get this one done. They've played this very aggressive game so far that it sort of feels like Heretics have begun to adapt to here. They've figured out what's going on in the game. And we spoke about this in one of our games of the day. I want to say it was actually Furia's game on Fortress, where we had in a push in towards office and bathroom, a push coming up through dorms and games, and there was a shield on the doorway that posed real problems for them in towards briefing. The next time we came back to that site, C4s from below, pre-placed, it's worth stressing, to get rid of the shield and remove that threat entirely. It was beautiful mid-game adaptation. I feel like Heretics have begun to do the same here. They've kind of got Furia figured out, which is why Igor, I think, wants to step in and say, right, how do we get this over the line here and now? We need to have this done. We cannot let Heretics keep on building in confidence.
I think we've just got a little bit of a tech pause coming in, so we'll get everybody out and back into the lobby and we'll be underway. Plenty to talk about with this one, though. As you say, there's, you know, both sides, I think, delivering some top-level siege here. It's been an absolutely brilliant game to watch. You know, coming into this, you kind of, you have to weigh things in the favour of Furia, and it still sits that way as it is at the minute, but I love that Heretics are just not giving them that respect. They're not giving them that space. They are quite happy to go in there and say, you want to play aggressive? You want to take two big 2v2, 3v3 gunfights and these big, you know, brawls? We're down. We're going to come in and we're going to fight them with you. And quite often they are coming out on top. So brilliant stuff from Heretics at the minute. I think, you know, we're clearly seeing a team that, you know, I'm sure they'd love to go and win the tournament, but to them, they've got here. It's like you feel like they kind of already won. You know, everything's a bonus, isn't it? You know, every round that they get, every match win, all the support that they get in, it's all that bonus. It's all that next step. And they play in kind of like there's no pressure there, and I think that's great.
You look back on day one when they won their game, you know, Oscar had an interview with Milosh and he was saying on there, it's such a different environment, like as a tier 2 team coming into SI, the greatest tier 1 event you can possibly come to. It's like, it's so different to playing in your bedroom at home. Like, there's lots of noise around, you can fist bump each other. For a lot of these guys, it's not just their first time, obviously, at a big tier 1 thing, but to play together on LAN itself is such a massive step up. And we saw the shakes a little bit in the first map of day 1. Since then, I feel like they've really settled into themselves, and that is why they're here, playing against former world champions, Tim, and putting on a pretty good show, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, like I said, they just, you know, I think they're handling it fantastically. They seem to be playing kind of without that pressure, and that's what you need, you know.
What was that big stat, though? Was it like Grubby hadn't won a map at an SI prior to coming here, and then they've obviously come on and won quite a few?
Can't stop. Can't stop winning.
Can't stop, won't stop.
Still a chance that they win this one. 6-4 at the minute. I believe we are going to be going back in a second, but we'll just get the game loaded up and make sure everything is nice and smooth and crisp and functional before we take you back across there. But don't worry, it is on the way. 6-4 it stands. If you're joining us, it is map 1, Bank Furia versus Heretics. This is an upper bracket game, so whoever loses this one will have another chance. They will have another game to play down in that lower bracket. I believe you said it was against OXG, Des. So that is who the loser will face. The winner will go on to face Weibo later on today.
And the winner of that game, Tim, makes it to main stage.
Yep.
You'd already know in just a few hours' time who our first team is playing in front of that crowd in just a few days' time. Or I'll tell you what, I'm already just sat here thinking about the opening theme. We all love every single time you go out there and you just hear the SI
I was going to try to do the first few notes then, but I just know it'll go wrong. I'm not going to butcher it. You can all wait until that.
You love a sing-song, though.
I know
You love
I do.
singing. Every time I see you in the green room, you're just there singing something or other.
I know.
Normally some song from the
Attackers have located
60s,
a bomb.
because that's what you grew up with. Give it a
Oh, I'm out here catching strays already. It's too early for this. 6-4, we go then into round 11. Furia, interestingly, they're going to try down in the basement again. I think they know that last round was just absolute chaos. You know, that's not how I think maybe either team expected that round to play out. So Furia coming back in thinking, you know, let's play to the game plan. Let's get this done. Interestingly, last time around, they had 3 players out on the roam. I want to see what they do with that this time. So JV was playing up on first floor. That's not the case this time. He's downstairs. We've got Velipox up on the clash, and we've got Herds has actually returned as well. So this is quite different. Nade is up there to support Velipox, but other than that, he's ready for a hatch drop. So he's dropped back down there. If they could just stay put, that'd be fantastic. Thank you, Fury. Look, they've got 1 player pretty much. JV's gone upstairs. 2 players are going to be playing on first floor. They've got me in it is, let alone Heretics. You know, they've just been cycling so much there. But they've got 2 players up on the first floor. That's what the roam is restricted to this time. Last time they had 1 up on top floor. They had 2 on mid floor. They only had 1 really strictly in sight. The other was up in bowl. So, you know, they're playing this a bit safer for Furia.
I did say back at the start of the half, I thought we'd see a couple of like more entrenched rounds where they really dig in and try and play off utility and play off each other, as we've seen them do on the attacking side. Really good with their 3-way crossfires at multiple points throughout this game. That's what they've gone for, and that probably was Igor's call, was to slow things down here. Let's see if we can run the clock down as best we can, and then watch Heretics struggle. They're almost trying to play off Heretics' inexperience here and how to deal with breaking down a tough team.
JV is going to pick up Grubbit, and that's going to be the opener. 5 versus 4 for Furia, and now that is the signal. Everybody's back to site now. Everybody's back to site. We've got the opening kill. You know, we've won that. Now just let them play the round, and Furia are confident that they're going to be able to absorb that pressure. So let's see how it goes. Heretics have got plenty of time to be able to play into that intel game that we know they love. You know, they should be able to get a really good picture of what's going on inside. Where's the execute going to come from? How are they going to create that space?
Skeptic on the shield again. We saw him on the blitz earlier on, of course. Really, he is the linchpin in this attack, as Amonte often is. He's got the diffuser in back pocket. He's the one who can take ground relatively comfortably. But again, Tim, it's the stall factor that starts to make me nervous. We've got 16 Shumikers left. We've got all 3 smokes to sit behind. No doubt they haven't managed to get rid of all those Goyos yet with no Twitch being on side. And we're down to the last 45. Heretics are going to have to work a bit of magic here, Tim. Really kind of channel that underdog energy if they're going to come out on top, because they are most certainly the underdogs in this round. Here comes some of the Candelas from Flexi, at least getting in towards the spot here. Out go the light screens as well. Final 30 seconds as they ring out. Skeptic's going to be looking to go in. Instead, going to drop in. Instead, using this as a bit of a bait, but no. Off goes the FNAP. They know where the shield is now, Tim. You've seen the shots coming on through. Down goes Flexi. JV's gone absolutely nuclear, Tim. Found 3. Oscar getting 1 back, but he's got to win a 1v2 with just 15 seconds to go. Steps in, almost gets rid of Herds, but no, just about falls. Turns around for the 1. Can he spin for the left? Has no idea where he is though, Tim. He's got to chase him unless there's a call from his team. They've seen the ping come on through, but he's got to try and go. No! He'll try and make a plan happen, but KZ, Tim, I doubt he's going to lose this one out. They'll know where this is coming in. He sees the light screen. Can he get off in time? That is heartbreak. A couple of 100 milliseconds was what separated them, but Furia will take map 1, 7-4.
Brilliant response from Furia there, all down to that tack timeout, I think. Igor recognising the weaknesses in Heretics. I think we've had the translation from Maria. He picked up that they weren't playing Hibana, said let's play around those hatches, close them off, make life difficult, make them do the work, and it paid dividends. What a fantastic turnaround for Furia there. Great tack timeout, gets it over the line.
But we'll say, Tim, there were some close rounds in there, more 1v1s than Furia would have wanted. So this series is anything but over. Clubhouse coming up after a short break.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here at the Telestrator. I want to talk about round 2. I mean, this was a 7-4 series for Fury. It was a great map, but overall, yeah, I want to focus on round 2. Now, fact of the matter is, like I said, you can ban out Felipox, you can get rid of these operators, but you can't ban the Brain because they had a very simple execute step-by-step on how they were going to get CEO. The first step is they were going to use the projectors to block off any of the line of sight from CEO. Second step, they are going to buck out Upor to apply that ghost pressure. He can't play off the mirror, can't play off the rotate hole. Step 3 and 4 is they are going to open up the CEO wall, go for a plant inside the smoke, and step 5, the Yin Candelas are going to go into long desk to apply any bit of pressure to stop anything from thwarting off this plant. And as you can clearly see with every step by step, the pressure is being applied, the walls open, the Candelas are popping. There is nothing on the side of Heretics that they can do to stop this diffuser from being planted. And the beauty of the diffuser being planted here is the simple fact that everyone on the side of Furia can just now play safe. Their offense now turns into a defense. All of Heretics has to play aggressive. They have to go for trades. They have to try to be able to stop this diffuse and get the diffuser off. But the fact of the matter is, you have every single player playing safe. Herds is outside, Felipox is outside, JV92 dropped down, KZ is playing in Archives. You can't see Nade, but he rotated to the skylight to add a little bit of layer and pressure to make sure that this diffuser is going to go down no matter what, and it's going to seal the deal, and KZ's a little bit of a fail-safe from there. And it really just plays out, like I said, everything from the side of Heretics. They can't manage to fight their way through this. It's just slaughter after slaughter, death after death. There's nothing that they can do outside of accepting the fact that they were going to lose this round. But more on the information game, as you can clearly see, they had an Echo, they lacked the information, but Fox has a lot more on the information from the side of Heretics.
The information was the downfall for Heretics. They didn't really run it too much, and when they did, like that Echo in that round lax, they did not use it. They brought Valk another round, and that was a round they won, and then they stopped bringing Valk altogether. And on the attacks was the biggest issue, because Furia actually banned out the Grim, forcing Heretics to have to adjust to having no information. Look at this beautiful setup for them. They have everything they need for a direct take, but there's no information, there's no Grim, there's no Doke to be able to pint out this 3-man crossfire from Furia that is locked down in this site. And what does Heretics do? They decide to do it anyway, to push through the site with the Blitz, despite not having any information, and it doesn't work out. They go for the rush into the site after all of the smokes have been used up, out of all of the fires have been used up, and the crossfire just takes apart everybody from Heretics. The onslaught comes in, and that's good preparation from Furia. Understanding the info game was Heretics' strong suit. They take it off the board, and what does Heretics have? They have brute force pushes that don't work out in this 3-man crossfire. Beautifully played from Furia, and we put a lot of pressure on Felipox being banned out. Teams are going to look at him, but he's the brains behind this whole operation. It doesn't matter what the bans are. He's able to facilitate everything, the attacks, the defenses. Heretics did not have a response, and the information game is exactly where they lacked, and it's exactly where they fell short.
Yeah, that's something we mentioned, right? I mean, they play off that information, especially on the attacks a lot, but if they get banned out, in this case, it seemed like it was very difficult for Heretics. I mean, they do lose the first map quite often, and it turns out that is the case here once again. We're going into Clubhouse after this. I mean, we already talked about Bang being a risky pick. Clubhouse, what are things looking like for these two teams?
I mean, I thought Bank was going to be favorable for a more defensive-sided team, but they didn't use the information. They tried denial operators. Clubhouse is not the same map that you can do that on. You can't focus on denial. You have to be able to crutch on that utility. If you're Heretics, you have have to go back to the basics and understand we need more information. We need to understand where Furia is coming from, because if we just let Furia have whatever they want with no information, they're going to be able to get their picks. They're going to be able to go for the main execute. That's not where Heretic's strong suit is fighting back on that initial entry.
I think despite losing 7-4, I think it really was a good showing still from the side of Heretics. I thought they were playing really well. Ace and Dez mentioned that they were getting aggressive. They were willing to take those 3v3s, those 2v2s. So I think it's important to note that, because Clubhouse is a very small map. It's very constrictive in how you're going to play it. So if they can play off of each other, as you're saying, just adding a little layer and more depth in terms of information, I think they could possibly push this to a map 3, oddly enough.
Well, the pressure of a potential lower bracket is looming over the shoulders of Heretics. Can they bounce back in this series? We're going to find out.
Indeed, thank you very much, Anne. And this is one for the books. I think Heretics have shown they can give a little bit of fight on Bank, but now they've really got to do the business on Club. And I don't think it's going to be an easy one, Tim. It's Furia's map pick. I'm feeling a little bit worried for Heretics, but hopefully, given they start on the defense, they can give us a good showing to get this one moving.
Yeah, I think Bank was their real opportunity, wasn't it? That was the one that they needed to take, but they couldn't quite get it done, so they'll head to Clubhouse, see if they can survive theirs.
Shall indeed, Tim. Of course, operator bans, we'll see what comes out of this one. We've already heard the Death speaking an awful lot about, the Grim, the Glass being taken away. They also noted just a second ago about that same lack of Dockerby that I really thought we'd see both teams bring. And we were speaking about it during the break, and I was like, is that actually both sides saying, you know what, actually no, stay on the road. We'll come and kill you. It's not a brilliant Dockerby to scare you back towards site. We don't want to give you any indication that we're even coming. Maybe we see it a little bit on Club, but here the bans are going to be, I imagine, a Bandit and Kai to kick things off. And on the other side, a Thermite that is very much becoming a staple ban on this map, Tim, now that the Thermite has 3 exothermics. And Capitao, I don't think needs too much introduction. The DMR has made him even more powerful, but on this map was already receiving a good number of bans because of the attack that you can do with him on towards Catwalk. It makes it much harder to do without him on side.
I totally agree. The catwalk being a particularly important area, but I think also there's maybe another Capitao moment, or an area that he can deal with that we overlook a little bit sometimes, and that's that corner down in Arsenal. The Azami corner, just inside a dirt tunnel that players love to get themselves a little fortress built of Kiba barricades. If you
we're on Clubhouse, Tim, not fortress.
Good one. If you get your Capitao down into blue, you can get those asphyxiation arrows into that corner. You can block the line of sight on the door with the smoke. There's a lot that can be done with the Capitao to deal with, a number of positions around the map. So like you say, super valuable, and that's why we see such a high ban rate for Capitao, particularly here on Clubhouse. And the 3 exothermics, it's no surprise that it matches up with the fact that there's 3 walls you want to breach up on that top floor. You've got CCTV wall, you've got construction wall, you've got jacuzzi wall. If you can get all of those wide open with those nice, really big something holes, it does you a lot of good on the attack.
Can indeed. An interesting spot there for a second when we had Skeptic on the Warden, who was laid down inside the bedroom. I think he was looking for drones inside the bar the whole time, but doing it so from above, so that he was able to stay upstairs for the majority of it. Just a really interesting little start to see how the round played out. But hey, it's a little bit of stall they can play behind, of course, with Tuber out here. Even without the Kai, still able to keep these walls locked up for a little bit longer. Shock horror, Tim. It's going to be an extended hold out towards the east of Cash and CC, and that is what the Tuber is being used to slow down. But I'm sure Fury have seen this a million times over by now, Tim, while JV focuses on getting that one opened up. His team will do the business over towards Jacuzzi side of things, opening up the other key wall they need. They've also got single VIP open, so already a lot of the hard yards been done by the side of Furia.
Yeah, Plexi auto canisters are just slowing things down a little bit on that CCTV side. So for the time being, Furia will take the opportunity to send in the Reteros. Can't really decide where that one's going to go. I think just using those seconds to get a little bit of intel as well. And I like that. Using that multiple functionality of the gadget, just try and get yourself every little bit out of it and then get it into position to take that Vulcan canister down, which it does. CCTV wall will finally be open. That's going to lock Flex it inside of Cash, or he can drop back, of course, through construction to site. He's just kind of rotating between there and top red at the minute, and is going to be supported by Grubby up there. They are going to be coming under some pressure fairly soon, I would have thought. Here it comes around the corner. JV looking to push in with the Hibana. Drone goes ahead of him as well. They know that Grubby's in position, but it's Flex there. Absolute beauty. Look at the aggression. They've just spoken about it on the desk. Heretics willing to take the fight. fights. They open up. Cash wall. Does that force Flexi out? No. It gives him a window to find his kills.
But saying that, you've got Philippox and Hertz both pushing in towards construction here, and Hertz has just walked in towards site and got one for free. So while the extended hold is being broken and attacked by the side of Furia, they're also hitting site, Tim. They're trying to keep Heretics distracted.
They know that Grubby is stuck top red. He's got two choices, fight through them or work underneath. So they've decided to push into sight. They've got Oscar pinched and taken him down, so it's all up to Grubby. He chooses to fight rather than to rotate. He manages to find the first, taking down Philippox, but Diffuser will be planted. Nade finds that final kill, and that is going to be round closed out for Furia. That was a textbook pinch from them. Beautiful, beautiful stuff.
We know that Furia are a confident team, but I really want to highlight what they've just done in that round. In trying to break open the extended hold, they've had two players pushing towards construction as others pushing towards the breach. That is so rare. At most, what you'll see is a player holding a construction window in case players try and retreat. Maybe, and we've seen this from Furia, Herds will drop on towards gym window and get a 3K from there like he did the other day. But I've never really seen players hit site at the same time the extended hold is being broken. That just screams to the confidence that Herds had in his teammates to make sure that extended hold was dealt with and no one will come up behind him. Because he walks into site and just kills a player for free. They've got sight, they've rushed inside, get the plant down. What more is there to say? They've almost done two phases of the round at once. And so often do we talk about Clubhouse being a checklist map. You break the extended hold, you get control of construction, you have a player inside a lodgy, you get Jacuzzi opened up, you do this. Tick, 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 tick. They've cheated a little bit and done two things at once there, and it has caught the other side off guard. Really smart round from Furia. They go up 1-0 on the attack.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Okay then, heading into round two, and you just start to get a little bit worried for Heretics now with the way that first round played out and how clinical Furia were. This is their map choice. This is a map that they are phenomenal on. I think that they are going to continue to show us that. If it does end 2-0, I'm not saying that it will do. Heretics have certainly got the capability to fight back into this. It'll be a little bit, I don't think it'll tell the whole story. I think the history books will show 2-0 Furia against Heretics, and you kind of look at it and think, oh yeah, pretty much as expected. But Heretics have been far more apart. But they do look to get aggressive again and take the fight here to Heretics. They are not going to be cowed down by the rush coming in from Furia. They managed to get Oscar along the way, but otherwise it is two kills for the side of Heretics. Boys. Furia will not be stopped. Committed is the word, but they shouldn't. Skeptic, it's going to rack up the kills from the Goyo canisters, but it was the man on the hatch that was doing the damage.
And he knows the player's bottom main as well. Now just going to retreat back from that one as his nades come on through, trying to isolate the 1v1, but they ain't giving him nothing, Tim. Great discipline being shown. Surely he sees the pixel of the arm. We can see the outline, Tim. There you go, looking in for the one towards Moto, but no, making great use of the environmentals and his utility to try and isolate fights here, Tim. Almost wins out the one, but can't bring down both. Fantastic response from the other side there when 4 players exploding towards pool table. I thought, oh God, Tim, they're going down Moto. They're full sending it. But Oscar held them up for just long enough on that castle for Skeptic to get into a great spot to shut the whole thing down.
Just, you know, another great example of what Lax mentioned on the desk, and that is that Heretics are not scared here. They will not back down. They are happy to take the fights. The rush comes in. They'll 2v2. We'll fight you 2v2. And they came out on top. Really well done from Heretics to hold on in that one. 1-1. And it does just make us feel like, you know, I said coming into that round, Fury look great on Clubhouse. We know that they can win here. Heretics, they're certainly here to play still.
Is this here?
Yeah.
Oh, Skeptic was shooting at the Goyo just before he gets downed as well. Perfect timing. And honestly, we've said it a few times, and it feels so easy to repeat, but I am genuinely really impressed by Heretics. I can think of so many Tier 2 teams that would have showed up here and been terrified against the former world champions. They wouldn't play the way that Heretics are playing into Furia right now. They are taking the fight to them. They are being scared, and that is absolutely wonderful to see. I just worry that Furia have got so many of these ideas in mind, like we saw back in round 1, where they have that other gear they can kick into when it's required.
Attackers are heading out to
Yeah, I love the mentality.
This is one hell of a stall up here.
Absolutely spot on. We've got multiple layers of Vulcan canisters there. Keep an eye on that second one, it's quite deep. My concern for the second Vulcan canister there is, like, kind of, I guess you activate it from the elbow, maybe, but I don't know if you're already in big trouble by the time that second one's getting shot out. There's not really too much of an option to get it from inside of sight. It could be difficult, especially if CCTV has been breached, which it's going to be immediately. So we'll see how that plays out. But overall, yeah, I like the setup. You know, certainly looking to hold on to Catwalk.
Shaving a little bit from some artwork on the wall here as well. Of course, make sure they can definitely get inside with the one on the left, but the other three, this gives you enough of a one-way angle that they'll really struggle to see you here unless they're crouching around that corner and you're already in a losing position there. I think you're seeing why you don't really tend to play mirrors on that wall, though it has been shot out. However, it is the head height Holton. That's maybe the key one for you to note here, is they can now use that on the defensive side to shoot and support their player inside of Garage.
Going to see the Selma charge being taken off, which is going to slow things down a little bit. I think they'd wanted to try and work in from that jacuzzi wall, but he knows now that he's going to be matched up head-to-head with a few gunfights if he wants to try and take over there. Grubby is inside of Jib.
Ooh!
Going to take a lot of damage there as he just tries to move through that rotation. That leaves Oscar and Grubby both low health at the minute. And that's not an ideal start for Heretics, but Lexi's still in position in the shower is an important one.
They just knew what to expect there. Hers was ready and waiting. They were so desperate to kill Nade. That at least frees him up now, but Flex is going to swing. Doesn't quite find his man. Nade down to 1 HP, and there's still Grubby here to support as well to the right-hand side. If they can kill him off here, that's the fuser down in a bad spot, but Herds him. Hops inside construction window for the second time this game. Walks in towards site, murders everybody, and now it's got Yupa pinned down inside of site itself. And that's the end of the round, Tim. Furia yet again. Start slow, but when they say go, bloody hell do they put their foot to the floor.
It's just a swarm, isn't it? It's just like, you know, sort of angry bees just swarming all over you.
You scared of bees, Tim?
I'm not. I mean, no, I'm not scared of you buzzing at me. That's not. You know, am I carefully cautious around animals or insects that can sting me?
I've definitely seen
I'm reasonably cautious.
I've seen you brick yourself when a wasp or a bee comes around.
No, I'm not having that. No, that's slanderous.
Others in the UK chat can definitely
I'm fairly chill.
Story.
No. There are other talent members that are concerned about wasps. A story I'll tell you at another time.
All right.
No, I'm fairly chill around.
Can you use it with an anonymous name? What happened?
Demo was terrified of him.
All right, fair enough.
Sorry.
Full send for him, Tim. Very good. But yeah, a wonderful round. As said, like, yeah, Hurts been able to move his feet, but when he did move his feet and bolt in through that window, he's already found himself 3 kills. And again, it's that reliance on your team to give you the right information, to tell you when is the appropriate time to go. Excellent stuff yet again. And Heretics, for the second time, I've watched Herds basically running towards site there and just completely overwhelm poor Yupa. That's the second time back in round 1. It was on the Goyo inside of site. I had no idea Herds was coming in behind him because he thought the extended hold had protected. And here, I don't think he quite realized just how close Herds really was. 2-1 to Furia. Great start on their attacks here. Back to gym and bedroom we go.
Okay then. See if Furia can break it down again as well as they did last time. It was very much a problem for Heretics kind of all over the map, really. There was the, challenge into CCTV that we would expect, but then there was pressure immediately through construction. They created a pinch really quickly. Just great stuff from Furia, and they're going to be looking for a little bit more. Interestingly, we do have Yupa on the Clash, though, on Garage Catwalk, so that's a problem that Furia need to figure out.
You've completely stole the words out of my mouth there, Tim. I was going to say the Clash is a great way to slow down this aggression from Furia. At the very least, it gives you, air quotes, safe information. Behind a shield, you can see what's coming. You can tell your team, okay, pressure's building up here. There's a player pushing in that way. I've slowed him down for you. Come and help me out. I've been saying all week, the real threat isn't really the Clash. It's the teammates that come around the Clash. And in this case, Tim, KZ is the real danger. Getting rid of Flex, he found the entry. So although it's a delayed trade, it's still a trade, Tim.
4 versus 4 as it's Flexi who gets taken down. The Tubarão is gone, so still level pegging. JV92 is looking, I think he wants to move in through CCTV as we saw last time, but he's just having to wait for the fire. As soon as the fire's gone, straight in, gets the kill onto Grubby. As you say, it's time for Clash to leave, and they will do that. Just going to plant that shield on the cash door so they can kind of continue fighting, but the nade will clear that out. And again, Furia, they just see the problems ahead of them, and they have all the answers.
Clash just feels like a turtle without a shell when she loses the shield, doesn't she? Yeah. Just running around with a piddly gun, just like, yeah, I can do this still, it's all good. It's painful to lose that shield as it would have stalled out a lot more time for them, but an excellent break of the extended hold so far by Furia. Now they know they've got this man advantage and half a round to work with. They haven't got to keep on pushing in this direction they don't want to, Tim. They can rotate away, then get back on the roof. They can look over towards Jacuzzi if so desired. They've got that Havana on side, although only 2 pellets left means they aren't going to be able to get that breach open up. So this does make things that little bit more tricky.
Just getting onto construction window now, and again, all this is about is just Nade cutting down the options for Heretics here, just limiting the ways that they can move around and that they can as sort of Furia start to lock them down inside a site, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Kind of the mobility from Heretics is all gone now. 45 seconds left to go. It's about Furia just getting into positions now to be able to challenge and take these gunfights. KZ, absolute beauty onto Oscar. The trade is there. Doesn't matter. He will likely be left down because they know that they can just flood in, pick up the final man, and Furia really starting to hit the accelerator.
Another wonderful example of they can slow things down and then speed things back up. Like, you ask most teams, like, what kind of teams do you struggle with? The ones that go fast or the ones that play really slow? Let's listen to
We're actually playing very well. Right, we're getting the opening play every fucking round. Right, we're getting the opening pick and we're denying the wall like it's an open critical play. Guys, see when that happens at ELC, fucking early, loud and continuous for what we want to do. Do we want to play aggressive? Do we want to play game? Do we want to G2? Do we want to VP? Like, what the fuck do we want to do? Because when we get that opening play, we don't communicate. We're not responding to one another, right? We have to fucking talk, right? What are we going to do when we get that fucking open kill? And that's the most important thing for me right now. Because right now, when we get the open kill, we're not really talking to one another. What is the plan? Right, okay, we're falling back here. What we're doing here, we're hard zoning, that's what we're hard zoning. Like, talk to one another, right? And we'll be fine. We'll be fine. We will be fine. We will be fine.
Let's go, guys. Sorry, guys. Look at these last fucking defenses and attack with easy.
Within the very, very thick Scottish accent. Oh, that is DMC, who's the coach of the boys on Heretics. I think his message was pretty loud and clear to me. He did use the whole 45 seconds to basically say, we aren't talking to each other. And they are playing well, Tim. As we said throughout Bank, as we've seen throughout this map, they do start strong. Flex is getting a good number of entries. They're being competitive early on, but the problem is then Furia slow things down. It makes it hard. Who Heretics are then ready to kind of go, okay, now what do we do next? Where do we go? Do we all fall back and stay together? Do we push and go more aggressive here? Furia just kind of let them have their moment in the sun and then go, cool, now we'll step up the heat. And as I was saying before we got into that attack timeout, if you ask teams, do you struggle more with slow teams or fast teams? The most when I've asked that question to them say, we struggle more with teams that can change between the two. They can alter the tempo mid-round. They can go slow, then they can be really, really fast, and they can slow things down again. You just don't know what to expect. And I think back to, Wolves back in EUL back in the day, they were an excellent team at being silent for half the round, then suddenly inside 10 seconds they've rushed you in, everybody's dead. Mogi was the spearhead for them. It was an absolute nightmare to deal with at the best of times, and I think you're seeing a little bit of that from Furia today, just being very unpredictable, and Heretics are struggling. They've lost 3 defenses now, and that is not a good start to Clubhouse, I'm afraid.
No, it's not ideal. The last place that you want to be on Clubhouse with Furia attacking in the first half is behind, because they've got that defense to go on to in the second, and they are going to be so difficult for Heretics to break down. I think part of the problem there as well, as you say, DMC saying, we're not talking, we're not communicating. As the desk have said throughout the day today, Heretics are a team built on intel and information. And if you start cutting that communication down, you're starting to lose one of your big strengths there. No, it's not kind of the droning intel from attack that you might get, but it's the, the default cams, the noise, the sounds of defense. We were talking to Doki yesterday. It was fascinating listening to him about what the players can pick up on defense just from sounds. I can hear 1 speeds running, so that tells me it's probably these all that information that's being missed if they're not communicating.
See the spot here where they've got themselves the entry once more. It's the Habana that falls down, and a lovely vault level hole to have to go and jump through here for the side of Furia. You do get locked into that animation, so angles can be held quite comfortably by Heretics onto it, knowing that Furia can't simply dip back out again once they've started that animation to climb on through. So looking good here, Tim. There's still a good amount of info. They've got one of those drones stolen away on the Mozzie, and of course have those black eyes. No IQ on the other side will mean that can be quite effective. Just about getting away with it though. Grubby gonna remove Nay. KZ in for 1, in for 2. Make it 3, Tim. They did all the hard work, and now suddenly we're down to a 2v2, and they've got to retake the site.
Philippox is putting the diffuser down as well. Big fight back needed from Heretics, and this is the problem playing against Furia. Manages to take down KZ, so it is all up to Philippox. He's going to go with the Reaper. He's on the Ying. He does have Candelas that he can play. He sends one of those in. That's going to give him a bit of an advantage at least. He's just trying to move around. He's right on top of that diffuser. The gunfights are going to have to come surely. No, he's got one more Candela on top of this, but he's got to win the fight first. Can't do it. Flexi manages to find his man, and Heretics fight their way back in just in time.
Outside of a slight moment of terror from KZ, 3 kills, pushing in from blue. They managed to recover the round, and they'll be delighted about that one. Tim does show that they can do it, but that stark reminder that it can all end in an instant if they're not careful. KZ doing exactly what he did back at the side of Bank and just absolutely terrorizing them. However, they hold on to him. Cash EC going to be where they close out the half here in round 6. Let's see if they can get that 3-3 split.
It'd be a real turnaround for Heretics, to be fair, with the way that Furia are played. You know, what a result that would be for them, because Furia on the attacks that they've won have quite frankly looked unbeatable, but Heretics are digging their heels in, and they're not giving anything away. Again, a lot of teams could have crumbled there. When KC gets that triple kill inside a site, Diffuser goes down, you think, you know, this one's probably over, but Heretics, they know that they can keep fighting to that very last second and get those rounds won, and certainly get their rewards for that one. So it's going to be the final defense now. They go to CCTV and Cash. And let's just have a look at the setup they've got. They've got the mirror again. It looks like the Jaeger for Skeptic is going to be towards holding Catwalk again. I think Upa will be the one playing there on the Clash, I would imagine, but we will see who actually finds themselves out there. And a very similar hold to Heretics, pretty much the same. Furia last time just... The problem was that Furia didn't really play into the setup last time. They just recognised where the players were and went and took fights and killed them. So it didn't really matter what utility was there. They recognised that there was 3 over gym and bedroom side, so they just went in there and got gunfights.
Swapping match.
At least here showing themselves on the garage door to try and keep a little bit of attention over here from Upa. Of course, the Clashman's over here. It isn't out towards gym and bedroom, which is where Furia found so much success last time around. But as you say, it's that same investment again in the garage hole. We've got the 3 ADSs down. We've got 2 Goyo canisters. We've got the Clash inside there, a mirror window that's been placed and opened up to give them a line of sight through. They're really going for it, and I would be very, very surprised if we see Furia trying to break this open, especially without that Capital available to them.
Is he going to be opening stock door? That's going to prevent too much rotation or any sort of working lounge as well, something that Heretics need to be aware of. You always like to have somebody underneath here or able to get underneath if possible for this sort of a defense. But so far so good. It's certainly better than last time they played this. They've got Grubby moving around underneath as well, actually. So, you know, by contrast, something Furia need to be aware of. Grubby has moved down there. He's got... Doesn't have any impact nades left. They are aware of it. KZ's going to pick him up.
Here he goes again.
That's why KZ was playing in through stock. He's just looking, KZ, at the minute to put himself in those difficult positions, isn't he? He wants to be the one that's going in there and just really asking questions of Heretics.
Ooh, they're forcing for all the utility here as well, because there's now an air jab between Upa. I was going to say, he had very little choice there. If he stays put, he probably gets nades tossed at him, so he's in a bit of a difficult spot to be in. And now there's all that utility on there that no one is currently available to shoot out. And Oscar, who was the closest to that mirror window that had been shot out to shoot them, has now been taken down too. So everything is working against them here. Almost too much of a reliance on utility for the side of Heretics.
This is what I said the last time they set this up. I was a little bit concerned about those Vulcan canisters and how do you detonate them, because as soon as the CCTV wall is breached, you can't play them from inside of there. You're reliant on the catwalk player, and as we saw, Furia dealt with that perfectly, but once again, Heretics are fighting back. Nade, he's going to look to put the diffuser down. Perfect opportunity, 1v3 for Leapox, finds him with the glass. It's going to be a 4-2 for Furia, and as they move on to the defense, Heretics have got their work cut out to keep themselves alive in the upper bracket.
It's like a mirror back into Bank, Tim. This is how that first half went then too. Furia were up 4-2 on the attack. They moved on to the defense. My slight worry is Club is a more defender-sided map than Bank, and I think Furia are in a spot here where they know that they've really got Heretics on the rope. It's looking to be that 2-0. It would mean Furia go on to play Weibo in our 3rd game of the day, which will be a stellar game, by the way. Weibo, the best attacking team at the tournament so far. It's going to be explosive coming up against Furia if it goes this way. Heretics will drop down to play against OXG on Tuesday to fight for survival.
Yeah, they've been a lot of fun to watch of Weibo. Definitely looking, we're covering that game as well later, aren't we? We've got
Is it Tuesday? No, I think it's tomorrow actually they play.
Weibo?
First round of the lower bracket is tomorrow.
Yeah, that's tomorrow. Yeah. There's nobody goes home today. Yeah. We've got the we cover the Weibo game on game 3 later on today when we see the winner of this game take them on. Very much looking forward to that. They've been a pleasure to watch so far of Weibo. I hope they're watching what Furia are doing right now, because it looks like that's probably going to be the matchup, and Furia are not in the mood for playing games, I don't think.
Well, I was looking at it earlier when it came down to our map picks, and for these are like middle-of-the-road maps for Fury. Like, they could do without them, they can leave them as a decider. Given the choice, they wouldn't pick them as their go-to maps, and I think that's quite intentional by them. It's not disrespect to Heretics, because these are maps that Fury have played and are known to play, but I think they're keeping their stronger ones in the back pocket for when they need to fight off against a team like Weibo to make it to the main stage. It's a marathon rather than a sprint team. You can't show all your cards in one go. And so I think you're going to see something a little bit different for them out of that veto phase later. However, that's assuming, of course, they get there. There is still every chance the Heretics can blow us away here on the attacking half and take us through to Chalet, which is our decider map.
Yeah, round 7, an important one, I think, here. You know, normally we look towards maybe a little bit later in the game, that kind of round 9. Particularly important here because we're going to see how Fury are defending and how Heretics go about breaking that down. Can they bring that intel game? They've got the Dokkaebi on side. Again, you know, going back to Fox's original point about how this team play, quite an advanced play style, an experienced play style of using all that intel. They've done well, given that they're not an experienced roster in terms of playing together to develop that, but they are going to get caught out this time. They might have the intel, but they don't have the shots as kills rain in for Furia, and this attack has fallen apart quickly, and that is not a good signal for Heretics in the beginning of this one.
Finding yourself completely concussed here, and I mean by the bullets, the gadget just helped at that point as well. JV with the close. Nice idea, I think, from Heretics. They were trying to push into 3 or 4 places at once. Front door, kitchen, and in towards stock. We've seen Furia do exactly the same throughout the entirety of the first half with how they try and flood certain rooms of the map and just overwhelm their opponents. Furia, though, it's Furia, Tim. You're going to struggle to overwhelm them when they've seen and experienced all there is to experience throughout Siege's history. And they dealt with that very, very handily. And again, I'll come back to a point I made back on Bank. Just because an idea doesn't work out, it doesn't mean it was a bad idea. You just list out in the execution there and you lost all your gunfights. It's going to happen.
It is. It is. Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned now. I think Furia probably, you know, have a real opportunity to just run away with this one. And yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. Heretics, though, they have shown us time and time again that they are able to overturn expectations, that they are able to win the rounds that should be unwinnable for them. I think they're going to need to do that a couple of times in this one at least. They will this time be attacking onto CCTV and Cash. We're going to be looking towards Garage Catwalk to see how Furia go about dealing with this. I think it's literally going to be JV92 on the Azame, taking the gunfights and holding on to it behind the keeper barricades.
Bang, bila main Arctic bang, aku tak boleh main lagi ah ni Arctic alias. Aku kena tunggu sampai habis aku punya tournament ni baru aku boleh balik Arctic. Sebab aku ada kontrak dengan Ubisoft. Kalau tak ada live je boleh aku main Arctic. Maknanya tengah tunggu habis live. Apa tunggu habis tournament ni habis baru aku boleh buat live Arctic. Tournament ni habis berapa jam lah? 15 jam macam tu buat habis. Mungkin dalam minggu ni sampai hari Selasa ni maybe aku akan aku stream ni gameplay tournament. Lepas habis tournament ni maybe aku akan stream balik Asyik. Kan tak boleh nak stream lagi pasal aku dah selesai kontrak dengan Asyik untuk apa buat live tournament ni. So aku tak boleh nak ni live gameplay aku lah. Sabar kalau aku dah lepas habis tournament ni aku akan live macam biasa balik.
Is likely to come around this main door, I think, although we hear the Candelas pushing in, the flashes come along with it. It's pressure towards JV92 is the aim. Are they able to get the kill? No, this is what I said. I just didn't feel that they had enough utility to push him out of there. We know that JV is fantastic at holding down this location. Without the Wamai, without the Jaeger, he will just lock himself in there and get more birds.
Let's go, Flawless.
It's a flawless round. Exactly that. Furia, a little bit too easy from them. 6-2 and cruising towards a 2-map win.
Building a whole fort for himself up there on that catwalk, and it was one that Heretics could just not breach the front gates of. Very, very decisive, and I think like you, Tim, it's quite clear to see which way this game is going, unfortunately, for Heretics. I still believe that they've got a good attack in them. The problem is Furia have got very many, very, very good defenses in them that's making it hard to get anything away.
We always used to say, you know, it was kind of like a rite of passage to have Nesk run over you on LAN. And, you know, obviously Nesk isn't here this time, and I think that baton is going to have to pass now to the rite of passage is having Furia run over you on LAN.
I just saw one of the players on the side of Furia pop in the chat saying you don't play, well, scrims, currency means you don't play scrims against Brazilians, therefore you have absolutely no idea what it is that you're getting hit by right now because it is stinging them. Let's see if they can recover those set of Isham and Bedroom by the looks of it. Ney going on towards that clash, I would expect, and it pretty much is confirmed from what you can see on your screen that we're going to have the extended hold out towards Cash and CC. It is a staple of this site. I actually can't think of the last time I've seen this site defended, Tim, where we haven't had an extension in towards Cash and CC.
Yeah, it doesn't really exist anymore, does it? You kind of look at the top floor as it's almost one big site. Yeah. Even when you play Cash and CC, you have the extension out towards Master Bedroom, and you know we very rarely see one without the other. Beautiful start from KC. Well, it's as easy as that. Skeptic looked like he was checking that angle, to be honest with you, but this is what you're playing against, Des.
I think they're just getting warmed up for that Weibo game, Tim. They're playing against the same kind of aggression later. It's definitely a good way to get yourself warmed up and ready for it. KZ is down though. Skeptic is also offline, as you saw earlier on, and that's only inside the first 30 seconds, Tim.
It's losing that Grim. You don't get to, we say it all the time, you don't get to choose your opening pick. If you did get to choose, you'd have one of the hard breaches or you'd have the Grim. Grim being the one. Heretics have used Grim more than anybody else at this tournament, and so taking him away, that's going to remove a lot of their intel and a lot of their ability to opportunity spot and prevent you moving back into space that they've claimed. So Furia, it's a great start for them.
It is. It's absolutely wonderful. You know, as an operator, Grim have already spoken about the second highest picks at the tournament so far with a fantastic attacking win rate. Isn't quite the same something like a Dockerbee in terms of how it works out, but of course it should flood a room and prevent defenders moving into it. If they stay there, they're dead to rights because you have a constant real-time ping on where they are inside of that space. With 5 of those to drop down, it's fair to say Grim can take over a good chunk of anywhere surrounding a would-be execute or room that you want to get control of. So, as things carry on forward here, down to halfway point in the round, and Heretics at least feel they've got the control they need on Cash and CC, which they do to start being able to challenge onto these balcony windows. But we've got 2 players from Furia now holding up inside a construction, Tim. They've fallen back from the first defense point, they're at the second, and they've still got the site.
Yeah, they're making it very difficult for Oscar to be able to move forward here. Keeper barricades continue to be deployed by Hertz. He has taken quite a lot of damage though, so that is one concern for Furia at least. Nade goes in, forces the player away from
That's criminal.
Spot behind bed. It's Philippox manages to get away with it, and they get very little done there on the back of it. It was a great nade from Heretics, but Furia again just showing great movement.
Oh, nice! Grubby getting rid of at least Hertz on the flank. That could have been disastrous because there were 2 players on that balcony, him and Upa. If Hertz gets out there with a great pre-fire, could potentially have killed 2 and ended this game here and now, but he has been dealt with. Now we've got a 3 versus 3. Flexi joining for the attack as well, as you can see, in towards construction. So the next hurdle has been removed. Now you've got a clash on site to get rid of Tim.
Upa has taken a lot of damage there on the window from an aggressive Philippox who was holding that angle with the frost. They know that the push is coming into logistics. JV does get Flexi. Grubby, however, finds one of his own onto Nade. That's the clash gone. JV taking a lot of damage. Him and Philippox have been forced right back now. It is 2 versus 2. 15 seconds left to go. Upo just trying to bait out a little bit of movement with that attempt at a plant, but it doesn't work. Grubby gets 1. Can he make it 4 for the round?
Needs to get rid of the 1 here as well, but no, Philippox.
Let's go! Let's go, Furia! Let's go!
You can ban him out, but you cannot stop his impact in these games. Furia with a comfortable 2-0. They move on to face Weibo later today.
You can ban the operators, Des, but you cannot ban the brain. That is the reality. Heretics just finding themselves outgunned a little bit against Furia there, but there is no shame in that. Many that have come before you have also found the same. A great performance from them. They will now drop down into that lower bracket match against OXG. That will be played, I think it's tomorrow. That will be for their survival in the tournament. Furia, they move on in the upper bracket and now play for a spot on the main stage later today against Weibo.
I said on social media between maps that it feels like the scoreline has done Heretics a disservice. I think they can do it against OXG, but of course we'll find out what that looks like tomorrow. For now, we'll go to a break, and when we come back, our desk will break down Furia's excellence from this series.
Kita punya let's go Furia. Furia, geng, Furia.
big victory for Fury here, making it look real easy. Now, Felipox, thank you for joining me. Before this, I was talking to Heretics, and they told me we're not afraid to play Furia. We're going to come in and take it map by map, but you look like you were in control the whole time.
Yeah, they said that, but I think in the server they were afraid, so...
You guys were comfortable the whole way, even throughout on the clubhouse, the way things went down. It was kind of scary to witness, but you play Weibo after this, a team that a lot of players here and viewers at home have been looking at as a scary team, an APL team that can go the distance. Anything you want to say to them in preparation?
They are playing really good Siege, Weibo. They were always a good team, like Joe, Bleed, all that core. And now they have Gohan, and I think they are playing really good Siege. And I don't want to trash talk them, but I think it's going to be a good match, and we're going to win.
See, this is the thing. You have Gohan, a Brazilian on there. Do you think the key to success in Siege, just get a Brazilian?
Yeah, everyone should get a Brazilian coach, bro. And player, everyone. And I don't want to trash talk them because Gohan is really strong, so I don't want to mess with him.
Smart man. That's why he's world champ. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
A 2-0 for Furia means they match with Weibo later today. If they win that one, they make it to main stage. It sounds so easy, but it might be more difficult. This one, though, for Furia, turned out to be quite easy.
Yeah, map 1 is a little back and forth, but map 2 is just all Furia the whole time.
Yeah.
And I really want to pay attention to the opening kills engagement, something that we said Heretics was lacking on. They did fairly decent when it came to this match, but still Furia, the experience under their belt is something that carried them all throughout this match. They understood exactly what they needed to do in denying the information game. They understood everything when it came to the preparation of this match, which is why it was so easy for them.
Yeah, and I think when really push came to shove, when you look at the strategical prowess from the side of Furia and how that we already highlighted Felipox, I mean, as we said, you can ban out his operator, but he is going to facilitate round after round. And what we were seeing each time, just due to their success on attacks, I mean, it really did fall on Felipox's shoulders. But just from the side of everyone on Furia so far throughout this tournament, they've all really been playing very well in their spots.
Now, although Felipox didn't have the most amazing game when it came to the stat sheet, it really was a very transparent game on how the IGLing was able to lead Furia. Everybody that is putting up amazing numbers, Herge, JB92, KZ, it all comes down to strategy, the positions that you want to play, understanding your team, and all of that brain power comes from the shoulders of Felipox to be able to say where we're going to go, how we're going to play against Heretics. And the game plan was just flat out brilliant from Furia, and it understood perfectly on what the game plan, how to break apart Heretics was. And that looked like exactly what it was. Heretics did not have a response, and it really came down to onto the shoulders of Felipox, all for him. So I have to commend him because I understand how difficult it is to be an IGL, to be getting banned out, to still always have a trick up your sleeve, and you have the teammates to put in the positions where you aren't able to physically play.
With the stats and with the player responses as well, I feel like it looked like just another day in the office for Furia. With a 2-0, that's very, I mean, that's fitting to say as well. With the struggles, I guess they've shown us earlier, you know, losing a map to Daystar, losing a map to Falcons, it feels like they're really ramping up now to be a serious force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and that's the scary thing, because even when we even highlighted back during the SAL, that was by far the strongest Furia that we said. With each and every single game, we saw them improve. We saw them get stronger. We saw their dynamic shift that made them look like the elite Furia that we saw back in 2023. And this is not for everyone's sake here. This is not the Furia you want to start seeing come alive, because once this beast starts waking up, they are going to be a threat for every single team going forward.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, Furia is just a team that, just because it shows that they can bleed, doesn't mean that they can't turn it on and instantly be the team that has won the Invitational before. And that's the fear for Furia, is once they get the ball rolling, there's no way from stopping them.
And before we do go to the second match of the day, we put two of NA's biggest yappers together in one room, both in different ways, but they're going to talk about some of their own generations in Siege.
How we doing? What up? What's up? Alright. I watched Troy. I mean, I first watched CG Sports probably when I was like 12. Yeah, like I got clowned on. It's like, oh, you're a Troke artist. Like, hey, you're not going to win. Second place for life. I want to say a year, maybe 2 years before, so like 16, 17. Okay. I'd like heard your name and like, okay, like he's going to be good when he's 18. Yeah. Kind of thing. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think Troy was definitely a role model for me. I remember on console, I'd steal some of his Pulse strats. So on Oregon, I'd play Pulse a lot. So yeah, I mean, he's definitely a role model from all the way back in the day. So yeah.
Oh my God, okay. Well, that's
okay, I've seen this like a million times.
This one's iconic, yeah.
Yes.
This one's iconic.
Wasn't it the flank drone?
It was the flank drone.
The flank drone. That's why you get on cams.
Well, so I'm pretty sure they were saying this was back when if you had 2 drones, if you threw your second drone, it would delete your first one. And he threw his second drone and it deleted the kitchen door. Yeah, I didn't see that guy.
Can kill this Blackbeard before he gets around this corner. Blackbeard's on his drone. Canadian doesn't see him. Canadian peeks over the top, kills the thermite charge, but then will fall.
Yup. Oh my God.
How old were you here?
I think it was 19.
But there's the second kill! Retro's done it! More than enough time to defuse. Continuum are the first North American team to win Rainbow Six Pro League. Holy sh...
Yeah. 10 years ago. 29 now. Yeah.
What did it actually feel like? Like, because this was SI, yeah.
Yeah, this was the first SI, yeah. I mean, obviously it felt great, but I don't remember a ton. But yeah, I lose my mind, so yeah. Also, they were like NA rivals. Like, we played them all the time, so.
Okay.
This was like the first big crowd.
Yeah.
That
Brazilians were passionate.
Like this was the first big crowd I ever experienced, which was really cool. At this point, like I said, it was just knowing the maps in my head. Like, I felt confident the whole time, and I think the team always kind of fed off that anyways. And like, it never seemed like we doubted much.
Yeah. I think that's the strong thing, right? Like, you have the belief, even when you're down, right? It's like,
exactly.
As long as you have the belief, that's all that matters.
Yeah.
Like, as long as you know that you're still in it. I mean, they always say it's not over till it's over, but like, if you truly do believe, then like, anything can happen.
Well, exactly. Yeah. That was, again, like that SI 2020 was a huge part for me because, yeah, like I got clowned on. It's like, oh, you're a choke artist. Like, hey, you're not going to win. Second place for life. Basically said, fuck you. Like, I'm going to win. So.
They need to find one person. That's it. He'll head in towards Archives and get caught. The hammer heads into orbit, but it's home once again is North America. Space Station Gaming are your world champions.
And I think that's always been a motivation for me, is like kind of, I like to have a chip on my shoulder. So I think the qualities back then, I think nowadays you have to have more qualities to be good. I think the qualities are the same. I think back then though, you could get away with like, you know, only being mechanically good or only being like smart strategically. I think that was always my edge, and then I'd play with, at the time, mechanically gifted players.
Yeah, I think for my team especially, it's a lot different than most because our culture is so, you know, obviously they say it's like a brotherhood, but it's kind of like, you see it in sports, you know? Our teams ran kind of like a, you know, a very high tier like sports team. You know, we have our coach he sets the standard, and it's a lot of it is what he preaches is coach driven, but it's on the players to hold each other accountable. And I think that's where there's a big difference between our team and a lot of other teams, because, you know, usually a lot of players, they'll just, you know, let the comfortable thing slide and, you know, not push your teammates. And our coach preaches that, and he shows what we should, you know, the right thing to do. My coach isn't just a Siege coach, you know, he is a nutritionist, a personal trainer. You know, he teaches us a lot about like mindfulness, and he's brought a lot of good stuff that, you know, in the game may not help, but overall to make us a better person, it helps a lot. Oh, we've called kill. And then, yeah, I went wide, I think, which was a troll.
Yeah. I mean, that would have been rough either way.
Yeah. I remember we were down like 5-2, I think, and it was just like about the belief, like we said earlier.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like finding a way to win, no matter what.
Yep.
For us, the solution was bring a Monty and walking tiles.
And it's down to Ashen and Folks to try and keep them off of map and series point. It's Lagonis for one. It's a 1 versus 1, and Ashen, I said he needed to pop up, but he does. Shows when he needs and ties us back up 5 apiece.
I mean, again, I think you seem to have a good attitude, but other than what I said earlier, I think it's just enjoy it. Like, yeah. I think that's something I still just try to do. And I think, honestly, I'm glad I do that more now. I think I already did before, like, you're so in it that it's like you can't have fun and not like enjoy it as much as possible, but I don't know.
taking a step back every now and again and just like realizing the moment of like, yeah, like, bro, this is like, it's something special to do, and yeah, later on in your life, like, eventually you're not going to be playing, and these are,
being grateful.
It'll be a special thing to look back on. Yeah, for sure. All right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Both Canadian and Ashen, you just saw in the content piece, are playing in the next match. Ashen versus MAT on the B stream. We have Canadian with Shopify Rebellion playing against Falcons here on the A stream. Very NA dominated, I feel like, so I'm glad to have my 2 EU analysts with me
We're
today.
surrounded. We're surrounded everywhere by Americans.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Lots of Americans. I mean, do you know what? We've got to give it to them, haven't we? Americans are playing very good Siege at the minute. Obviously, current major champions, all of them in the upper bracket. It's not going too badly for them.
For now, for now.
Hurt you to say that? Or?
It did. I've said that for gritted teeth.
Yeah, no, I very much understand that. We have to go for Falcons and Shopify Rebellion here on the A stream, though. We'll talk about both these rosters. Shopify Rebellion amongst the chaos inside of that group. A very nice second finish for them in the matchup there. When we look at Falcons on the other end as well, you know, chaos, I feel like, for them as well. Maybe not so much the group stage they would have hoped for, but they still seem to be the tournament favorites.
I feel like they're still the favorites, but chaos eventually happened for both teams, actually. Both teams actually won two matches, but also dropped 2 maps. You know, if we look at these rosters, they were expected to be super teams, Jack, and I think it kind of failed in that group stage to come in with full confidence and top the charts.
Yeah, I think it was kind of, I would say, inconsistent for both, but I keep referencing this. Where you want your inconsistencies to come through is the group stage. We've now closed the door on the group stage. The group stage almost, in a way, doesn't matter because it's all about the bracket.
It was a warm-up stage.
It was a warm-up stage. Both of these teams got themselves into the upper bracket. That's where they want to be because they get an extra life, and therefore, when they get that extra life, they can now level themselves up in terms of performance, and this is where you want to be playing your best Siege.
Yeah, we see these two teams at international events all the time. The last time they faced off was in Munich at 8-6 for Falcons back then. So given that they're so competitive, both of them, I want to know what would be the key to win the match today?
I mean, if you think of the two teams together, obviously there is 2 names. 2 guys that were supposed to be goats of Siege. And that is Shaiko and Spoit. If you think of them, different generations, yes, but you could see them as some of the best, if not the best fraggers in the world at a certain point in history, in Siege history. There's one thing though, Shaiko, right now, second-rated player in the tournament, incredible EPS, incredible entry. He's living up to expectations. It's his event, he's supposed to win SI finally, and he wants to do this in Paris. Jack, when I look at Spoit, I'm still missing the mark.
Yeah, 68th rated player. And I mean, we asked for the roles, so those roles came from Shopify Rebellion saying that he's flex/entry. And what we're seeing inside of this tournament is actually he's a lot more flex than he is entry. You think of who are the operators that the entries are playing really at this event?
Grim, Deimos.
And Deimos. They're the 2 for me. Now, Spoit hasn't played a single round on either of them. Look at his top attackers. Ace, Breacher. Striker, sure, you can play Striker as an entry. Gridlock, Flank Denier. 3 rounds on Glaz. Glaz is in his top operators played, top attackers played. It doesn't make sense for me. So for me, what I want to see is I want to see Spoit really lean into this flex role and be better at it because he's currently being outperformed statistically by Canadian, which you wouldn't expect inside of this team or that environment. Or he needs a shift in roles onto the entry.
Yeah, I think that's my theory, is that I think that Spoit has been missing the mark multiple events now. And I think the main thing is not about Spoit's level. I think it's always been there. I think the skill is very much there. The main thing is he's not in the right roles because Canadians' IGL style needs utility-based operators. That's why you see Glass, that's why you see Capitao, because they need utility. It's not frag heavy. If they had a Brazilian IGL, I think Spoit would be in a fragger role on top of NB. And that would be a very different scenario. If we look at these 2 rosters, in fact, I might look at 2 of the most accomplished IGLs in the world. You have Canadian on one side and Likefak on the other. One is from a former generations, and has been very accomplished. The other has taken over and is now probably the favorite. And both of these guys actually won events when they were young, you know. On the one side here, Likefak, he was 19 when he won his first event, 20 for Canadian. It's just now a big battle for 2 IGL titans that will face each other with very different eyes and vision for the game.
And I actually think Likefak has a really good way of doing it with his team as well. Obviously, maybe this is a little bit of EU bias coming out for me, but the fact that he has a Solotov and a Shaiko, he's got the same problem that Canadian has with a Spoit and an Nambi, but he manages to get the best out of both of them, and they set their teams up accordingly.
I want to have a look at the map feature very soon as well, because as we saw in Munich, it was really close between these 2 teams.
I hope it's not that sleepy in the server.
Why is up with everybody yawning today? I mean, is this too early for gamer hours,
Maybe.
like 1 p.m.?
Everyone had a day off yesterday.
Yeah,
so
and as a reminder, also, some of the teams have played late matches going into groups and going into playoffs, the chances, the rhythm players.
I mean, to make it worse, if you win this best of 3, you have a whole nother series to play later today, and that is for spot on main stage. So pressure is on. That's why these maps could be so important inside of the series as well. To take a look at the Veto, Falcons will be starting out with their own map pick, and it seems like we'll be heading to a consult.
I'm not surprised about this. If they got the opportunity to pick Consulate, that was a trap set up by Shopify Rebellion. My story for this is that Shopify Rebellion, it used to be a permaban. They banned it, in fact, 20 times in the last 6 months. They only played it once, and it was against Team Cruelty, which really, it feels to me that it was just a thing to say, hey, we can still play that map.
Yeah.
So it makes sense for them to go and pick that one.
Yeah, I think so. I think, you know, obviously for Leakfac, he's going to have to work out a way because he doesn't necessarily know what's coming. And speaking of not knowing what's coming, we're seeing Shopify Rebellion picking into Fortress now.
Another NA team.
We've not seen them play this map yet, but what we can reference is how strong North America as a region are on Fortress. They've played it 6 times. As a region, they've won it 5. The only team to lose it was OXG, and even then, OXG played it a lot through the qualifiers. So I'm reasonably confident right now in saying that North American currently has the best Fortress, so I'm expecting big things from Shopify.
I like the ambition from Falcons, by the way. They picked attack on Fortress, which right now is not really favoring them. It is still a weaker side on that new map. And then all the way to the Decider, Night Heaven maps, I will say this. I've seen Shopify Rebellion win versus G2, win versus FaZe on that map.
Yeah.
They absolutely love it. But on the other side, Falcons have a 7-1 record on it. In fact, they should have had a perfect record if it was not for the Grand Finals. Remember that. They lost 8-7 against M80 on that map during the Grand Finals in Munich. They absolutely love the map. If it goes to a Decider, I'm so excited because we will see a big clash of titans.
Now, I mean, of course, there's a few things that are difficult to predict because we haven't really seen Falcons maybe with so much Fortress yet. We know it's very strong for the likes of NA. We know so much about Nighthaven Labs as well. Does that give us any idea of who might have won the map veto here?
I am not entirely sure.
I think it's 50-50.
I think it's 50-50. I'm not entirely convinced by Falcons Fortress, but I think when they lost Fortress, they put out a display that maybe wasn't up to scratch of the Falcons that we deserve. We obviously don't necessarily know what's coming from Shopify on that map. I would say that's the big question mark for me. I think the other 2 maps, it sets it up very nicely for a 50-50.
At the same time, Shopify Rebellion, we don't know what's coming on Consulate, and that's a big trap as well, right? They could have prepared it for 6 Invitational. After all, it is the main event of their year. They want to come here with new strategies and new maps. So now is the moment in playoffs to try and show that. It might be a trap, it might not be. The only way to settle this is to watch the game.
And then one more question before we do introduce our casters. Do you think we compare the front line versus the back line, kind of, inside of this matchup? Who has more pressure? Is it the front line, the Spoit, the Shaiko that need to perform? Is it the IGLs that need to come up with ideas on how to tackle things?
I think we have a very different balance of power right now. Because if I look at the 2 rosters, I have a younger IGL that has a younger vision for the game and that has better fraggers on the side. If I look at Shopify Rebellion, I have an older IGL with fraggers that are struggling.
Yeah.
So if I look on paper right now, I feel like the pressure is more on the front line because the fraggers are the one that have the biggest disparity in power between the 2 teams.
And I think coming back to that, there is ultimately one fragger that we're looking at. We've already referenced him in Spoit that needs to be the one that's stepping up. When you've got a team where Canadian, you're never expecting Canadian to put up numbers as an IGL on a roster, but the 4 guys around him, what that means is they can't have a bad event. Spoit is currently having a bad event, so he's the one that needs to step up.
He will need to step it up, though, if they want to come out victorious and have a chance to remain inside this upper bracket. The match is ready to start. Guess what? We're joined by more NA folks. It's Era and Jesse. Take it away.
Thank you so very, very much. 2 huge organizations with lots of pressure and high expectations on their shoulders and some incredibly legendary players. And yet, Jesse, success, while it's been there for both of these teams, has not come as easily as we might have expected. The dominance from both the Falcons and the Rebellion hasn't quite materialized yet. Well, guess what? We're in the upper bracket. Is this where these teams start to build towards a grand finals run?
I think so, Parker. This is where everything comes together at the 6th Invitational. There's no denying the group stage was rocky for Shopify Rebellion and the Falcons, but that is okay. Through the last 3 years, every single team that has lifted the hammer has started their playoff run with a loss. Part of becoming an SI champion is learning along the way. It's about making mistakes and growing as a team. Given that stat I mentioned, the superstitious fans amongst our viewers might be hoping for a loss for their favorite team in this game, but the lower bracket is terrifying, and even though it's given success to many teams over the last couple of years, it has taken away far more tournament runs than it has delivered champions. So both Falcons and Shopify Rebellions are hoping to avoid such a fate. We begin on Consulate, and frankly, one of these map pools that Shopify Rebellion have either created the greatest fumble of all time or have really been putting in some work and have brought a sneaky map veto to the series versus Falcons. And yeah, I give a little bit of credit to the 2-time world champion and Super. I think they've been cooking, Parker. Consulate and Fortress, our first 2 maps. Only 1 play across both maps from Shopify Rebellion since the season began. This is dangerous for the Europeans.
Yeah, but I mean, as the Des pointed out, sometimes you save it all for the biggest moments and hard pressed to find a bigger moment than the beginning of this run. Again, I guess a bigger moment would be playing on main stage, maybe something for that pivotal best of 5, should you make it to the grand finals, of course. But with these teams being in the upper bracket, they know that they cannot go down to play up against teams like G2, D+, Daystar, Heretics, OXG, and Ninjas in Pajamas. Yes, those teams are in the lower bracket for a reason, and that reason is because they just simply weren't good enough. But you still have to be concerned with them, especially with the consistency issues that these two teams have had. It's about managing expectations, and if you are a fan of these teams, your expectation is that you will win. We can only have one winner, so which one comes out on top?
Wow, the desk likes to highlight kind of the star players on both these teams. Shaiko and Spoit will be going head-to-head in this series. Two teams, two players that I know the community is excited to see popping off, but they've had very different journeys. Obviously, Spoit has not performed to the level that we have come to expect from him at the 6th Invitational. Meanwhile, Shaiko, you heard Leo say it on the desk, second highest rated player at this event, and it's very close. It's less than a single point on the EPS ratings to that first place spot. So Shaiko has been playing very well for the Falcons so far. He opens things up on the Flores and actually is holding the diffuser for this top floor execute on Consulate. So it'll be very interesting to see if he does stick that. A CEO plant with the Capitao does look doable, but we've also got pressure towards the admin side now coming in from the Falcons.
Solotov will be main entries, so yeah, he'll be the first one to come to blows, but Shaiko, the man on the screen, is chasing not just a hammer, but another record, Jesse. He is fast approaching 1,000 kills at the 6th Invitational, and barring an utter implosion, he will likely hit it in this series. First kill is going to go to Solotov. Down goes Rexen seconds after you saw him open up that panel towards the bomb site. And already Falcons have an early pick.
Long angle from the balcony, gets that shot. Rexen caught lacking a little bit, not aware of the angles open up on him. Early advantage now for the Europeans. The Utsil game has gone well as well. Puts a lot of pressure on young guys like Ambi to step up and make an aggressive play to try to get this count back.
You've got double denial in the smoke and the Tachanka on the board, so Rebellion very easily could shut this one down. And while he might be dead, Rexen's volcano canisters will continue to do some damage when they get popped, running for 20 seconds, buying time for this Rebellion team. Uses on the board next. Down goes Ambi. He was playing over by Vending, and Shaiko now taking some damage himself, as does Solotov, but nothing to be found. Surf tucked into a corner where we've seen a couple clutches up to this point. It's now Shaiko over by Long Dick, searching for something with just a little under a minute.
Both Smoke and Tachanka can deny this plant for a very long time. They do take down the Tachanka, but Falcons will still need to press for kills.
There goes one of your denial as the Tachanka dies after getting one kill for Canadian, who's been much better from a fragging potential. Play going down by Bride. Shaiko watching with coverage. Leaky Fact has not been much of a factor yet. A missed opportunity from Spoit as Shaiko finds his second. Now 3 players remain. Spoit a nice shot onto Shaiko. The leash is off. Spoit can be a wild dog to chase these last players from Falcons. Has to manage time effectively. Wasn't a factor for most of the round, but he gets the final kill. Nicely done for Leaky Fac, and Falcons take round 1.
Yeah, and a really good round, I think, coming out from Falcons. They obviously come through with a couple of early picks, a couple of players not maybe watching the right directions, getting caught through windows, getting caught from that admin position as well. Once it's in that 2-man lead, it's really tough for Shopify Rebellion to walk away with a win con. They have to juggle keeping their guns up to keep their players alive while also juggling the plant denial. Canadian did his best there. I thought he and Surf, the support players in Shopify Rebellion, were their brightest stars, but in the end, there was just too much pressure. Falcons did a great job of continuing to push while that defuse kit was being put on the ground, continuing to grab that space and make their way across the map. Very nicely done coming out from Team Falcons. They get an early lead on Consulate, which attacking is usually very difficult to do.
Yeah, a little surprising with how easy that looked for Falcons. They took a bunch of individual gunfights and broke open part of that map and made it so that the Rebellion were much farther back inside the site. Fighting from your back foot is never really a strong position to be in. Rebellion understood that. But again, if what the desk says is to be believed, and I believe it, because why wouldn't I? This might be a rough go for Rebellion. I do like the next 2 maps for them, though.
Yep.
I do like that we go to Fortress. North America has come in prepared on Fortress, and they have put the entire world on notice. And then Nijmegen Labs might be one of the statistical best maps for this Rebellion team. We've seen the Falcons play it a few times, Jesse, but dare I say it, not against particularly tough opposition so far.
Sure.
Hard to glean whether or not that will ultimately be a good map for Falcons, or if SR will have a very decided upper hand.
Shaika always loves his drone operators, and after Flores in round 1, he moves to the Brava in round 2. Does a great job hacking some of Sport's Denari tripwires, so gonna give a little bit of an advantage over towards the Falcons. This clash will reveal itself from Canadian. Up on the top floor, they get some pings on it. They also ping out Ambi on the Malusi, who's trying to take advantage of the space Canadian can try to make top floor. There is no Shopify Rebellion players on that mid floor actually locking down the site. It is a 5-man hold on the top floor at the moment. Which means Liquefact, if he does head towards site, could find a bit of a gap. Obviously, getting a plant down when the enemy still has control of above the site is nearly impossible on Piano. You typically have to go pretty crazy with smokes, Capital bolts, shields, all that, and Falcons don't really have the util.
Solitov took down Rex in round number 1 and looked very close to happening yet again, but it's Shaiko who's spotted by Surf above. The first blood on the side of Rebellion is pretty good. They have intel on Rexon. They'll now head over towards Long Desk. That was Spoit who was spotted there, swatting away at the drones. EFAC in pursuit. Out will go the Bees as well, and the Swede looking to get away, playing this tight angle. Oh, Willie surviving for the time being. Rexon's been found and punished. Solitov gets 2 for his troubles. Surf swings on over. That was the smoke, credit with the first kill, looking for the assist. Unless Rexon can be retrieved, that's an advantage for the Birds.
Nice shot by Ambi, though. Gets things back closer to even. Still 3-on-3. The down's finished, and Ambi gets another one. So Shopify Rebellion steal the man count advantage. The Malusi of Ambi from inside CEO, peeking around this reinforcement, finding those frags, putting his team in a really nice spot. Now you get in an awkward position if you're Falcons. Do you commit to trying clearing this top floor up against the Clash, up against Ambi, who's been incredible this round, or do you just go to hit the site? I do not think they can get a plant down, Parker, so I feel like they have to clear top, but that's not easy either.
Yeah, things fell away in a hurry. Ambi gets a very streaky set of kills throughout much of this event, and well, he's shown up to match up against these fraggers. The front line, as they were called by the DAS. Usis and Leaky Fact now will walk on in, but Canadian will give these calls. Tucked into the corner, Usis will look for a relatively default plant spot. EFAC with 1, Ambi with 3 kills. And it's the Goyo of Canadian that will actually get the job done, as that fire is too much for the Brit on Falcons to handle. Tie game between these two.
Really cool Goyo canister. The edge of it just barely enough to stop that plant, so really nicely placed coming out from Shopify Rebellion. Smart to move Troy back down onto that bomb site. He was going up and down those yellow stairs throughout the entire round, Parker. Started up top, dealt with the roamers a little bit. When Shaiko was lurking in sight, Canadian came back down, as you can see on your screen here in the replay. Then Canadian moves back up to the top floor to try to assist Ambi to get a couple of these really high-impact kills, like this one right here. Bit of information being feed by Canadian, and then right at the end, Canadian goes back down to make sure they have somebody on site. They cannot just let Usis sneak that alone. Falcons, I think, did the best they could, splitting up, 1 up above, 1 down on the ground floor, but in the end, Shopify Rebellion are just too good. So, nice little tied game, 1 apiece. I think we're in for a long series, Parker.
Stark contrast with the earlier matches that were played that just concluded. Here on Stream 8, for those of you that did not watch, obviously spoilers inbound, Furia and Heretics did battle, and it was a relatively fast 2-0 for the Brazilian squad, 7-4, 7-2. And now Team Heretics goes down to the lower bracket to square off against OXG. Tomorrow, you and I will actually be casting that game.
Yes.
And then D plus Kia, the APAC team comprised entirely of Brazilians, did not have the greatest outing against their former counterparts. Though map number 1 was pretty close, Fluxo W7M taking map 1 8-7, but then a blowout, 7-2 for the former Montreal Major champs. And now Fluxo W7M will square off against another Brazilian team in FaZe Clan later today. Furia and Weibo will be a fascinating matchup. That'll be going live shortly. The winner of this game will be in action yet again against Team Secret. So a long match here and a quick match after that means you might be right back in action against a terrific team. Ambi will start things off as Solotov dies. Ambi now at 4 kills, 3 of them, all in the previous round, and the youngster is showing up really strong. Spoited him will now look for the double swing over by Vendings. There goes Leaky Fact. There was nowhere for the Dokkaebi to go, and this round has already fallen by the wayside for Falcons.
Boy's got some history at the top of Spiral, one of his cleanest aces that he's had in pro play last year at SI, coming from that very spot, so knows exactly what needs to be done to make those plays happen. Canadian on that pulse, able to give a lot of good information, of course, with all the intel that SR have. They've been really clean at spotting these players on Falcons early, once again giving themselves a massive man advantage, in part due to the heroics of Ambi. So very clean start from the entry duo of Shopify Rebellion. They very much knew Falcons were going to pick this map, Parker. They came into this, they left it open. It is their permaban, but they decided we're going to leave it as an option for Falcons to pick. Falcons have taken that gamble. They want to take Shopify Rebellion to this map. So far, the defenses have looked very clean from SR.
Very, very good. But again, Consulate defense. We have to set reasonable expectations here, Jesse. We don't want to trip over ourselves too much. We already get called NA homers enough, even though I tend to cheer against North America more frequently than not.
Fair enough.
NA viewers are having a good time because it's Shopify Rebellion in action right now, and over on the B stream, you've got the all-NA matchup of Space Station versus M80. The winner of that game will play wildcard, so an endless NA bracket, it seems, on that side.
Yeah, no NA teams going home just yet. Good information for Canadian. Once again, I mentioned this before. His pulse is going to be so huge to stopping this plant for it to go down. You've got to be careful, though. Which one is actually the planter? Already 50% now from Brede.
I think he's got the read on it, and he gets it right as it was about to hit the point of no return, which would have thrown them in to a post plant. Now it's uses to pick up the case. Shaiko watching the stairs, but Ambi's just so damn good. Uses shuts him down. He's concerned with the sweep up Spiral. That's the first kill for Falcons. It comes with 15 seconds left in the round. 4 more players upright, and they're just going to play keep away. Rexon swings out with the super shorty. That looked clinical by Rebellion. This is a team that really didn't look like the same squad we saw in phase number 1. A lot of confidence here for the North Americans.
No, they're looking very good today, Parker. And of course, it all comes back down to the IGLing from Canadian, the information being gathered on the pulse. Troy's been doing stuff like this for 10 years straight at this point, okay? If there's anybody you trust to lock down a pulse C4, it's got to be Canadian. So really nice stuff there. Also, you got to give credit to Ambi. That second gunfight that he won just on the server stairs was so clean, Parker. I mean, advantage should have been to Shaiko in that one, but Ambi has been one of these young fraggers who's really popped off for quite a while now on SR.
Okay, guys, just pause it because same time, I know our defense is really good. I feel like we can start bringing the Monty. I feel like the worst thing they can do is just starting play really aggro, no? I feel like if you're attacking S5 is good for us because they're kind of bad at retake, you know? They can't regain space. For CO, we can do admin again. I feel like was good. Just watch out the effect, like pulse below or just the guy retaking. You can even double up Spiral and just push there. For Piano, like they have full setup above, no? We can either just push above, just do the first far push, no? I feel like if we go slow again, it's bad. They're gonna go again, a lot of traps. So just do some more fast stuff, okay, on Piano. And then remember, we have the Dokkaebi demo, so even if you wanna go slow, we can like speed it up in the round, okay?
Talking about how quickly this Rebellion team plays is not something you usually hear associated with them, especially when they're defending.
Yeah.
But Julio did say one thing importantly, we have a good defense. Don't worry too much yet, guys. But clearly using the timeout now shows that the coach side of Falcons do not like the way the team has started.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I also think it's fair to say maybe he has some confidence that he could be seeing more, Parker. He wants to see those shields coming out, maybe a little bit of Monty for some of these attacks. Believes that Falcons can get 2 or 3 rounds on this attacking half, despite the fact that this is maybe a defender-sided map. This is obviously part of their game plan, choosing this consulate map coming into it against SR. Good tack timeout coming out from Julio, of course, has been coaching this team ever since they got signed by the Falcons. Org was coaching them for a little bit back on BDS as well, so there's a lot of experience with this team. Taken over as the new head coach now, standing behind them, as I believe the last 6 Invitational, it was still Stuflex behind them, yes. So they made that swap kind of at the start of this season. I think Julio's been a big impact for Falcons to allow them to have so much success this season.
Yeah. I mean, Julio is a brilliant player. He's been all over the world. He's played in a bunch of different regions. He has lifted a hammer. and himself won a Pro League Finals on that Black Dragon squad. If you recall, he was formerly a player on that W7M roster right when they kind of, I don't want to say invented the aggressive roam that we saw where defenders were playing like attackers, but that looked eye-watering 76% opening kill and defender win rate. And then, of course, winning a hammer with Nip. Shortly before that, a double swing, a nice kill from Solotov. Ambi could not get out with his life intact. He's shut down by LeakyFac in that position. That aggression that Julio pinpointed through the first 3 rounds, still present for round 4, but it does not do the Rebellion enough as Falcons come out ahead in those trades.
Yeah, it's Trade City up at the top of Spiral Stairs, Parker. Really clean by both teams, but just that entry frag gets a little bit better for Falcons. Now, they've gotten themselves an advantage. This top floor was where they were successful previously, attacking here on what is supposed to be the hardest bomb site to attack on consulates. Vending Hall, usually the main stall point for teams when they're clearing admin side over. That's what we're seeing once again from the Falcons. But the early pick on Thorexing kind of makes me think that this Vending Hall will become a little bit more free. Canadian has had to rotate from Yellow Stairs over to this part of the map. Now it's very obvious where the push is coming through. Got to be a little bit careful with this Clash Seal because being hunted down by the Flores drones does not want to let that thing get blown up. But Canadian's better than that, dodges it a little bit, and all of the Util and Vending Hall has now been cleared, with Canadian choosing to back off, play a little bit closer towards the bomb site. This will be free for Falcons to take. They just need to get past Surf on the Tachanka, who will stall out the plant indefinitely if they don't.
LeakyFac's position is known as he hits that Dread Mine. Down goes Spoit. Canadian and Surf will now need to keep this one together. Surf taken out as Shaiko collects 2 very fast kills. EFAC again with the exit frag. And whether or not it was the timeout or frankly just this bomb site, Falcons managed to take 2 successful attacks, which is about where you want to be. The Grim Ban designed to slow down Solotov, make it so that they have to take a more jack-of-all-trades utility op. Down go those secondary hard breach gadgets. Down go those Bs that are so good for scouting intel. As Julio said when he expected that Grim Ban, we still have the Dokkaebi, we still have the Deimos at our disposal, so we've got tools, guys, let's use them. Well, they've used the Deimos, but we don't really get to see too much because of how early Solotov died, yet still, Falcons excellent at scouting those defenders and winning the round.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, Parker, because I think the Deimos was so critical for Falcons to win this round. It's only 1 kill. He gets immediately traded out, but it sets the pace. It gives them the initial man advantage, and it opens the door for LeakyFac to then go hit the flank, go towards the CEO side, make that pinch on the Shopify Rebellion players, which you really don't want when you're playing on the Clash. So that entry frag and the follow-up from it, I think, was so important to come through from Falcons. And the desk touched a little bit about how important Deimos was as an entry fragger in general this event. We don't really see Solotov picking that up because it is a signature operator for Shaiko. He grabs it now, but prior to this map, Solotov had only played Deimos 2 times through the 6th Invitational group stage. He's not an easy operator. Sometimes you might wonder, okay, if you don't really play the op, are you even going to be a strong Deimos player? Clearly, Solotov has shown that he can be. They move it over to their other entry now as Shaiko will pick up that role once again, but you've got to be so careful if you're playing against this Falcons team because they have long been one of the best Deimos teams in the world. Shopify Rebellion have not chosen to use one of their bans on it, so will be an issue throughout this series.
A 3-way tie for the Falcons now for most kills. As Solotov's had some moments of brilliance. Shaiko himself got a 2K, I believe, in the first round, if memory serves correctly. EFAC already taking quite a bit of damage, but Ambi has as well. I said Spoit's been let off the leash, but it's really Ambi who's just running around wreaking havoc on this Falcons team. If Ambi spawns in and they allow him to play his game, he can easily take down anybody on this EU squad. Shaiko slowed down by Canadian now as he got maybe a bit too close to that top floor. Now reposition himself, staring towards the bomb sites. Ambi with 6 kills, leading the lobby, but with how limited his HP is, I don't know how many engagements he'll be able to take before he gets traded out by Falcons.
Yeah, we'll see. Certainly all you need is 1 HP to hit a couple of heads, and Ambi has done that before, so still potential from the young gunner on Shopify Rebellion. I like Falcons' lineup adaptations. SR are running basically the exact same defense we saw in round number 2, but Falcons have worked a couple new ops into their lineup, including the Capitao, which has been a really good operator on this bomb site. You can use the fire arrows to try to burn out some of those top floor positions, which can often make it possible to go for a plant whilst you do not have the top floor control. The smokes, of course, also always good when you're trying to make a plant happen. That nade will get tossed up, I think, aiming at the Goyo canister, which is what denied the plant in round 2. If that can get cleared out, then that would be a big help for Falcons when they try to work this plant down. I don't see them clearing top floor again.
I mean, Jesse, all 10 players alive with 40 seconds left. This is by far and away the slowest round. I do wonder how much of that is a lack of comfort for Falcons, but they found a pick number 1 on the Spoit. Bride shut down. Solotov trades out Ambi. Again, there you go. Ambi got that pick on Bride, so only good enough for 1 kill, but again, if you're getting a single kill, that's pretty good. Falcons now attempting to get the diffuser down while they overwhelm this Rebellion team and outnumber them by 1. Solotov does not like this position. Stopped by Surf as that gas will linger. Now it's Rexon taking damage. EFAC going down 2. A sweep in from Canadian as he manages to down 2 players. EFAC and Use is still alive, but the defuse kit needs to be picked up as they are running out of time. Rebellion now hoping that they can't get it done. EFAC runs into the smoke, and the Rebellion will clip the Falcons' wings and take their 3rd round of this first half.
And Shopify Rebellion truly are the masters of plant denial on Piano Exhibition, Parker. I said it was the same defense from SR, and it basically was. The one swap of operators that they made, which I neglected to mention, was that Surf moved from Warden onto the smoke, and that made all the difference. Whilst the Goyo canisters were still there and Falcons adapted to them, SR expected those Goyos to not be enough to deny the plant. So they said, Surf, jump on another plant denial operator. He's clearly practiced those lineups, tossing the Toxic Babes through the floorboards. Has managed to stop that default plant spot from going through. I believe a triple from Surf in that round. So really nice stuff coming out from, again, the support players of SR. Canadian doing a great job moving on that clash as well. The reason Canadian's able to swing out and get those 2 kills is because of Surf's Toxic Babe denying the default plant. It makes it a much more awkward position for Falcons to have to play. So really good coordination and really good small adaptations coming out from Shopify Rebellion.
Both of these teams came into this matchup having played 99 rounds through phase number 1, and Shaiko came in chasing 2 records. Number 1, breaking 100 kills at SI this year. Now, there was a period of time where Shaiko looked like he'd be able to clear that hurdle during phase 1, but he cooled off. The rest of the team caught up, and despite the fact that Shaiko is inarguably the top fragger on the team, he has 93 kills. 11 back is Solotov, and then you have to go down to Leaky Fac at 69 after that. There's a huge gulf between Shaiko and the rest of his team.
Yeah.
Shaiko started with 93 kills. As you see, he's sitting at 98 currently, and he's also just a few kills shy of 1,000 total at the 6 Invitational. I believe it was Souls who hit that mark just 2 days ago. So these are incredible legacy records for some really tenured and experienced players that will almost certainly be hit. I mean, I guess there exists a possibility Shaiko doesn't hit 1,000 kills. You'd basically have to unspawn every round for the foreseeable future. So we'll keep our eyes on that stuff. In terms of the Shopify Rebellion squad, far more even. Their lowest amount of kills is Canadian at 59. Their highest is Surf at 78. So not a big difference between bottom and top. An even spread, whereas Falcons, Shaiko's been carrying the way. First kill is going to come to EFAC as Solotov gets dropped. Shaiko actually credited with the kills, so I imagine that EFAC just got the secure on that one.
Shaiko opening on a Canadian, Lickyfax second frag onto Rexon, so really strong start from the French squad. Making their way in through Garage, they were able to shut down this Pulse very early into the round, and they think it's safe enough to pick up Solotov. They should be correct. Ambi is lurking nearby, but he has a floor below, so it shouldn't be a problem for them. The push is coming in through the basement. Very different look from the Falcons. They know they can't get a plant down inside of the mid-floor as they did attempt previously, so why not clear through this basement and take the fight?
Spoit takes down Solotov, but the guns from Falcons are good! Shaiko will hit kill number 100 at this event to give the final round of this first half to his team. And on their own map, on the harder side, Falcons muster a draw with the Rebellion. That is, well, I want to say that's about as good as it gets, but I mean, technically they could do better than that. But if you're expecting more than 3 attacking rounds on Consulate, you know something I don't.
Yeah, I think you're happy with this if you're Falcons. You're not out of the woods just yet. Keep in mind, Shopify Rebellion still have their tack timeout. Falcons do not. So that could play a factor through this second half. SR have also let this map through for a reason. Previously, they're permaban. They have come to Consulate. They have allowed Falcons to choose it in what is a risky move for them, for sure, but one that they thought they were ready to take. They'll come through, they ban out both the Warden and the Solus. Now, a Warden ban is always something I raise my eyebrows at, Parker, because it telegraphs to your opponents a little bit what you might be going for. And if you just look at the operators on your screen, where we see a Blitz, a Glaz, a Capitao, they might not stick these, of course, for round 1, but I think you will see a lot of these operators coming through these next 3 rounds until Falcons get a chance to ban some of them out. Shopify Rebellion want to limit the visibility on Falcons. And it shows to me that they've got some pocket strats that they've probably saved just for this occasion.
I want to go back and just highlight that smoke play that we saw from Surf. Already getting reports that this is some of the first tech that we've ever seen on that. With his lineup upstairs, because the power that Capitao has to isolate the players that are playing on that bomb site and prevent them from swinging on the spot that I believe it was Uses tried to get Diffuser down. Surf having that lineup, that is ingenuity, that is incredibly creative. And it's something that we haven't seen before. I'm sure it's probably been played at a T3, maybe T2 level, but actively at T1, it's got some of the co-streamers wagging their tongues at how exciting it is.
I mean, Surf has been one of the smartest players through this entire 6 Invitational. Of course, he had that famous Sentry clip where he uses the beeper to bait out the Thatcher EMP before tossing out the Nitro Cell. One of the coolest clips we've seen at this 6th Invitational. So,
famously not a mistake.
No, and so we've seen some really cool stuff coming out from Surf since this tournament began. One of the most underrated players I think we have here at the 6th Invitational. So keep an eye out for him to make more cool plays. Just on the Twitch drone now, but it's his teammate of Canadian who is battling with LickyFac on the Visa window.
Best rated player on the Rebellion and highest kill totals, sporting a very fashionable +12 before a single round of this series was played. I remember when Surf was yanked up to Tier 1, was it 2 years ago? And we had never really heard of him before. People were a little surprised, but boy, oh boy, has he made a name for himself. And I mean, with what Ambi's doing, everybody else is having to fight desperately for kills on the side of Shopify Rebellion, but you always know Surf's going to be in contention for most frags, round after round.
Canadian might be about to die. No, LickyFac gets his position up, so he shows exactly where he's at. Takes a lot of damage to the soft wall, actually. Rexon dealing some bullets into the body of LickyFac, but he still maintains his position despite the phone ringing. They are all trained on this spot. The Glaz is staring through the smoke, but LickyFac's played this smart so far. He completely backs off, Parker.
It's a very direct hit on that part of the map, and a lot of players lined up on the side of Rebellion.
Reloading.
Can't be too disconnected from the push if it's going to be a very linear clear, and it does look like, with the exception of Surf and Ambi, the rest are all focusing very heavily on the basement. At some point, Ambi and Surf will link up with the rest of the team. I get maybe a bit worried here that your 2 best fraggers are disjointed, but down goes Shaika with the hands of Surf. Now Ambi has an opportunity on Spiral as well. Not gonna find anything just yet. Canadian gets baited in by LickyFac. And Solotov has now worked his way up to catch the cross too. This is a great response from Falcons.
Yeah, they've done a great job of grabbing the defuse kit. Now another body for the captain of Falcons. He gets the 2-piece and the man advantage now for Falcons. They can hit the sites. Spoit's got some smokes to play with, but in the end, without the defuse kit, does it even matter if Spoit gets kills here? I don't think so.
It's going to be a strong position for Spoit to be in, but yeah, you've been limited in numbers. Again, Ambi and Surf still remain, so there is some hope. Ambi holds the defuse kit, and with limited HP, that's a little concerning as there are impacts and nitros still on the board for Falcons. Ambi is tempting fate here, though, and 3 days waiting for him. 3 players in on this active Uses with 2 kills. LickyFac, yet again, another exit kill for the captain. And they'll go to the lead now for Falcons as they are successful in their very first defense.
Despite the Warden ban, I should say, the Glaz pick coming out from Shopify Rebellion, not really finding the value that it needed to. They went for a push server side, 2 players upstairs, clearing through kind of piano and mid-spiral. Felt like they had something going there. Felt like they could have gone for that link up, but I think LickyFac's positioning on those spiral stairs really catching SR off guard. Down in that defuse kit, wasted so much time, and then you're not really able to distract to get that Glaz in through yellow. All eyes are still focused on that direction. A little bit discoordinated coming out from Shopify Rebellion. A really strong defense from the Falcons. Keeps us tight here on map 1.
And how well would have that round gone for the Rebellion if they'd managed to get EFAC in his position early, right?
Yeah.
That would have given you server control so much faster. It would have required somebody on the side of Falcons to rotate to cover that position more aggressively or just outright give it up. Those are both bad options. Maybe somebody on Falcons rotates through Cafeteria to be a bit more active on that hallway. If not, you try to rely on utility. Who knows? Maybe they assess that the numbers aren't there and they send somebody up to roam earlier, which gives Ambi and Surf more pressure, but a potential extra kill. Dominance, right? If one player goes down, all the other remaining players need to respond in some capacity. And don't kid yourself, not changing anything is a response. So who knows what happens with Falcons? Rebellion just a little disjointed to get EFAC in his position earlier, and it allows him to just tear through them. And I think he got 3 kills in that round. But again, hard to tell which ones he got himself versus were secured by other players. A terrific round for the captain, and he's grabbed the lead in the server and on his team. That's a terrific spot to be.
Void bringing out the Zero, one of the least played operators of the 6th Invitational, was brought 10 times through the group stage. So if it wasn't played earlier on today, this will be the 11th time we see this information up. Can be good to get some intel. Of course, we saw him throwing it into the skylight, use it on the hard breach wall here as well. If there were some kind of meat jammers or something, could have popped those out, but can just use it to get a little bit of information, not seeing anything directly in the breach.
And nothing to do with the operator himself, but a nice bit of lore. It sure looks like Zero's about to get a friend in the game, as the new operator reveal will be coming the weekend of the 6th Invitational. Canadian dying early yet again is a very bad sign for Rebellion. He was not as effective on the Blackbeard as he wanted to be, and now he's been counted on the Blitz with 2 minutes left to go in the round. Not the start you want for the North Americans. Falcons given a huge boon from that one.
Yeah, and the shield dropping the diffuser once again here. Another problem for Shopify Rebellion is they will have to pick it up. Ambi's not too far away, but he's currently being stalled out by smokes at the top of yellow, so he looks towards the bottom to see if anybody's pressuring his flank. Nobody at the moment coming that way. Gonna move over to bathroom and maybe try to find a back angle onto Bride, who has been smoking him out, but Bride is very deep still over towards CEO.
Oh, that spiral stairs is worrying. Ambi walks right into Solitov's waiting arms. Didn't drone it at all. Rebellion getting a little bit too antsy at this point in time, and their lack of information is coming back to bite them. This is why Consulate is known as a defender fortress. And no, I'm not talking about the map we're going to see next. I'm talking about how grim things can get. No, I'm not talking about the operator. I'm talking about how bad things can get for the attackers. So far, a real lack of power from this Rebellion team. Hughes is tearing through Surf. Spoit manages a desperate kill, but Solitov is there in a massive round for Solitov. As Falcons are soaring, 5-3 the scoreline. I would not be surprised if this prompts a timeout from the Rebellion.
Yeah, we'll take a look to see if that does come through from SR. They now lost both of their attacks through this group stage.
Too much there now.
Go ahead. No, can't hear him.
Can't hear you. Can't hear. They can't hear me.
No, we can hear you.
Hello? Okay. Guys, we're doing too much standing around. Also, when we're counting shit down, if you're not ready, you need to say we're not ready. It needs to be 3, 2, 1. We're all going at once. It's very staggered. To be honest, we need to stop playing like pussies.
Okay.
Right? If we have gaps on the site, like they're contesting us like 3 basement right there. There's 1 spiral. 1, make sure we're listening, because 2 people died a spiral. We were calling the guy spiral the whole time, but just and make sure we're specifying lower spiral. But just in general, guys, we got to get moving. We got to look for gaps. If they're running to fight us, that means part of the map is free. They're running a lot of traps. Maybe bring Twitch, things like that. Also, we need to play into our bands. We're not like trying to rush site or anything. We're just going very slow, doing this shit. Let's go.
Yeah.
He wasn't able to be heard for 10 seconds, but Super, the master of efficiency, gets it all out in 35 seconds, what many teams take 45 or longer to do. Sometimes you go a little bit over that 45 seconds just to squeeze in a second or two, and that can make all the difference. He's not Brazilian.
No.
But if you hear the Brazilian rap gods do their timeouts, Lugones, Ramaya, etc., the amount of words they spit out in 45 seconds make me blush.
Well, and he wants to see the team move a little bit more, too. I think we're seeing that with SR stalling out a little bit on some of these clears. Also playing toward the bans was the last thing he said in that attack timeout, but it's something that we've been talking about this whole half is they banned out the Warden. In theory, that needs to be kind of what they're playing around. They banned out the Solus as well, so they've got some ideas on how they want to play with this. We have seen the Glaz every round so far. I don't think it's really been able to make a big impact for Shopify Rebellion. It was really Solitov that shut down that top floor roam clear for Falcons in the previous round, and Solitov has maybe had an inconsistent group stage. He had his worst map of the season up against Wildcard back on Wednesday. just to go 14 through 8 rounds to finish the groups against Daystar. So has had some really high highs, some low lows as well, but 8-6 leading his team nearly with 1 frag still being led by LickyFat. He's been very strong so far for the Falcons.
Suppose you expect every player to have not a career game, but at least a little bit better performance than what you saw in Phase 1. Pressure starts to build on every team at this point in time. A reminder that the loser of this series goes down to the lower bracket. They are not gone. They are not eliminated. The winner will have a very busy day as they have an incredibly formidable foe of Team Secret, who have been probably alongside Weibo the 2 best teams at this event so far. And if June wakes up choosing violence like he has done most days, boy oh boy, whether it's Falcons or Rebellion, you are going to have your hands full. So prep for this game and immediately prep to be in action later tonight.
This is going to be a round of utility, Parker. Goyo, Tachanka, Smoke, all being brought by the Falcons to try to secure map point up against the North Americans. Shopify Rebellion have brought a lot of tools as well. You've got the Grim, you've got the Sens, you've got the Capital, you've got this Glass again with the Warden Band. So you've got a lot of tools to try to work with on the Shopify Rebellion side. They will start with an admin clear, and it's the MVP of round 8 who will be the first one to meet them, staring into Printer, sees the drone, and will likely back off with that information, although hungry for more anyways.
That's a hard gun to control, and Solotov removes Spoit and his head from the round.
Jeez.
A rough go of it for Spoit. The desk talked a little bit about Spoit's struggles, Leo particularly saying that it's because of his application via Canadians IGLing, but I mean, doesn't really matter. Spoit has millions of fans, and they are not going to be happy with this performance.
Glass coming through from Surf. He saw somebody for a second there, but wasn't able to hit the shot on it. Smoked out and fired out by Bride. So this utility is now coming in from Falcons. So much anti-plants. That kind of forces Shopify Rebellion to adjust on the fly. They need somebody to go deep. They need somebody to work a pick. 4v5, this is not looking good.
And Rexton, who so far had a lot of troubles finding kills, that will persist. He manages to get Solotov. Solotov and LickyFat topping Falcons at this point. 35 seconds remain, and LickyFat is getting called back to the site. Down goes Canadian. Surf dropping Usis. Bride eliminating Surf. So the trade still favoring Falcons at this point. Bride's been most of a non-factor from a gun perspective, but you know how good he can be in a clutch. He might not need to clutch up because he's got 2 teammates here hunting for these kills. Rexton and Ambi standing against these European players. Falcons looking for the knockout punch in this round, moving to map point. Rexton will find yet another, but they need to get the diffuser in. Rexton will do just that. He's got all the kills so far. He'll have to suffer through the flames, and he gets knocked off of the spot. It does not matter if you still survive. Tachanka tucked into a corner will win the round for Falcons, and they'll move to map point.
And Bride, only a single kill through this map, Parker. It came in that round, but what an impact he had. Perfectly played with those Shamika grenades to stall out the plant for so long, and then right at 000, just has to guess where that plant is happening. Don't believe he had intel in the midst of that, unless there was a camera I didn't see, but perfectly places it. Rexton's on a sliver of health. He cannot stick the plant. Rexton, there's nothing he can do. Another player who hasn't really been popping off in the kills, but for Bride, I mean, it's kind of par for the course. He's averaging just 4.4 kills per map since SI started. Bride has not been a heavy fragger, as he never really is for the Falcons, but he makes that up by being the SI leader in terms of diffuse kits put on the ground, 13 heading into this game, and plant denial, obviously one of his strong points as well, playing at the Tachanka, showcasing it in round 9. Really nice round to come through from Falcons. The utility game was perfect. I thought Rexton was maybe going to fire up this round. I thought this was his moment to step things up. He was in a really difficult spot because LickyFat was behind him for so long down those Visa stairs. He gets both kills that he needs to, but forced off the plants. Nothing he could do on 000. Kind of needed Ambi to go deep there while the fire was coming out from Bride, but it didn't account for that utility coming through, and it's just going to be a round win for Falcons.
10 seconds to go. A really valiant effort by Rexton, who, for his own sake and for his team's sake, needed to find that next gear, because coming into that round 1-6, as the guy who admittedly is not having the single greatest SI he's had, and has been living in the shadow of Surf and Ambi, who've had a much harder deployment so far, Rexton needed something big. You look at his 4 and 6, you go, okay, that's not terrible.
Yeah.
3 of those kills came in the previous round, which ultimately was a loss. So once again, goes back to impact versus impactless frags. Rexton needs to step it up, and might have to worry about map number 2.
Well, Rexon's always been struggling against Shaiko his whole career. He first met him in DreamHack Montreal 2019. He lost that game to Shaiko 2-1, and across his lifetime as a pro player has an 0-8 record when playing against Shaiko, largely on this Sonic/Rebellion core that they've been playing on. So this has long been a matchup that Rexon particularly has struggled with. The particularly the core of this team has really struggled with this French powerhouse player that is Shaiko. And I mean, it's just happening again, Parker. The history seems to be repeating itself. Shopify Rebellion need to turn the tides if they don't want to go down 1-0 early in the series.
Again, the stakes, you win, you play Team Secret later today. You lose, you go down to play Ninjas in Pajamas tomorrow. NIP has been an interesting team. They've had some signs of brilliance. They've had some incredible showing. Fantasy, at one point, competing with Joom for most kills at this event. So fragging comes easy on this NIP squad. But I mean, you never want to do a particular lower bracket run against a team that can get really, really hot, because when that NIP team is on, they can beat pretty much everybody here. Even if you want to go down to the lower bracket, because that's where most of the winners come from, you don't want to be one loss away from getting bounced from the event.
Of course, it's always the balancing act that you need to play at SI. Here comes the server side push from Shopify Rebellion. The glass was banned out, so they can't use that anymore. Still got Canadian on the splits, trying to work with some of the flashes, but it's LickyFact who strikes first once again for the Falcons.
And the most consistent player is gone. Spoit will join as well. The captain of EFAC finding 2. He's as good as gone. Rexon the lone kill so far. Surf is miles away from the action, as we saw in previous rounds. His job is not to be linked up with the execute, but he's not linked up with anybody, least of all his life. An easy first map for Falcons. They showed a little bit of trouble through the first 3 rounds, but they called the timeout, they course corrected, and they dominated the rest of the way. They'll take their own map, 7-3.
And how about that 12 kills coming through from the captain? A massive performance from LickyFact. He promised it after this last year's 6th Invitational. He promised that they will come back stronger next year. As far as this playoff run goes, Parker, they're looking like it.
There was some speculation on the desk as to whether SR had studied for this map. They might, but it was not shown today. Falcons as cool as ever. And that's map 1 in the books. Fortress up next.
Now, even though they lost the game, Shopify Rebellion, I would say one of their key strengths is their communication, coordination, and team play. And I want to show you this round where it was perfect. This is what I want to see more of going into map 2. We roll the clip, what we're going to see is Ambi pick up a devious little pick onto the side of Solotov, 5 versus 4. But that's not where this round gets good. Where this round actually gets good is, you can see Lupa here, up on the top spiral, and he is actually at the same time pushing him. You've got Spoit, Ambi, Canadian, and Rexon all at the same time. And is he going to win this fight out? No, is he not? He's going to just get absolutely gunned down. So Shopify, they've set themselves up now into a 5 versus 3. So what do? They give up all of the ground to Falcons. They let them have all of the map. Canadian makes the call for all of his team to now just clear off. Don't get refragged. Get back down to site. This is the split site on Consular. So it's all about playing down into the late round. So what do Falcons do when they're in a 3 versus 5? Well, they make a decision to go for the plant inside of Tellers. Why is this important? Because it's playing into the hands of Shopify. You can see that you've got Ambi and Canadian, the 2 information operators on the Solace and on the Pulse. And anybody who's not directly relevant to denying the plant, which is Rexon, who's controlling the garage side and the hatch drop, Surf, who's controlling both of the hatch drops, and Spoit, who's controlling the spiral staircase for any Falcons players walking down. Well, they're just holding for the Falcons players, and Ambi and Canadian are all about denying the plant. Ambi first pings out the plant that's going down from the side of Falcons, and then gets an updated location, and then Canadian is going to get the C4 kill that turns it into a 5 versus 2. Now, for me, this is everything about what's great for Shopify Rebellion, is their initial entry game with Ambi, with Spoit, and then the communication and coordination that the team has. This is something that I want to see more of on the map of Fortress, and the desk will break it down for you.
And actually, we've got more examples of that. That was round 3, and beautifully explained by Jack. But if we look at round 5, they do the same thing. The win condition is, let's deny the plant late. If you look at this, it's 28 seconds left. They're on the piano exhibition bomb site, and you see Surf upstairs with a gas grenade, denying the plant the first time. Canadian is making himself forgotten here in piano with a clash, takes his gun out, and gets the 2 players that were walking in to try and replant again. And the problem is, Surf, you can hear it here with a fuse. He sends another gas grenade, which makes it impossible for the guys on Liquefac, for example, here to go and try and plant. He dies here through the smoke, and it was beautifully played by Shopify Rebellion. The problem, Anne, is you cannot win a game only by playing passive.
No, I hear you. I mean, this is maybe too passive on the side that they lost the map. It went the way of Falcons, and even their coach on the side of Shopify Rebellion was saying that, right? Super was agreeing, we're doing too much standing around.
And that's a big problem, because if the sole win condition is playing passive and slowly and steady, when you reach attack, you cannot win a single one. And that's the biggest problem we've seen. We've seen Falcons pick up on that. They started increasing the pacing, being more aggressive. And if Shopify Rebellion is the ice, they were the fire. They were melting that ice again and again. And when they reached attack, it was beautiful. 3 attacks won. When they reach defense, they get aggressive, and they abused the slow and steady pace of Shopify Rebellion. Now, they're going on to Fortress. It's a map on which they've played before, but they've barely lost it to Wildcard. To me, that's one map where you can even more punish the slow and steady pace. It's a newer map. Of course they're going to be slower. They're still figuring things out. So it's a big, big waking point for me for Shopify Rebellion. They need to be more aggressive. They need to change the pacing again, because right now, all I see is unpredictable.
All right, well, Falcons on the verge of making it into the upper bracket. There's many more teams that are doing that today, progressing in the upper bracket. Earlier on the B stream, W7M Fluxo versus D+, and Dev Marta has an update for us.
What's going on, A-Stream? We just wrapped up D+ Kia versus Fluxo W7M. A really grueling and promising series. It started off on border, and man, D+ looked so strong. They won the first half, and then Fluxo took their tactical timeout. Norris beat something into his team, and 5 rounds in a row gave them a massive lead. D+ managed to come back, find 2 match point opportunities, but Fluxo W7M closed it in overtime in the aggressive fashion they always seem to. Moving on to Cafe, D+'s map pick. We thought maybe they'd be able to push it the distance. They've had some good results on that map recently, but Fluxo W7M completely ran away with it. Their defense is impenetrable, and their attacks were terrifying. 2-0 for Fluxo W7M. They're going to play FaZe later today on the B stream for a spot at the main stage at the 6 Invitational.
Thank you for the update, Dev Marta, and we are going to continue with our game here because it's Fortress, the second map of this series with Antero and Jesse.
Thank you very much. Well, it was a relatively good first 3 rounds on map number 1 for SR, but it was Falcons all the way after that. The Rebellion now go to their map of Fortress. They have to mentally reset and shake off the drubbing they received on Consulate. Fortress has been a mainstay for North America. Does SR have what it takes to push this to another favorable map for them? Or is it the end of the road with Falcons flying high with a 2-0, Jesse?
Well, Parker, it's going to have to be something big from Shopify Rebellion. As you mentioned, we go to Fortress, a map that they tell me is in Morocco. I believe it's situated in Ohio because we have seen North American teams dominate on this map since SI started, practically unbeaten here on Fortress. Shopify Rebellion have yet to actually play it as an individual team. It was left up as the decider in their match versus G2, but that was a 2-0 clean win to start the tournament for SR. So they've never played this map in an official VOD. Consulate was a similar story. They had basically no footage. Falcons still were able to walk away with the win. Falcons need to be able to lock in and do much the same here on what is North America's best map.
They often call Ohio the Morocco of North America.
So many people say that.
I've heard it many, many times.
Yeah, well, listen, it's going to be an interesting one regardless. Falcons have chosen to ban out the Mira and Kaid. I've seen some really cool Mira setups here on Fortress. Some soft Miras, some hard Miras, of course, as well. You're always expecting to start on this top floor. We've seen the both bathroom and office site as well as the games and bunk site be highly favored by every single one of these teams. Then kitchen cafeteria has been relatively popular as that tertiary site. Shopify Rebellion ban out the Monty and the Grim. Those are both operators that are very good at pushing players out of positions. If you want to take map control, if you want to clear from the top side over from north to south or south to north, those are two operators that would be really good to do so.
Well, Rebellion's going to get to start defending on Fortress. This is a bit of an interesting one that Falcons want to go to attack. Every time Fortress shows up, Jesse, we always say, this is a map that looks like it will be very favorable to the attackers, but it's not quite there yet. Defenders, by far and away, have their day on this map. So Falcons have opted to go on to attack. Now, maybe that's because they want to start out on the weaker side so they can ride things out for the latter portion of the map once they've settled in. Or maybe Falcons know something we don't.
I think it's that Falcons truly believe in their attacks on this map. They played Fortress a few days ago up against Wildcard, and they did lose, but it took 15 rounds, and they won their attacking side 4-2. So we have seen Falcons put together some strong attacks on this map. Game theory-wise, most people are suggesting this will be attacker-sided once it gets fully figured out by all teams. So I think Falcons are trusting in their abilities to go for the pushes on this map. Now, they'll start on the south side, of course. They're trying to make this breach happen into bunks. They've been stalled out a little bit. The drones have been shot out by Spoit. We see the impact coming out as well to stop that bunks breach from fully opening up. It's Ambi and Spoit, the entry duo, who are holding down this bottom floor, and so far they have not let Falcons into the building.
One other thing to note as well, Rebellion are a terrific attacking team. So if you decide to shelve Rebellion from that more favorable side, the entry stats Rebellion across the board have been very good at this event. Maybe they'll struggle a little bit defending. I'm not entirely certain. Shaigo coming to blows. Both he and Ambi had terrific games, and yet they were not the two best players in the server. Ambi, to his credit, could very easily have been called the best player. On Rebellion, the previous map, it was all for naught, though. They only had 3 great rounds for Rebellion. Shaiko was standing in the shadows of EFAC and Solitaire.
Good to see Spoit opening up with a kill. He takes down Soltov. It was nice from Surf as well. Was playing that horse position on the Azami. Came down to help his roamers block off that main hall window to allow Ambi and Spoit, of course, to escape from that roam game. So they've delayed quite a bit of time now on the side of the Rebellion. They've gotten a man advantage, and they've fallen back and fully reinforced the bathroom wall. So there's no easy angle for Falcons to attack this site from. They've got good control of the south side of the map, but the time is really not fantastic. Just over 60 seconds still to go from here, and Bride has moved the defuse kit over to New Tower, over to Books, to try to get a plant down on the office side.
Now it's Canadian taking some damage, presumably from the fire of Leaky Pack that had been shot out from that Capitao. Again, Capitao, a terrifically strong operator, whether you want to run the DMR or the Para, both are good options. I'm a little surprised we don't see more of that brand new DMR in hand. You can do some substantial damage. DMR in the hands of Uses, though, as it's a double swing from Rebellion. My goodness, EFAC down, Shaiko down, Uses taking a beating, Bride left to his own devices, and now it's all up to the Brit of Uses in a 1v5. Technically, could have gotten EFAC up, doesn't get the job done. all around a terrific set of contributions from Rebellion as they take the first round.
And Parker, we've talked a lot about Spoit this day, and of course we always talk about Willie when he's on the screen because it's the guy that the fans love. Hasn't had the best tournament so far, but I think was instrumental in giving Shopify Rebellion that round win. Of course, got the opening pick out there on the roam, but then he kind of rotated over to play with Surf in that horse position once they'd given up the south side of the map, and in doing so, he was able to move around Surf, use the death mark that was being tracked, I believe, by Shaiko as bait. Shaiko tried to track down Surf, tried to make that push into Horse, and then instead of fighting Surf, it was Spoit who stepped up first to get that frag. It was really beautiful. This is the kill from Spoit I'm talking about. The second one there. Then he moves over. He's a bit of a distraction to let Ambi get that third kill in the hallway. And then from there, it's an easy cleanup from the supports of Shopify Rebellion. So really nice play coming through from Willie. Again, struggled so far this event. He has not had a positive map since December 13th, but this could be the one, given how he started the first round.
It's been a bit of a rough go for it for Spoit at every event since he won the Berlin Major. As he won it as a rookie, it was an incredible performance from all players on that Rogue team, but since then, Spoit has taken a bit of a more backseat role on these squads, whether it be because of Canadian, as Leo said, whether it was because of his time on Rogue, whether it was his time on M80. That M80 team did have some issues as a roster, so I don't think you can just pinpoint it or just pin it all on Spoit. But you know what he's capable of. You know that if given the tools, if given the leash, and if given the right role, he can still overpower just about any team. Just haven't really seen it materialize just yet. Eventually it gets to a point where he needs to be a bit more comfortable on his role, get the kills he needs. Even if it's not flashy, he can still contribute.
Well, he's picked up the anchor position. He's picked up the Azami to start things off here on the bottom, or on the top floor of Fortress for the second site. Still eager to get into a gunfight with Liquifac. Bride also taking a ton of early damage, but it's the French captain who does strike first. It'll be Rexon who goes down through the horse door.
And it was Bride hopping onto a Razor Bloom that did all of that damage. The fact that he was able to survive it in and of itself is quite impressive. Thorn getting a whack of buffs and now is far stronger and can be used inside the site or on an extended roam. Surf roaming upstairs right now, situated in bathroom, miles away from any active attacker, though. If he wants to, he can bring the heat to EFAC, and it looks like Surf is going to do just that.
Time is ticking down, Parker. We've seen the Goyos, we've seen the stall potential that SR have. Now the push will start to come through the books wall into office. Bride gets that open now. Second time in a row, Falcons are committing to full clearing the top floor. They don't want to just go direct. They are in a man disadvantage, or a man advantage, I should say, this time around. So that makes things a little bit nicer for them. But Ambi, a beautiful equalizer coming in through briefing, takes down Usis, and everybody escapes back to site.
And Falcons are now working in a big group upstairs to clear out what roam remains. With 1 minute still left to go, Shaiko has spent much of this outside of the building while the rest of his team gets ever closer. But the thing with Fortress is you can see this site quite effectively from those exterior windows. Spoit has existed in this position for quite a bit of time on that Azami, as you wisely pointed out. She's an anchor in this bomb site. Spoit is playing her so effectively. Spoit getting active, down goes Shaiko. The advantage goes back to Rebellion with 35 seconds left on the clock.
Catches him on the bunks brief, and now we see even more of an advantage for Shopify Rebellion. All these players coming north side. Saltov maybe gonna tangle with Spoit as well, but it's so hard.
Liquifac and Bride both at just about a single point of HP. If you sneeze, they will be knocked down. So Rebellion looking to catch their breath. A little over 10 seconds left in the round. Falcons need to wander on in. They will do so to their demise. Down goes Bride. EFAC will join the Surf. And now it's all up to Solitov. Will he even give them that opportunity? He tries a beautiful shot from Spoit. And is that just a single kill across 2 rounds for Falcons? Not exactly the start that they wanted.
Maybe Fortress isn't in Morocco or Ohio, Parker. Maybe it's in Sundsvall, Sweden, because Spoit looks right at home playing on this map, has found some really high impact kills across the first 2 rounds. Credit to the rest of the team as well, though. I think being able to delay so much time on the north side of the map was instrumental in helping them win that. The time was starting to put a lot of pressure in on Falcons. They didn't have the utility that they wanted, nor the trades that they wanted to clear Spoit out of that bunk's position, largely because of how much time it took them to get into office, to get control of bathroom, to start to work their way in through briefing. And even once they did that, of course, it was not without its casualties. So very good from Shopify Rebellion to win both top floor defenses. Seems like this attacking side start has not panned out for the Falcons.
No, not at all. And again, it was a great early start back on map number 1 for Rebellion. Then they fall off. Falcons call a timeout, they settle themselves down, they make a couple changes. Rebellion removes the Grim, Falcons then start bringing the shield. Julio calls that really effectively. Shield starts getting brought religiously by Brede. The tide turns, and then Falcons go into the better half of their own map, and that was it. Rebellion are on the better half of their own map really early, at least with the way Fortress plays out. Again, there's some credibility here where ball knowers say it's probably going to be an attacker-sided map. It just has yet to materialize. So if Rebellion cannot escape this first half higher than 3-3, I think they find themselves in the same predicament they found themselves in on Consulate. That is a troubling position to be in, and it sets Falcons up for what could very possibly be a 2-0.
We've spread all across the mid floor here for Shopify Rebellion, choosing not to hold up above. A lot of teams have done this. You've seen teams hold above the bomb site as well, but there are a lot of positions to play on the main floor. So if you want to give it up for free, you can absolutely do that, and that's going to be the game plan from Shopify Rebellion. They may have placed a few mute jammers or whatnot up here to slow down the clear, but it is free, as Leakyfact is finding out now. He throws out some of these boogie drones and starts to get to work on the floorboards. Now, you've got to be worried about some of the players that are on the exteriors of the bomb site. We saw Ambi going for a bit of a spawn peek to start things off. Spoit was playing over towards Hammam as well. So you've got players around the site that could make your life difficult. For now, though, it seems like a very G-ball push from Falcons. They've got full control up above. They're going to open up this waiting hatch. I've seen teams try to go for a drop through this waiting hatch to get the plant down. I've seen teams try to push through medical. Of course, you kind of need that med bay area where Surf is currently playing if you want to get a plant down on that side of the map no matter what. But they've got a lot of the early control that they were looking for Falcons, and it came without the need for bloodshed.
He's got it this time. Has to call in one of those pocket EMPs. A lot of value from this drone. 2 mute jammers and a Rooney Gate. Surf leading off by taking down Solitov. Lots of zeros across the board for Falcons. Only 1 kill through those 2 rounds, and it was at the hands of EFAC. Previous round did not really amount to too much. Surf getting an opportunity on the Capital. Brede on the board. Falcons are with a minute to go in a much healthier spot than the previous 2 rounds.
Yeah, rare early kill coming out from Brede, trying to open himself up to go for a plant. Gets the drop down now after the Capital smokes. They have medical. They've cleared out Surf earlier thanks to that hatch play, but Spoit has found Shaiko. This wall is something that they'd like to open to go for a plant. The Gone 6 isn't going to do them any good, so they're going to have to run through the door if they can't get it open otherwise.
Spoit 5-0, and he hasn't even really been much of a factor in this round, so there remains an opportunity for him to amass even greater kills, as now Brede has found his way in, tucked next to the bomb chassis. Getting Diffuser down inside of waiting. Spoit dies to Leakyfact. Good coverage so far for Falcons. This Diffuser gets planted right under their nose. Canadian gets a single kill, then gets dropped immediately. Falcons have the upper hand in this post play. Ambi and Rexon hanging on for dear life, battling the clock, battling these players. It's all up to EFAC now. Ambi and Rexon searching for that kill. Rexon gets onto the spot. EFAC compelled into action. He has to shut this down. He has a good opportunity. Ambi swings and shuts him down, though. And the youngster will get the kill and the case. Rebellion off to a screaming hot 3-0 start.
Close, but no cigar. Nice attempt with that plant coming down, Parker. That's a really difficult plant spot to deny. Kind of need the up above control. A 3-0 lead from Shopify Rebellion. I'm curious if that does prompt attack timeout. We'll get the operator bans in first before we reveal if we will be taking a quick pause, but really good from Shopify Rebellion to not panic after that happened. They played their trades well. They were always in an advantage, even when man count was early. Mute setup inside of Medbay was fantastic from Surf, even though it only got a single kill.
Just rotate later. Just like you guys said, you know, like they're just falling back, we're dying. We can just like what EFAC said. We can either like play full naked, just push everywhere, just fast, just speed up the game, you know, because now they're in their comfort zone. You can just like play like this, or we can just bring full execute as well. They keep doing this, you know, like bring more execute, direct full execute, 5 execute operators, you know, whatever. I think the 2 we're gonna make the game more annoying, you know. Let's make them uncomfortable. I think Shaiko on Horse, if you feel like You can double up there, call someone, call someone or rotate, you know, if you can do shit, call someone to help you, or you just rotate and you go with them, okay?
Yeah, you can also jump mid-single way window, like want someone bait her so I can push red.
Let's be annoying, okay?
Yeah, let's go.
Might be some of the most urgency I've heard in Julio's voice in quite some time. I mean, Julio is usually as cool as a cucumber. If he's getting mad, if he's starting to show some signs of concern, I think they're probably very well founded. And I mean, that was a much better round for Falcons, Jesse, but beyond that, it has been quite a poor showing so far. Even in that round, they only got 3 kills.
Yeah, I mean, their attacks really aren't going the way that they need them to be going. You heard the frustrations happening around Horse. That's Shaiko trying to take that position up against Surf, who has primarily been playing that spot for Shopify Rebellion. I think the Azami ban should help them in taking Horse control because they've played that operator around there a couple of times now, but there really are some issues that I think Falcons are going to have to get together when it comes to the speed of these clears. When they're choosing to clear through the entire top floor, they have been losing on time more often than not. Second time as well in 2 maps that we've heard Julio call a very early tac timeout, Parker. The last one on Consulate came early as well.
Both in the same round, both right after the operator bans.
Both right after round 3, yeah. And to be fair, it was a good tac timeout and it worked for Falcons. It got them the 3-3 split they were looking for. It's going to be a little tougher to get the 3-3 split here. Shopify Rebellion can play all 3 bomb sites. Again, it's only going to get easier to choose your bomb sites, and you're going to have more options as this second half or first half continues. I'll be interested to see if Falcons do ever commit to going direct to site and not clearing out the roamers. For now, Parker, they are doing the same ace breaching Solotov on the bunk's wall. It looks very similar to round 1.
I was going to say, 4 of these 5 operators have been played previously. Deimos has been present in all but the most recent round. Striker, the only new addition. Uses has been swapping around ops quite frequently. That's something that we expect. Playing those entry-ish ops that are still very utility heavy. Going from Brava to Flores to Dokkaebi now to Striker. He played 3 rounds of intel ops with more to it than just that. Now just going for pure utility. Looking for that first pick. EFAC, the only player on this team with anything close to resembling a good EPS. 59 for Bride. Everybody else below. Solotov right now rocking a 16 of an EPS, which through 3 rounds just might be one of the worst EPSs we've seen at this point in time in the tournament. Still plenty of time to turn that one around, but ineffective on utility, ineffective on droning, ineffective on killing. That's going to land you in a rough spot.
So we're not really clearing through the south side, Parker. They opened up the wall, but then have decided to mostly focus towards the north. We saw that pressure coming out from Licky Falcon on the white stairs. Chose not to commit to it. The vert angle's a little bit too strong. It's really awkward to push up those white stairs when the defenders are holding vertical angles from inside of office. Licky Falcon up the main stairs will try to go for a swing, but it's Surf who swings first to find Shaiko as the opening pick.
And it's taken over 10 minutes for Shaiko to get his first kill here on Fortress. That is almost unheard of. It's been a stifling defense from Rebellion, shutting down these good gunners of Falcons. They have a good deal of time to work with, and out will go a death mark to make this a little bit easier for the EU squad.
Yeah, they track Ambi. He's playing in bathroom. He's got Spoit by his side, so can try to use that as a bit of a bait. But for now, just trying to vacate the bathroom, and it's Spoit going for a hunting kill on a Usus.
Bride taking down Canadian. Spoit's only death occurring in the previous round, a round that was won by his teammates. So even if he dies, that's okay, but 6 kills for him, mighty impressive. Ambi strong on map number 1, keeping up with that on map number 2, but shut down by Shaiko, who finds number 2, won't find a third as Rexton punishes him. A 2v2 with Spoit wounded. Bride getting diffuser down. Solotov watching from afar. They're giving him nothing just yet. Solotov turns around. Spoit with yet another kill. And now the 2 remaining players on Rebellion will look to isolate Bride, who's got the shield put away. Gun barrel out. An advantageous position for Bride should they push from that angle. He will get one, but he turns around. A great pinch by the Rebellion. Spoit with a huge round and an easy disable from SR. Yet again, the timeout not paying off immediately. 4-0, an incredible beginning for Fortress. And no matter what happens over the next 2 rounds, Shopify Rebellion have done what needs to be done on this first half.
An unwinnable 1v2 for Bride. Rexton and Spoit played that perfectly, Parker. They pinched him from 2 different angles. They had 1 in front, 1 behind. That shield does not go 360, so easy to clean up that final clutch in the post plant. Shopify Rebellion get their 4th round in a row, and I feel like they've been reading Falcons exceptionally well credit to Shaiko, despite what he was saying in the TAC timeout, and I can't repeat it, he got a couple of really important kills around Horse. This was the first one, shutting down Surf, who was going for that swing. Then he gets really deep into Bathroom right here, and he finds the frag onto Ambi. Once he gets all of that space, once he controls the Bathroom site, Shaiko has kind of given his team all the opportunity to win that round, but unfortunately, the movements from Shopify Rebellion are too strong. That swing coming out from Ambi on the top floor over towards Spoit, I should say. Mez was so good. Post plant once again also perfectly played by Willie and Rexon. So altogether a clean defense from Shopify Rebellion, and they are on the path to 7-0.
Numbers getting a lot better after those previous 2 rounds for Falcons, but still just not quite where they need to be. Fortress, a newer map. One that, again, North America seemed to come into this event with loads of prep on. Now, to many, they just thought, well, if you're bad at Skyscraper, you'll just always ban Fortress. You're not going to need to go to it. And a lot of teams were just thinking, either we ban Fortress because we know we're bad at it, or we leave it open. And we basically hope that our opponents are equally uncomfortable so that when we play it, it becomes a coin flip, almost like a game of chicken. Who bans Fortress first? Are there more higher priority maps that we can get rid of that will aid us, and then we can have Fortress set up as a decider of sorts? Rebellion were obviously very well equipped to handle this map. It is showing so far. Falcons giving Rebellion the better side on the first half is a bit of an intriguing decision, and it's so far not looking like it's going to pay off. But Falcons can do the same thing when they swap sides. And if they do, that means we go to overtime.
They only won 2 of their defenses versus Wildcard earlier in the group stage, so I feel they were banking on these attacks being strong for them. Not over yet. 4-2 split still in the cards for Falcons. That's what they're playing for, and Horse will once again be the position that Shaiko finds himself in. Walks in straight past the trap.
Oh my.
Drops through the hatch, nervous of the ghosts that are not there, but still blinded as Licky Fact. There is really no contestation happening from Shopify Rebellion on the spot.
How do you know they're there if you can't see them? That's the real question. Shaiko might have a premonition, but that's not certain. That's just a hunch. Ambi now involved in early action, as we have been saying so far in this entire series, but it's Surf to get his kill. Surf will find another before Brede shuts him down. Surf was very good on that Thorn in this previous attempt by Falcons to attack this site. They're getting tripped up a lot by the Fenrir. Down goes Brede to Rexon, and things have fallen apart for Falcons. Over a minute to go, and they're just 2 players left.
Surf and Rexon playing around Bathroom have been the difference makers. Rexon's still here. You see his silhouette. Saltov knows where he's at too, but Rexon's not giving him anything. Patiently playing in the short haul, knows where this player is at. They finally get the pinch on him, but it took so much time, Parker. They're in briefing. They've got this control of the map. But Canadian, the smoke on the other side is going to be a very difficult thing to move.
Solotov with his very first kill. It comes at a time where they desperately need it. Shaiko on 2 at this point. They'll get a draw on the bandit of Spoit with the perfect pop-up, but Willie wins it. Oh my goodness.
Nah.
Sit down, Solotov. Shaiko with 3 targets to find, and he hears the shotgun blast. What does he do next? He gets Spoit. Could potentially get Canadian next, as that shotgun is pointed at the doorway. This will be tough for Shaiko. Down he goes. Canadian punishes him. And oh my, what an incredible run as it's 5-0.
And Parker, I mean, what a crazy, ridiculous round we just witnessed as well. I mean, coming in through that top floor clear, it is that duo of Rexon and Surf that really pop off, give them the momentum that they needed. Even when Falcons had the answers, even when they could move in with that Flores drone, force Spoit to step up, somehow he wins that fight. There's no world in which it should be favored for Team Falcons, but starts off strong, it finishes strong. This map might be going by very fast, Parker.
A very quick best of 3 could potentially await us. Is that what it looks like we are set up for? Map number 3, the tiebreaker, if needed, will be Nighthaven Labs. This is good territory for both teams, but I have to give the nod to Rebellion when it comes to that map. So you can pull off the reverse sweep and manage to make your way into the upper bracket. The winner of this match goes up against Team Secret, who have looked phenomenal so far, undefeated through phase 1. They have been world beaters. They had a terrific run at Munich. They won EWC back in the summer of last year. It has just been an upward trajectory for this European team. And of course, the player that we always have to reference when Team Secret comes up is Jume. He's been so good. Rebellion's got some tools, though, and if both Spoit and Surf, and Ambi, too, who's had a bit of a backseat in this map, show up the way they have over maps 1 and 2, map 3 remains to be seen, June might have his hands full.
Bit of a backseat, and he's 4-1. I mean, you're not wrong, but I think that speaks to how dominant this Shopify Rebellion team has been on Fortress. We go to the final bomb site, Parker, of Kitchen Cafeteria. Shopify Rebellion are doing the exact same thing. It's the identical defensive lineup coming out from them. They've spread themselves across this mid floor. Surf was previously playing in medbay, and he could get cut off by Shaiko. Shoots a couple shots and does back off. Medical is usually the power position that Surf likes to play, and he was so important to get that opening pick on round number 3. He switched things up a little bit. If he can get the drop on Shaiko, maybe make something crazy happen, that could be even more devastating to Falcon's chances of hitting this final round. They seem to have a good idea of where he's at. They've definitely got him on drone now, though, and with that hard ping, Shaiko can go for the Deathmark track.
And he'll try to hunt somebody down. He'll get the read onto the mute, but immediately lose it. I guess really nothing ventured, nothing gained. A swing and a miss for Falcons. Now at the halfway point of this round, Extreme Makeover, Home Edition, Solitov upstairs, making life as uncomfortable for the defenders as possible, taking away that roof above their very heads. But nobody present to punish. Down goes Uzis to Surf, and that's the opening pick for the Rebellion.
He's so good playing in that med position. At the same time, Lickyfac dealing with Ambi on the other side of the map. Lickyfac all by himself trying to make something happen to distract for this plant. The logic bombs will try to do so as well as the med bay push comes.
Oh, Shaiko gunned down by Canadian. An honest attempt by Falcons, but Rebellion have just beaten them every single step of the way. Bree-Day inside of Infirmary, now dead. That's not where you want to go. Almost another flawless round. Rebellion, though, with a flawless first half. All 6 rounds going in their favor. A suspect choice for Falcons to start them off as defenders. You got a lot of time to make up, as only one more round for the Rebellion will punch us to map number 3.
At some point, we got to start just banning Fortress against North American teams, Parker. It seems like the meta has developed far farther than what we've seen in any other region. Shopify Rebellion, really nice 5-man bottom floor hold to come through. It's the exact same that we saw in round 3. It's a perfect attempt for Falcons to try to adapt and crack that same nut again, but Surf continues to be a problem on the east side of the map. We see that push in from Lickyfac get spotted out by Ambi. That didn't do as much as they were hoping for it. And then the site play from Canadian, really strong as well. It just didn't feel like Shopify Rebellion were ever under that much pressure, and if they were striking back with good nitro cells, good swings, good trades if they ever lost anybody. A 6-0 half is not what most were expecting after Team Falcons won map 1, dominating through the second half of Consulate. But Parker, this third map of Nighthaven Labs is well on its way.
We spent so much time almost tripping over ourselves to praise this Falcons team all the way back in map number 1. And then the desk started to give some flowers to Rebellion for this second map. Well, after Consulate had been concluded, there's a bit of skepticism as to whether or not some of that praise was warranted. Rebellion have made us look like, or any doubters rather, because we didn't openly doubt them, have made us look like fools because the Rebellion showed up ready to play. Look at the numbers on the bottom of your screen. They tell the full story. Uses without a kill. Solitov just on a single kill. Shaiko held to 3 kills at this point. Across the board, you are looking at 11 kills for this Falcons team. Surf is at 9. Spoit is at 9.
Yeah.
There is a gulf between these teams, and I don't know if Falcons have what it takes to cross that divide. Now, they do have the upper hand on sides, but a lack of comfort, a lack of adaptations, an inability to read this Rebellion team, all of these things have doomed the EML squad. Now it's up to the Rebellion to crack what could be an incredibly defender-sided fortress.
Spoit nearly guaranteed his first positive map of the Invitational. Would be a big boon to get him jump-started into this playoff run. Good droning coming through from Spoit as well. Sometimes it's not all about the kills. Finds a little bit of information there over on the main staircase of this top floor. We've spread it all across the top floor as we tend to see. Uses one of those South roamers. Shaiko as well, really barreled up inside of Horse. So you've got a couple of strong defensive positions you're going to have to clear if you are on the SR team. Spoit and Shaiko likely to tussle as the first flashbang goes through the door. It's just baiting things out. That'll be a gunfight to happen later in the round instead.
Surf is using all of his own intel as he spots the Ela of Solotov right now playing in games. He'll get a read, Logic Bomb will go off. Solotov's a little bit smarter than this. He is not taking the bait. He will allow that call to expire. Ambi meeting uses head on an opening pick for Falcons as Solotov gets on the board as well. Surf had all the information but could not land the shots. And with the flick of a switch, Rebellion has gone down by 2 players.
Solotov and Usis, that former M&M duo, doing a great work there on the roam game. Solotov a bit of a bait, as Usis is the one to really strike first. Solotov for 2 more right after. Spoit goes down, and this might just be a flawless round from the Falcons.
I mean, you got plenty of time if you're Rebellion. You still got your timeout to boot. Solotov killing everybody inside the server. There's a reason why we call him the Turkish Terror. He's been terrorizing this Rebellion team for the last minute and a half. The quad kill is available as Rexon still remains, but he's the only hope for Rebellion. Solotov had information, a pre-fire on the door, but the bullets go over the head of Rexon. Kudos to Rexon for actually trying this one. They've got him locked down with the Yokai. Shaiko will get kill number 1,000 to win this round flawlessly, but I don't know if he actually got it. We'll wait because sometimes they give the kill to a player who gets the down. It sure looks like it. We'll have to wait until we get into live action to see the scoreboard. If it shows 4 for Shaiko.
It was a headshot. That's certainly got to be it because it wasn't the finish of the down. It was a headshot straight in with the Scorpion, so that's got to be it.
And we are getting confirmation from the admins. 1,000 kills for Shaiko. Souls got 1,000 yesterday, or well, 2 days ago. Shaiko will net it an incredible tally for the Frenchman.
And weirdly, he doesn't seem that thrilled.
I don't even know if he knows that he got 1,000 kills. I don't think players track these numbers anywhere near as much as we do.
Maybe a little bit more concerned with the numbers at the top of the lobby, which is 6 and 1. It's a start to dig themselves out of this deficit. Falcons a really nice roam game coming through there. Again, I think Usis and Solotov working so well as a duo through that round. Also want to give some credit to Brede. I mean, everybody was participating in that round for Falcons, but his Yokai drones gave a lot of that information that allowed the roamers on Falcons to step up and get those frags, have so much success in those aggressive engagements. So really nice team play coming out from Team Falcons. Shaiko, of course, stepping up for that final frag, exactly what he needed to hit 4 digits on the SI scoreboard. So impressive from him.
Just a terrific player through and through.
Hot take, I think Shaiko is a good player. I'll say it, I'll be brave.
Not to get political, but I think 1,000 kills is a lot.
What a legacy. The only thing now he needs, Parker, is a hammer.
He's won a major. He did it with the Team BDS back in Jönköping, Sweden, defeating Team Liquid in a thrilling matchup. But outside of a couple EWCs, there's been no big moment for him on any of his teams, and now that they're competing on home soil, most teams will tell you they don't really care where they win the hammer, they just want to win one, period.
Yeah.
But if you're Space Station, winning it in North America as a North American team, if you are Furia or W7M to be more specific, winning it in Brazil, or if you're Falcons, potentially winning it in Paris, even though the team and the org are no longer a French team, the core and identity of this team for so long has been French. They have a majority of French players. It would feel mighty good for Falcons to lift the hammer here in Paris at the live event next weekend. But he's got to get out of this matchup first, and right now it certainly seems like map number 3 will determine things. Unless Falcons can go on a 6-0 run of their own, Rebellion is still sitting on map point.
Trying to find some way to get into this map. Course wasn't really successful, so Andy goes in for the bottom floor, finds the frag on the looky back of the main stairs. That's their opening that they needed. Could open up some space now for these players to try to jump into the window, maybe get in through that horse door still. Worried about somebody flanking in from behind him. Solotov is down inside of Music, so he is right to think that he might get flanked later on through this one. He will track Solotov, so now aware of the Legion's positions. Ambi on a solo mission right now. His whole team just using this as an opportunity to get space.
And Solotov got mighty close. He almost had an opportunity to see Ambi, but will peel off of that position. Yokai drones strategically placed around this map, and they are aiding Falcons for the 2nd round in a row. You rightly credited how important those Yokais were for intel. Brede is a terrific support player. He calls, he's an active talker, he's going to get a lot of value out of these gadgets.
Every single player on SR just outside of bunks. They're very grouped up at the moment, Parker, so there will be no backstab coming in for this Rebellion attack. The information's still good from Falcons. They might not have numbers, but they are in strong positions.
Canadian will wander on into the bomb site, disoriented for a moment by the F-Naught. He's got 2 pairs of eyes staring at him on the side of Falcons. Has outgone another death mark. The last one will emerge now for Ambi to use. 10 seconds to go, 9 players still alive. Canadian toying with the Warden, uses staying alive. A thorn in the side as Shaiko now gets taken down by Rexon. Down goes Solotov as well. It's all up to Bride. He might get the job done! Taking matters into his own hands. He knocks them off the plant, but he's shut down by the bodies of the Rebellion. And a 7-1 victory sends us to a third map. What a drubbing for the Falcons. That could have been a 7-0 for Rebellion, but 7-1 is about as good as she gets.
Yeah, a statement for the very first time. Shopify Rebellion have played Fortress in an official competitive matchup. Really nice play here against the Falcons, forcing that third map of Nighthaven Labs start to finish. They owned the European team.
No player on Falcons amassing more than 4 kills. Shaiko hits kill number 1,000, but I bet you he's more worried about the score of this map. Nighthaven Labs is next.
Tembak oh.
Our window is closing. We only get one shot at this.
Takkan sampai sampai 11 ya. Mak lagi ya. Sampai 11 maknanya. Break. Apa tu diorang tengah break, kita layan dia. Layan gameplay arsik je. Baik tak ke? Tengah rehat ni. Lama ya buka game. Sempat ni.
Maybe dah next year baru kita kenalkan.
It's 4:44 PM. Finally got one pizza. Ini A5 ke? Saya pak.
Ni wagyu kita pakai sirloin.
So bukan A5 lah. 135.
Geng, kita warm up sekejap geng. Tak, aku dah dapat barang baru. Helmet ni. Apa kita pakai? Pakailah. KB attacker 2 KB. Mana 2 KB? Mana gun dia dapat tadi? Oh ni. Ini kena pakai dengan warna merah geng, bawa kena. Ya, tak ada warna merah ke kita? Ni kita ni jap. Round 2. Sementara tunggu 2 orang tengah iklan. La ilah Allah kena wallbang. Macam mana tahu? Defender kita. Makan shotgun kau. Mari le. Tak boleh tak mau. Aku kejap ni tak mau. Lepas ni aku kena stream balik gameplay apa Hasib ni tournament SI. Ni sekejap ni dia tengah rehat ni jap. Saja je nak ni sebab dia tengah rehat sekarang ni. Dia tengah break untuk map yang ketiga. Mampulah kena masuk. GG amat. Semua dua-dua. GG. Alright, check tu. Aku rasa dah start kot. Ayolah. Dia pun 2 kill dia kecoh. Okay, let's go geng. Kita back to kita punya SI punya champion.
The fact that they've played this map so many times at the 6th Invitational, this setup with the Tubrow and the Kaid is brand new from their play, so not something that Falcons will have likely come in expecting. Spoit already getting good value out of that Tubrow DMR, hitting a beautiful shot, and this or this garage wall, I should say, is going to be really tough for Falcons to open up. They don't really have the tools for it anymore. They've wasted all of their can openers on the other walls, so whilst they have the Raptors position, Parker, I don't really know what it's worth.
It's a great call. This Capitao has been very instrumental for Falcons, but it's not really working out all that effectively, at least for the time being. Solitov finds Surf through the wall. Bride on the board as well. The advantage that Rebellion has, completely gone. Spoit and Rexon now playing far, far back, but both of their guns will have ACOG, so they can engage a little more comfortably on these long-range duels, and Bride will understand how hefty damage is done by the DMR of Spoit. Will now freeze the ground in front of him. He was hoping to defang that Grim push. Does not work. Comes a bit belated. Spoit drops. Rexon will have the cut here. Taking down the counter. He redeems himself. He heard us critiquing his play, and Richie will clutch to give the Rebellion round number 1.
Speak of the devil, there he goes. What a pop-off round. And again, it's not just about the kills, Parker. I really think the utility was the key focal point for Shopify Rebellion in that round. Keeping the walls closed with that Tubrow Kaid combo. It wasn't something Falcons were expecting coming into things. It wasn't something that they had the tools to play against. Really smart play coming out from Shopify Rebellion. And honestly, Parker, it reminds me of a conversation that was had between Shaiko and Milos, where Shaiko said to Milos that, listen, we don't feel bad when we lose to teams because every single time we play against a team, they're bringing it their all. They're always bringing out their newest strategies, their newest maps, their biggest tricks to try to take us down. Falcons, for the very large majority of people, are the favorites for this event. They can feel it when they play against opponents, and this game is no different. Shopify Rebellion have brought a lot of new stuff to this series, playing Consulate for the second time all season, playing Fortress for the first time all season, playing a brand new strategy in their first round on Nighthaven Labs. They're bringing so much new stuff to the Falcons, and it's frankly very hard to adapt to stuff like that. You've got to be 100% on point as an IGL. Your prep phase drones have to be good, and for Falcons, I think they were decent in that first round, but not good enough.
I mean, I don't think you expect Rexon to clutch a 1v2, right? I mean, I understand.
I liked his positioning, to be honest. I think the 1v2 was favored.
I think his positioning was very, very good. But I'm just saying, clutching out a 1v2 after you've used all that utility isn't exactly something standard. I agree with your point, but I'm not condemning you. I'm condemning the Rebellion. You cannot rely on that to happen every single round to save the day. So still some structural issues from Rebellion, as the Falcons were very good at getting in. We will see now what takes shape here in the second round. I promise, Jesse, I'm not mad at you. I could never be mad at you.
Parker, I don't think you are. Don't worry. I just think that it was a good defense. Rexon inside the control hallway, playing over by crates. Of course, going to be something that they have to deal with. This top floor maybe a bit more pressing of a concern. 3 of these Rebellion players are up here. Canadian, Spoit, and Ambi. The entry duo plus the old man. Trying to get a little bit of information to allow Ambi and Spoit to do some pop-off things up here. The IT breach is not a problem, and Rexon's still not having any problems. In that main floor, he finds Saltov outside the window, and it's just been so big of so much of a thorn in their side.
And this comes back to our point that we talk about with depth, right? If you have a bad map, if you have a bad second map, you got to redeem yourself for map number 3. If you have a bad second map, maybe you have a good first map.
Yeah.
There are ebbs and flows to these players. So Rexon off to a hot start is
Canadian suka betul pakai pause.
Round number 1 of Consulate. Canadian has played 3 operators on every single round as a defender. He has played Clash, he has played Smoke, and he has played Pulse. He played Tachanka round number 1 of Consulate. It was a little experiment. Really nothing more beyond that happened. But yeah, he's going to play these intel ops on Smoke. A little bit different with a map like Fortress. I trust Canadian to call on this Pulse. It's a very familiar op for him.
Historically, he plays the Mira on this site, but of course that gets banned out, so it's adapt a little bit over towards the Pulse. Still a comfortable role for him. Uses in a potential plant position. Now there is still Rexon very close by. I don't know if Usis is aware of Rexon's spot or if Rexon's aware of Usis. They are right next to each other, and now they will both reveal that information. Rexon sees the brunt of the shield, doesn't get the freebie with it, and worried about who might be playing around the shield player, but not dead yet.
Rexon's in a precarious spot. He has to tempt Brede over on the window. They will close in on him. Multiple players, but Rexon fragging from this position, getting them all. Cannot outduel Usis, so finally his run will end. But he struck fear into the hearts of this Falcons team. Shaiko and Usis will very quickly need to get into the site and punish these remaining defenders. They are outnumbered 2-1. Here comes Usis, trapped in the corner as Surf. Shaiko gets him, and now the Brit will attempt a defuse plant with Shaiko to watch. Canadian down below. Nitro cell tossed up perfectly, blowing the round to smithereens for Falcons. The big brain on big bad Canadian, and it's a 2-0 start for Shopify Rebellion.
He thought he had him planting on the cabinet, but nope, Canadian's got the shotgun so he can make the angle. So perfectly played by SR. And it all comes back to those entry frags too, Parker. Richie Coronado, the flex support from Fresno, California, stepping up. Keep in mind, has never beaten Shaiko through 8 matches that he's played in his professional career. That goes all the way back to his time on Luminosity Gaming. He has always struggled against his French core, but today he has been stepping up and has been the key player on Night Haven Labs. Such an impossible position just beside those crates in the hallway. It feels like they know where he's at. They should be able to get the free kill, but he walks away with 3 in that round and opens the door for Canadian to close it.
I mean, that round was over whether Canadian gets the Nitro Cell or not, right? Amidst that melee, Shaiko had died to Ambi too, so it was just Brede all by his lonesome. Suppose there is a situation where the plant goes down successfully.
10 seconds left.
Brede will then turn around, fully extend, and there are 3 Rebellion players that will all be competing to knock you left and right while one goes on the diffuser. Exactly. It was curtains for Falcons on that round. I did say before we loaded into Consulate, I liked this map pool for Rebellion. I think they're very comfortable here. I think if it went all 3 rounds, you start to tip this match in favor of the North Americans. And again, both of these teams had some very pronounced stumbles through that first phase. They both looked off of their game. It's very easy to look at them with their history. Maybe the Rebellion not, because they haven't really been able to achieve what they had hoped and what this roster can possibly accomplish. But for Falcons, they are a team that we know can go to a grand finals. They've gone to so many. They had some issues through phase 1, and now here they are looking for an upper bracket run, and they have had a rough start to this 3rd map. Who knows? We talked about the mental being reset for the Rebellion after Consulate. Maybe now it's up to Falcons to center themselves after the beating they were handed on Fortress.
Tertiary site from Shopify Rebellion.
Kalah belakang aku ni, sure lah.
They play where they do not have above a 50% win rate.
Psycho, kau Psycho.
So you think this is the opportunity for Falcons to turn the tides and get themselves on the board. It's a very heavy roam coming out, with Spoit, of course, playing on that position top floor. A lot of mid-floor players as well, and Falcons no interest in clearing it already down the Exo stairs in a very fast movement pace.
Logic bombs have now finished. Canadian goes back to old reliable here on Clash. Again, you pointed out the Mira being banned means there will need to be a change in the roster for this Rebellion team, and they will do that. Final logic bomb will now go off. No mute to stop these calls, so for about 10 seconds or so, this will be very good information for Falcons. Canadian spotted by eyes, not by gadgetry, and he will dance backwards from a nade as he's holding off in cargo. He needs to be very worried about his position. He's got a plethora of blue silhouettes in front of him. EFAC taking some damage. If Canadian can draw them in and the rest of Rebellion can sweep them into the dustbin, I'd say that's a victory. Usis getting defused, kit down, and there's chaos inside the site. They know exactly where he is. Surf needs to go quickly, but we get thrust into a post plan as Rexon gets the lead-off pick. The remainder of this round now drops to 45 seconds. As 9 players still alive, Rebellion will need to do the job of disabling, or else this one will go to the Europeans. They get on the board with Solitov.
Ramai sangat Roma, ambil kau, member pergi set terus.
Patience is not going to help the Rebellion at this point. They need to get in and start fragging. They're running out of time. Shaiko holding them at bay. The rest of Falcons lined up so far. A very successful post plant. Rexon finds his 2nd kill. Sidearm out with Canadian now going for the counter disable. Can they shut him down in time? From above, Rexon holding court. Canadian might get the job done. He's shut down at final moment by Brede, and the round is one by the Falcons on time. The clutch minister himself, he wins re-election, and the Frenchman and co win their first round.
Brede did not enter the building until there was 13 seconds left in that round. He was outside of cargo window for the vast majority of it, but instead, last second decides he's got to go to the bottom floor. His teammates are getting picked apart inside the site, makes it in through assembly, finds that disable, or the denial of the disable. Wow, what a round coming out from Brede. It's a really risky gambit by Falcons. They send 3 players barreling down the stairs, and they get the job done. I mean, just beautiful play coming out from the Europeans. They had 2 players up above as well. Soltov was at Dokkaev, and he was the player that was supposed to be stopping the vert denial. He did his job. They got the plant down in the end. If Rexon is a split second faster,
literal nanosecond,
he denies that plant, and it's GG. It's going to be 3-0 for Shopify Rebellion, but he's a little bit too slow. The plant goes down before he gets the opportunity, and I really think Brede's rotation was not in that map for the vast majority of it, was the difference maker.
Just an unbelievable round where you're just on bated breath the whole time.
Yeah.
A nanosecond difference, the plant doesn't go down. You saw Canadian right there in the replay. He was under a second to go before he gets shut down. It is a literal game of millimeters at this point in time. Inches are too big. It's up to millimeters between these teams. What an incredible and thrilling conclusion to that round. Very hard fought by the Falcons, and they get on the board because of it.
Maybe concerning that that's the only way you're winning a round is by barely finishing the plant and then barely stopping the disable, but hey, a win is a win, and Falcons will get on the board. They don't call their tack timeout after that one. I kind of expected it from Julio because he loves calling these tack timeouts after 3 rounds, and the scoreline doesn't look good for Falcons, but they need to know how they can adapt to this next couple of rounds. They go back towards that top floor. They banned out the Kaid. The utility play that was being so strong for Rexon back in round number 1 won't be a factor anymore. He's moved over to the Goyo.
Canadians still staying on this clash, so the familiar operators being used, and I mean, why not? These calls from Canadian have seemingly been quite good, though I don't know what exactly happened with the comms in the previous round, because if you think about it, Jesse, Shaiko even pointed it out in team chat afterwards. He said, you have a Solus, by the way. A Solus is only good if you think the diffuser is going to get planted.
Yeah.
If the comms are crowded, if there's chaos happening round by round by round, it doesn't matter if you have a Solus, you're not expecting for the diffuse kit to get planted. You're not going to be on your gadget, and that's exactly what we saw. Surf got on it a bit too late. Rexon responded, but as you pointed out, seconds.
Another early frag from Rexon. What a shot under Shaiko with a TCSG. I mean, he hits exactly what he needs to over towards IT, shuts down that quick entry from Shaiko. The pace has really been picked up from Falcons these last 2 rounds. They went for a bit of a rush down through the Exo stairs in round 3. Now round 4, we see that early aggression in through IT as well. Raptors not really being contested. That's why they get in so quickly, but they want them in Raptors, Parker, because Rexon's got the angle.
We haven't even finished round 4, and Richie is in double digits.
Jesus.
I don't even think he had 10 kills combined across the first 2 maps, and yet here he is, beating every member of Falcons to a pulp. Solitov swinging in, eliminating Rexon and Ambi. That's 2 of the 3 heads of this Hydra of the Rebellion. Canadian drops very quickly thereafter, and the advantage now goes to Falcons.
I don't know how Solitov is existing. He's in surrounded by toxic babes right now. They start to fade as he does still survive. Brede's got the defuse kit still outside the bomb site in connector. Spoit and Surf have 45 seconds to kill. That's too much time, Parker. They've got to either deny this plant or make the flank happen. Surf is not being expected.
And once again, the defuse kit going down. This time they seem to know it. Spoit gets 2, blowing the round wide open. EFAC will need to pick up the pieces, as now he attempts his own plant. Out goes the final toxic babe. Frags will be the way forward for this Falcons team. 20 seconds to go. EFAC squaring himself off, but he knows that Spoit and Surf are coming. Good patience so far from Surf. Another attempt from EFAC. They're going to wait this one out. Plant started at 9 seconds. There is no room for error, and error will not be had. Surf gets the job done. And North America's team of the Rebellion go back to a 2-round lead.
And that's not an easy round to win, Parker. Shopify Rebellion didn't have the numbers in the midst of that. They're in that 2v3.
Okay, guys, I feel like they're just giving you space, and you guys are trying to do solo plays. No, they're just all together. We don't need to do this, okay? Just take space. For example, for now, for stock. Just fucking open IT, just ram, just take garage fast, and then we see what we can do, okay? Same for basement. Open side, ram the stock guy, just make them pressure, and then we see what we can do, okay, guys?
Yeah.
Remember, we have, I think we bring the Dokkaebi, but remember, guys, they're giving us space. You guys will not find easy gaps, you know, like you're just going together, then just take the initial space, and then we 2-1 and fucking refract them, okay? Because we are doing this with advantage and getting the kills, okay? So just do it together.
That's why piss me off, guys. We are losing this game because we do the same mistake as Fortress.
Uh-oh. Leaky fact status, pissed off.
He's absolutely pissed.
Shaiko is abnormally red. I think frustration is running deep across this entire team.
And look at these replays, Parker. I mean, they're absolutely right. They're solo plays coming out from Falcons. They're playing as individuals. That's how Rexton gets a couple of those early picks, because there's one guy at a time walking at him through Raptors, in through IT. He's holding the angle with the TCSG. I mean, they're great shots coming out from Rexton, don't get me wrong, but they shouldn't be so easy for him to hit. Falcons are giving him these opportunities. Rexton right now sits with 10 kills. The rest of his own team only have 9 combined, so he's doing more, at least by the numbers, than everybody else on his team. We see the impact from everybody else too. I thought Spoit and Surf played that 2v3 so well. Surf throws those toxic babes, goes for the flank, comes back at the right moment. The nitro from Spoit perfectly placed and timed. Falcons, they're great late rounds coming out from Shotfire Rebellion, don't get me wrong, but Falcons are opening the door for them by having these individual plays early.
I have to wonder if a little bit of this is teams underestimating the Rebellion.
Yeah.
There has been some chatter, and I have taken some time to speak to some teams offline and confidentially.
Okay.
That there is a belief among a not insignificant number of teams at this event that Shopify Rebellion are a bit of a paper tiger. They look really good on paper. They've got great fraggers. They've got one of the best IGLs in the game. They've got a huge organization with tons of money backing them. The expectation is that this team will always do well, but yet they haven't met that same level of success. What is happening? 4 people dead, 50 seconds into the round. I mean, they listened to Julio. They went quick, and this round has gone quick. Canadian is the last one standing on Rebellion with 2 minutes still to go. If Solotov can be retrieved, that means Falcons will have 4 still fighting. A Nitro Cell goes out, Solotov confirmed. Canadian tracked by the death mark. Shaiko getting the final kill, and the round is over before it even began. I didn't even get to finish my point.
Well, Parker, the pacing is still fast from Falcons, but it's all together this time around. And that was an immediate adaptation coming through with the tack timeout from Julio. I mean, they were all in at the same moment, pressuring in through Raptors. You had Saltovs coming in from bottom garage. Of course, Shaiko in through the Raptors door, pressuring in with the Deimos as well. You had Uzis coming in kind of through Aqua side too. So from all different angles, you saw players on Falcons pushing that top floor roam game together. And that's all you really need to do, right? If the utility's not strong enough for Shopify Rebellion to slow you down on the walls or slow you down with things like Banshees or barbed wire or whatnot, then take that fight. Go together. There's going to be some anchors down on the bottom floor, so you have numbers in a situation like that. It's a fast call from the Falcons. It pays off for them. It feels like they might be back in this game.
Let me continue my point now, because we're in the prep phase and there's no way for action to occur. But yeah, I mean, it's one thing for you to go into a game, and a lot of teams here will tell you, yeah, they're all relatively even, yada, yada, yada. But when you talk to teams in private, they get a little bit more forthcoming about what they really think. And that honesty starts to come out. Falcons, no doubt, fashion themselves as one of the best teams at this event. Most teams will tell you, yeah, we're going to win the whole thing. But in their heart of hearts, a lot of players know that that's just not the case. Falcons is one of the few teams that can make a very credible argument that they can go all the way and are favorites to win it. The Rebellion are, in most teams' eyes, at least from what I've heard, not. So the fact that the Falcons come in and are struggling so hard on Fortress, frankly getting embarrassed, and now having some very obvious problems, I imagine that frustration starts to get to you. EFAC is mad, Uzis looks quite pissed off, Shaiko is redder than a tomato. But hey, they've listened to Julio, they've fixed their problems, they've picked up the pace, they blew that previous round open, and now here they are doing the same thing with Shaiko punishing Canadian of all players, the clash of all operators in the first 40 seconds.
Yeah, and it's another fast-paced round. Parker, Shopify Rebellion attempting to defend Kitchen Cafeteria for the 3rd time this tournament. They tried it against against G2, they tried it against FaZe Clan, they failed both times on the defense, and all 3 times it's been very similar defensive lineups coming through from SR. I think Falcons have done their homework, they know where Canadian likes to play, they clean him up without any problems. Now you've got to try to figure out some way to adapt without your key player, right? Without your IGL and without that important shield that you like to have playing above that bomb sites. They've all vacated meeting, they've all vacated up above, instead choosing to hold in towards lobby and in towards the site itself. Shaiko and Bride starting to make that attempt to push in through this lobby side. Uses there as well, opening up the floorboards, opening up the windows. Rexon was the only one to really play there. He has now backed off at the 90-second mark, deciding it's not worth his time. But site's not favorable either, Parker. There's a sledge up here, which Rexon will now find out. So it becomes very awkward when there's no place to play.
And a marginally defender-sided map here should benefit Rebellion. So if we end up with a 3-3 first half, you know we're going to get an absolute screamer of a second half. And boy, oh boy, does it feel like things have tightened up just over the last... How long was the previous round? 45 seconds? Combined with the 2 minutes here, it's been a tense one for fans of SR, no doubt. The opening pick on the Clash is oh so important. You do not need to worry about all that info that's going to come. You do not have to fear that late round whatsoever. There might have been some issues with fragging, but not this time around. Solotov walks in, takes no prisoners. Surf and Rexon with 2 of their own. It's all up to Rexon though to clutch. He's been the best player. He just struggles to hit the head of Bride.
Gila, lepas TF5 terus padu boy.
Now they're pumped up, and now they're back in it. 2 incredibly motivating rounds for the Falcons. Tie up this game, and the side swap comes in with the Falcons getting some wind at their backs. Dare I say it, under their wings.
I hope you didn't think this game was over just because we had a 3-1 lead. The Falcons have looked very good to end out that first half, Parker, and it comes off of a good tack timeout and some good prep work. Once again, that setup from Shopify Rebellion has already been seen a few times at the 6th Invitational, and despite small adaptations, Falcons knew exactly how they wanted to break it apart. They would have prepped that the night before. They had all of yesterday off, of course, to try to get their strats in order. I have heard a rumor that Eagleme's prints approximately 200 pages for every best of 3 that they end up playing. That just shows the prep work that goes into some of these matches. Eagleme's, of course, the head analyst for Team Falcons. So there's so much work that goes in behind the scenes. There is so much effort that gets put into prep for these strategies. And Shopify Rebellion, unfortunately, not able to adapt enough to get that 4-2 split they were looking for.
And while we take a brief moment for these teams to settle into the prep phase of this second half, let's talk a little bit about what's happening over on the B stream. Yes, we will have 2 streams running until we get to the main stage on Friday. So if you don't have the option to watch both, don't worry, we've got you covered. It was M80 versus Space Station to start off that series. And Space Station kicked M80's asses. My, that one was over before we had even finished map number 2. They started their first map after our first map, and they finished their series, I'm pretty sure, right as we were loading into Nighthaven Labs. So Space Station will move on to play Wildcard. M80 goes down to play G2.
Oh, God.
That is going to be an electrifying match. That'll be tomorrow. Loser of this current contest on your screen will go down to play Ninjas in Pajamas tomorrow. The winner will be a little bit busier as they play Team Secret later today. Over on the B stream, their next match set to start in about 15 minutes or so. That'll be FaZe Clan versus the team that won earlier today of Fluxo W7.
Well, as enticing as an all-Brazilian battle is, Parker, I'm pretty locked in on this one. Shopify Rebellion's Falcons.
I am too.
Has been an insane match to start, and I think we're in for an insane next few rounds as well. 6 more in regulation and potentially 3 after that. The util game was incredible in round 1, and it will be again in round 7.
Trick, man.
Kaid trick, but a bandit instead. It was kind of funny. The Falcons banned the bandit and then got tricked by Kaid. The Rebellion banned the Kaid and then get tricked by the bandit.
It is so rare that you see active bandit tricking. This is one of the few maps where if a Maverick's not brought, you can very easily bandit trick that IT wall.
Yeah.
And it's always nice to see. I might be one of the few people who genuinely get so excited for good bandit tricking. There is no way to reflect on the score sheet how important a good bandit trick is, but that singular battery might have just been able to win the round for Falcons.
Well, Ambi does have another can opener in pocket, and he is going to be able to get a breach in onto the connector wall. They're also, of course, doing good work on the IT breach. Surf with that Maverick has done a great job to be able to break that one open. It's a little slow with the DMR, but they do get the job done eventually. As the drones come in through connector, it kind of signals this is where the plant is going to be focused from. If they want to take this side of the map, they can kind of leave Rafters alone. As I say that, they are pushing there as well. So maybe just deciding that the Rebellion wants a lot of different angles for this push. Spoit and Rexon over towards Rafters. They've got Ambi over towards connector as well. So a lot of different points.
Gila, semua terkumpul loh.
A great operator that could stretch through multiple rooms. You saw that there was a setup with those tripwires to slow down the advance from the Rebellion onto that Rafters position. Falcons have now determined with a minute left, we don't need that anymore. So they could break that line of sight, reinforce that other Rafters wall, set themselves up so strongly. This is a great round for Falcons. Their defensive structure is exceptional.
And here come the Candelas, Parker. This is going to be the entry point for Shopify Rebellion. How they break through. 5 players alive on both sides. How do they make the space on SR?
Canadian very worried about that Malusi. Banshee, Shaiko and Solotov swinging. Ambi the only one on the board. 3-day now in on the fun as well. Falcons spreading these kills around, spreading the wealth amongst all of their players. Spoit and Surf find themselves with a heady task awaiting them. What do they do? How do they get into the building? Do they even bother? Surf's found out that he dies to EFAC. A team kill is still very doable. We'll find 2. Spoit gets shut down.
Gila, come on lah, makan. Oh, betul. Focus.
Not sure if there's anything structurally wrong with SR's push that time, Parker, but Falcons doing a great job of getting aggressive before the Candelas come out, before they get aggressive, and that push really begins for the North Americans. They decided they wanted to go connector rather than over towards Rafters. They had both control, but they decided that connector was going to be a bit better for them, likely due to the bandit batteries not being placed on that side of the map. But Shaiko, a disgusting shot onto Canadian of the Ying. I think that was the big one, Parker, because without your real disruption operator being used to open up that bomb site, 5v5, I think you're always just going to favor the defenders.
Well, I mean, let's focus on this a little bit, right? Usually what you do is you want to open up that IT wall first and foremost. That's goal number 1. If they're actively defending Rafters, you got to flush them out. That's usually step number 2. You want to lock down around that connector, around electrical. That's usually one of the next steps. Step 2 might not actually be step 2. That might happen later in the round. So how do you structure your defense if you're Falcons? Well, you actively hold so that they can't get value out of their hard breach gadgets. At that point in time, the Rebellion were so limited on utility and so limited on the clock that all they could really do was try to make their way in towards connector or try to take Rafters, but then that gets reinforced by Falcons later into the round. Great call and response by Falcons to shut down the Rebellion. It seems like they knew exactly what the Rebellion would do. They were very well prepped. Maybe it's in those hundreds of pages of documents you referenced. Who knows? But either way, a great read from Falcons strategically. An incredible round, and then their guns just mopped up the rest.
Comes off the back of great IGLing, right, to make sure that that can happen. And I know LickyFact has been working hard all year for this. After they lost the finals of, versus FaZe Clan in Boston, he tweeted, "We worked all year for this moment, but it just wasn't enough. I promise we will come stronger next year." That's what they're hoping to deliver on in the upper bracket round number 1 against Shopify Rebellion. They have taken the lead for the first time here on map 3, the first time they'll lead in the series since they won the first map. So it really does feel like Falcons are starting to bounce back, starting to make good on that promise. And it comes off some aggression. LickyFact just saw a laser, so knows someone's on the other side of that doorway, but wasn't able to commit just yet.
Extensive roam now spread out for this Falcons team as they brace for the final minute and a half of this round. An opportunity to stretch their lead, a very hard-fought lead that, well, they've yet to lead up until that previous round. So a good time for them to find their footing. And again, strategically, wise, Falcons should do better on this side. They do forfeit first blood, 1 minute and 30 into the round, and they have found one of the roamers on the side of Falcons, EFAC in the ground, Rebellion with a small advantage.
Good entry coming out from Ambi. Shopify Rebellion, the #1 entry team through the group stage, so we expect them to be good at striking early. Trying to convert on that now. Top floor is largely under their control. Use is still playing towards vending, but broadly what Shopify Rebellion wants, they have gotten. They've got now control of control. They've got storage. They've got cargo as well. They're going to want to try to walk their Monty down these cargo stairs, get a plant in behind Pillar. They've got the vert that they need to make sure that doesn't get denied. The Goyos are a bit of a problem, and watch out for these goo mines too. These little things adding up. Saltov throws that goo exactly where Shopify Rebellion want the plant.
And a very default spot for teams to plant in as well. Gives you some coverage from the Pillar and forces engagements on just two small angles that can easily be watched should the attackers still have control of that top floor. Now, obviously, that's never a given, but as you can see, Rexon is patrolling this site. Rexon had a very hot start. He was 10-1. He's come back down to earth, only 1-5 since then. The rest of Rebellion need to show their own powers to match his total. Serve with 1 kill, Rexon traded off, Spoit on the board. And now a big advantage for the North Americans as they continue to trade back and forth. Shaiko up against the world, down goes Ann. Missing out, not expecting Surf so close. Canadian all the while was about to get that defuse kit down, so oh boy, a 1v1 between Canadian and Shaiko would have been quite a treat. All the same, we're in for a treat because through 8 rounds, neither team with an advantage. 4-4 the scoreline, and we are going to go deep into this map.
I think Shopify Rebellion really making the most of their Kaid ban. You know, we saw them shooting those bandit batteries off of the assembly wall or from up above, Parker, once they had that full breach. That allows Surf to open this left panel, which gets him this frag onto Bride. The right panel is still electrified, because that's how Bandit works, of course. But Surf then, after he gets that pick, is able to walk in. He gets this final frag onto Shaiko to avert a disaster. We know how good Shaiko can be in some of those late round clutch spots, but just beat in that moment, and Shopify Rebellion tie us at 4.
For those that did not watch the first 2 maps, you'd know, keen observers, those with memories and brain, this is now the longest of the 3 maps. Consulate went 10 rounds, but it was a 7-3. Fortress was quite quick. It was a 7-1, beating 8 rounds. We are in round number 9, but we know we will need at least 3 more. So bare minimum, we will go 11 of 12 rounds, but with the way these teams are playing, overtime would not surprise me in the slightest. After what we saw in Consulate, I was a little worried that it would be a quick 2-0. Not because I dislike the Falcons and not because I like the Rebellion, but because SI only happens 1 time a year and I want as many maps as is humanly possible from a competitive perspective. The fact that we might go to OT, it tickles me pink, Jesse.
The viewers deserve a few extra rounds of Shaiko.
I agree.
Point, don't they? Yeah,
I agree. Viewers, do you think you deserve OT? I think you do. Please sound off in the comments.
Well, neither of these teams want to get there. They'd like to finish this off with a regulation win and save themselves the heartbreak, but they've got to get there first. Shopify Rebellion on the attack, opening the windows, opening for Licky Fat. Just whiffs the shot. Spoit survives with his life. So the 1 bullet to the body, but will live to tell the tale and back off towards his teammates. His teammates, in the meantime, doing work on the top floor, opening up that IT breach, getting the Twitch drones in to try to clear some of this utility as well. For the 3rd round of the row, Bride is also bringing that bandit, so there are still attempts to keep these walls closed, like over towards IT, but they've mostly dealt with that by now.
The brave swing by EFAC could have very easily been us saying, what are you doing swinging that? 2 major downsides to the SMG-11. Number 1, obviously small magazine size. Number 2, if you're hitting the body and you only hit 1 or 2 bullets, that thing is like a little kiss. It does nothing. I think it actually might heal you at that current range. And that's why you can see almost no damage done to Spoit. So. Still plenty of utility now for Rebellion. They've got the bees, they've got their logic bombs. They will find this as a perfect opportunity to use 1 of each. With a minute 20 gone, Ambi firing away, Shaiko down, Surf traded out shortly thereafter. Losing the Maverick at this point in time might not be the worst operator to have in the ground. Uses 1 in 7. He's been having a bit of a tough day so far, Jesse. This round, not much better. Rebellion with a small advantage. Solitov has been phenomenal. He and Shaiko now both at 11 kills, joining Rexon, all 3 of them in a 3-way tie for most kills. And with just under a minute to go, Falcons being able to equalize is great.
And you trade things out to a 3v3, mostly full top floor control, but watch out for Bride. He has sat himself inside of servers. Shopify Rebellion might assume they've all fallen off, and they will do so now. So they can try to work with that vert. They can try to work with the advantage that they have, but eventually this plant has to come in, and there's still a Nitro Cell being held on Falcons.
Ambi has surprised these Falcons players twice in a row, and they will pay dearly for it. Bride and EFAC, the last 2 standing. They've got control of Warehouse. They've got control of Rafters. Diffuse get in the hands of Canadian. He will trust Rexon and Ambi to watch as he gets ever closer to this bomb site. Running out of time. You have to go for this Diffuse plant. Leaky Fack and Brede will be compelled into action. They have a read inside of the site. Canadian pinged. Nitro Cell goes out. It does not connect. Ambi taking some damage. Canadian still sitting on it like a mother hen. Brede engaging. Ambi with pistol out. He's found every kill so far except for one. Brede gets shut down. A huge round from the youngster, and the Rebellion will take the lead.
And a massive round coming out from Shopfire Rebellion, playing with their food a little bit, drawing their attention this way and that. The top floor clear wasn't immediately committed to by all parties. They had some bodies over towards the mid floor instead, but once they got into that, they did a great job of resetting the mental. Shopfire Rebellion did not just go for the default. They didn't just jump inside storage and say, hey, let's try to get our plant down, because it's obvious what they were going to do. Maybe they had the vert for it, but it's too predictable. So instead, they go through the breach. Canadian makes his way through that garage, gets the plants inside of assembly, chooses a really smart spot, too. He's up on the table, tucked so close that Nitro Cell isn't able to get the distance to deny the plant from Brede. That is a brilliant plant spot coming out from Big Bad Canadian. And then Ambi, he's just taking advantage of players not looking his way, hits some insane shots in the midst of that round as well. There is nobody you would rather have playing those positions than Ambizi. And a little 4K that is very deserved. Gets him up to that 11 kill total.
Weh, bahaya ni lagi 2 game lagi nak menang ni.
Players now on
Pemalah Falcon, pasal kita menang Falcon.
We casted Fluxo W7M 2 days ago, and there were 3 players on their team, all sitting at 99 kills through this event, and it's like, which one's going to break it first? I don't know. See.
Yeah.
10 seconds left.
Take a look. Is it going to be Volps? Is it going to be Palu? Is it going to be Lobin? Lobin was the one we were watching because he had far and away the most kills in the team. He was the last one of the 3 to break 100 kills. For those who didn't tune into Fortress, Shaiko joining a very elite group of players, breaking 1,000 kills at the 6 Invitational. Souls broke that same number just 2 days before. They're all in great company. Most kills at SI. Is it Nesk? Is it Cyber? Who cares? Both of them. Absolutely unbelievable. Nesk announcing his retirement a month ago. So Cyber has an opportunity to continue to add to that tally. Cyber's team of FaZe Clan is about to be in action over on the B stream as they play up against Fluxo W7M. An all Brazilian bonanza that will be intriguing to watch, and you and I will be watching it once Falcons Rebellion begins.
Yeah, gonna end this one out first, but we might be here for a while, Parker, as these rounds have been going back and forth. And for round 10, of course you're gonna see the Bandit ban come out. There's no surprise from Shopfire Rebellion as they want to remove that last wall denial operator. So Falcons, they're gonna take a different approach. Instead of denying the walls, they can try to deny the plant, slow you down a little bit. Brede jumping on that Tachanka instead of what we've seen him play over on the Bandit. Use this on the Clash, Soltov on the Azami. These are all operators that are going to be really annoying for Shopfire Rebellion to get past, to get that map control, to get space where they need to get the plant down. And without Surf existing either, that's not going to do it. A good night comes out from Lickifag. Not sure if we're able to get the replay on that, but must have hit a brilliant shot out the IT breach to down a Glads with the Scorpion.
Scorpions have just been the weapon of the day, haven't they been?
Yeah.
Being rocked by both Ella and Denari reminds me a lot of that TCSG duo threat of both Goyo and Kaid. We saw that in 2020, and that was a huge part of what made NIP such formidable competitors as they used them very effectively. That was back when there were much more limited options for caliber destruction as well. So you almost always had to bring a smoke or a mute to do site rotation, but if you had a Kaid and a Goyo, it wasn't exactly falling on those British ops. 1 minute to go, down goes Shaiko. Ambi with the super shorty out engaging as the Brava getting ever closer. Now Ambi on 12 kills, leading the lobby.
Flanked up through Meeting Hall, Parker. It caught them off guard as most of this push is coming Rafters, it's coming IT. No good plant spot for Canadian that he's found so far.
And Brede takes a world of hurt from those fire arrows. Now out comes the smoke for Spoit, waiting for it to land as he gingerly looks across. Rexon gets punished by Solotov. Rexon is having a bit of a rough go of it after those first triumphant rounds. EFAC now taking some serious damage as Rebellion realize they have to get going. They're at the mercy of the clock. They're at the mercy of this Falcons team. They're at the mercy of just about everything that this bomb site can give them. Ambi vacates the premises as Solotov collects his 3rd kill. No more for him as Ambi takes him down, but very limited time. Falcons attempting to knock them off their stride as Ambi gets another, but it's relatively impactless. The fingers in chat as the Falcons try to get under the skin of the Rebellion. Back and forth we go. Falcons will equalize. The rounds that the Rebellion are winning are pretty flashy, desperate scrambles. The rounds that the Falcons are winning are nowhere near as exciting. They look so routine.
Yeah.
But dear God, are they a scary squad? We will go all the way as it's a 5-5 scoreline. Next round, series point.
I mean, this top floor bomb site's so hard to get into, Parker. They had all the space they could have wanted. Shopfire Rebellion, they were in IT, they were in Rafters, they were in Electrical, didn't have the connector breach, but ultimately they just could not get into the bomb site. All the Shamika fire coming out from Bride, all the Kiba barriers coming out as well, and Solotov, a nice little three-piece in the midst of it. Just good, solid site play happening from the Falcons, and it will tie the matchup here at 5. We expected this one to go long. It will continue to deliver on that promise. Solotov up to 12 kills, Ambi up to 14, but not good enough for a lead.
10 seconds left.
Uses entered this series with a +5 KD, allowing Bride in particular to take a more prominent support role, but it's been Uses who's been stuck on a lot of these thankless, low frag, high agency, but low action roles, particularly on defense. And his numbers are suffering for it. Over the last 2 maps, at the conclusion of Fortress, now through 10 rounds, Uses just has 3 kills. Now, he's not the reason why the Falcons are doing so poorly, but it is intriguing to me to see that Falcons are using him in a far more sheltered position. Bride, to his credit, has been doing very well from a kill perspective. So it looks like, based on the map, that flexibility can help this Falcons team. But part of me just wants a little bit more out of Uses.
Yeah, I mean, as the support duo, Uses and Bride can kind of have that flexibility, even though we don't always see it. Uses, he definitely can step up and provide utility when that's required from him. Opportunities limited for this round as he's also on the Clash. This is, again, going to be more of a direct site hit, Parker. They're going to run into Uses sooner rather than later because Shopify Rebellion have no interest in clearing these roamers. They know they exist. They've seen them running across the map, but they just want to take control of Cafeteria, get down these vending stairs, get into Exo, and try to force some kind of a plant. Liquifax angle is going to make that quite difficult. He is looking down in towards vending, so he's got a strong spot to play on this map, and that's why Canadian might be wanting to go up top now. A bit of a pivot halfway through this round as they clear the top floor.
Nitro Cell will go out. Canadian turns very well, blocking that explosive damage as he's now in pursuit of Solotov, who manages to get away. Canadian wise enough to see that there were bullets coming from multiple angles, and Spoit is there for good coverage. Down goes Liquifax. Solotov will join him. Falcons suffering through 2 losses in very quick order, and those are 2 very good players. Liquifax numbers might not be anything particularly stellar at this moment, but you know he can go on a heater at a moment's notice. I'm a little worried if I'm a fan of this EU team.
Well, it's a really good clear from Shopfire Rebellion. I don't think it was being expected by Falcons. Canadian makes the space on the blitz. Ambi follows it up with some really nice frags. Puts them in a good spot to make this push happen without worrying about the flank, without worrying about the vert angles that'll be facing them if they want to go down those vending stairs. 45 seconds is a bit of a problem. It took them time to clear those roamers. That's the one advantage Falcons have going into this execute. They need to play the clock.
And there's another Nitro Cell to go out. This one will do some damage to Canadian, but he still remains. A nice attempt from Bride. Rexon taking a beating. Shaiko taken down. Bride falls. The Rebellion get out of that one without losing a single player, flawlessly moving us to series point for the North Americans.
Hey, that's a strong IGL leading a team of ridiculously talented players. They push through the top floor. They push through the bottom floor. Didn't have to force a plant there. They knew that planting wasn't going to be their easiest task. The time was way too low, so they said, let's just flash everybody, make sure no one can see, get in, get those kills. Perfectly played from SR, and they are now on series point, tempting fate to knock Falcons down to the lower bracket in the very first round, just like G2, just like W7M, and just like FaZe Clan before them.
Would be an incredible run. If you want to lift the hammer on home soil, what's a little adversity in the process, right? A lot of good teams will go down to that lower bracket. Only one team will make it to the finals from that upper bracket. So what a gauntlet it would be for Falcons. Ditto for the Rebellion. This won't be an easy run for either of these squads. You know that Ninjas in Pajamas are sitting watching this matchup. They have the day off today. They will be fighting for their lives tomorrow. They will face one of these two teams. There's no winning here. It's not like Nip is like, we need this team to lose. Maybe they match up particularly against Rebellion versus Falcons. You don't really know. But the real story is Team Secret. One of the most dominant teams, if not the most dominant team that we have seen outside of maybe Weibo Gaming. They play the winner of this match. So if you're the Rebellion, you get this one over, you got maybe 2 hours, maybe 3 hours, until you have to go up against the beasts from EU. Falcons will have a lot more familiarity with them, so there will be a little bit less prep required because of all the times they clash in the EML, but no matter which of these teams wins, they will have their work cut out for them.
The Beast from EU is sometimes a title that goes to this Falcons squad. Of course, so much international success over the last couple of years. So many second place finishes that weren't able to get converted, and now danger of not even making it to that second place. Ambi, 16 kills. The young gunner of Shopify Rebellion, 19, playing in his third invitational.
Canadian berapa kill? 2 kill Canadian caku lah play dia.
The mid-floor bomb
Dia
site is what
sebagai
was chosen for Falcons. It's the one that's still left open. It's the one that Shopify Rebellion will have to close out for a 7-5 win. IT's been no problem. There are still players up on top floor. Shaiko in Warehouse going to be the big issue. He's in Raptors. He was slammed on that angle with the Kiba previously, so he's got to be careful about where he positions himself. 2 Kibas in pocket, but it's his teammate. It's Uzis still on that top floor to strike first. He will take down Spoit and give the early advantage to Falcons.
And just a seesaw of a match. Technically 3 consecutive rounds won by Falcons, but that was after the side swap. There has not been a team that has won more than 2 consecutive rounds on either of these halves. Rebellion knocking Spoit off of the board, or Spoit being knocked off the board for Rebellion is particularly bad, but there are still players on Rebellion who can shoot back. Ambi sitting at 16 kills right now has really come online through this final 4 rounds, final 5 rounds that we've seen. Another huge round out of him might be enough to tip the scale.
Watch out the clock, Shopify Rebellion. They know they've got full top floor control. It was conceded by the Falcons. They're doing a good job of clearing util so far, but they only have 1 more boogie drone to work with. This control room plant could be a little bit appealing to them, but they've still got to clear out a lot of these player positions. A couple of Grim Bees from Rexon, the shields from Canadian. All the util is there, but it has to get put together.
And I don't know if they have any intel on Canadian, how close he is in proximity to this A-bomb site. He'll take down the default cams, march his way on in, flashed by his own teammate, but is still in a powerful position. He's got the Legion now on the run, dancing around that goo mine. The pulse of EFAC down below can be oh so crucial here. Canadian knows a thing or two about expecting a pulse. Time running out, Jesse. Down goes Uzis. Surf will join him. Falcons fighting for their lives. Very limited time left. Canadian getting the plant down. Good coverage so far. Brede comes in. Rexon will need to close this out as the diffuser goes down. Nitro cell tossed. It secures Canadian. Rexon had a stellar start to this map. He fell off through the mid portion. How does he do now in the dying moments? Getting himself up above the defuse kit. EFAC will also retake from above, trying to gain as much time as possible for his teammate Brede to hop on that defuse kit, which he will do. Rexon now rotating on over. Brede off of the plant. Rexon gets the right call. Now just waiting out the time, expecting the swing. A good job from Rexon, but EFAC is there, sending us into overtime. He has but a few seconds, but he makes it work. The captain and Frenchman with the Falcon punch to send us to overtime.
Is your heart beating yet? Falcons clutch us up to send us all the way into extra innings. That was a ridiculous play coming out from them. I thought it was over when they let the plant go down, Parker. They had the pulse down below. They should have been able to stop it. It felt like the blunder. With the time running out from SR, with the stall they had on that top floor, it really felt like Falcons WinCon was denying that plant, but they managed to wrestle the man count back in the 2v1. Rexon, he played that as well as he could, but in the end, they played it too perfectly on the side of Falcons. One gets off the disable, they flank up those Aqua stairs. I mean, they played that to a T how you need to in the 2v1.
What a story in that final round. Rexon amassing 10 of his 11 kills in the first 10 minutes of this map,
Yeah.
and then going completely invisible from that point onward. And he very narrowly gets a 3K to send his team further up the upper bracket. But then the captain, who's had a bit of a quiet game himself, gets it done with seconds left on the clock. And now we've got at least 2, maybe 3 rounds between these Titans.
Overtime.
A nail biter of a third map to determine who faces Team Secret in the upper bracket and who goes down to fight for their lives against Ninjas in Pajamas tomorrow. Oh my. What a story.
Parker, rounds 14 and 13 will certainly be played on the top floor bomb sites. Whilst this map has been 50-50, we've seen 6 attacking round wins and 6 defending round wins. The top floor still has a 100% defender win rate. Shopify Rebellion and Falcons both found their strength defending this bomb site. It will be the pick for Shopify Rebellion. It will for Falcons 2 in round 14. If things continue on that trend, if the defense continues to hold strong on top floor, the 15th bomb site could be anything. But you've got to get to that point first, and if either of these teams can win an attack in the next few rounds, they are looking so good for walking away with the 8-6 win. Shopify Rebellion bringing out the Clash once again for Canadian, hoping to stall these players out once they get in towards the site. Spoit loving the tuber out. Didn't really play the operator on this site before today, but now has played it almost every time that they've needed to defend the top floor. Licky back down below takes the first bit of damage, is making too much noise with the Deimos.
Being able to answer back from that play down on that bottom floor, oh so strong. Rexon, what
Macam nak masuk ni, Mat? Payah nak masuk, Mat.
Did end up getting the 3K with Bride. My math was a little off, but I mean, you can't blame me with what happened in that previous round. Halfway point, not a single person dead, a much slower pace. Remember when Falcons turned things around in that first half? It was the tempo that really helped them. Julio called the timeout and said, guys, we need to go faster. We're just playing like individuals. We're way too slow. We need to be aggressive together. Rounds 5 and 6 were Falcons going for the throats. Both opportunities, and they came out ahead against the Rebellion. Now it looks like they're going back to old form, which is a bit concerning for friends of this EML team, because when they were slow, they might have been steady, but they did not win the race.
Spoit being tracked, now they know where he's at. Leaky back down below is going to be the target to try to hunt him down. They are still playing in Rafters, but they give it up. Won't be able to reinforce that wall. It's taken too quickly by the Falcons, but they strike first. Spoit finds Shaiko in the head-to-head matchup to start us in overtime.
2 giants colliding. Spoit playing in EML for long enough. He knows these players. Leaky Fact will trade right back. Looking for more. Solitov will gun down one. Spoit now staring as soon as down goes the Turk on the side of Falcons. Under 30 seconds to go, and neither team now with the numbers advantage. Back to even footing. A Deimos track will come out to push Surf out of his position, but they already knew that the smoke would be playing over towards that Aqua side. Surf taking a lot of damage from that volcanic canister. Diffuser going down. Bride will pull this one off. Where is the panic on the side of Rebellion? No urgency whatsoever. Surf living on borrowed time. A good lockout from Falcons as they have the cross established. It will really just come down to these gunfights. Bride in particular in a very advantageous position. Rebellion stalling out. They've done almost nothing for 20 seconds. Just being fed into Bride, who sits over top of the kill. He uses sweeps through, and now it's series point for the Falcons.
Parker, that's one of those beautiful rounds to watch from a top-down POV. Everything Falcons had to do there, they did. Rebellion still with a tack timeout in their pocket. Do they take it here as their opponents hold series point? We'll give it a second to see if it comes through before we dive into the analysis of that round, because you've got to imagine it is on the docket for Super.
Okay, guys, can you hear me? Yeah. Listen, I think this round we should just get IT, ace open the Raptor wall, and we play the Ying to take fish, and we just work that side, okay? I think that's all we need to do. Pretty simple. They have no denial. Just be careful of Valk. If there's a Valk, he'll obviously go under, but if we plant safe, we're fine there. For command, when we win this round, go back to command. We should be reinforcing off the Raptor wall, I think. I think that was honestly the only mistake. They just keep finishing conside. They're super slow. We just need to make sure we have a plan. We can bring a late
can't
C4
play
even.
Pillar because of how they do it then though. Because this guy can just go Jarvis and the cap is on the con side, so we can't set
I think you could just bring a Goya or extra denial or a C4 under.
Okay.
Or like Falcon or something.
Yeah, that's
Let's
good.
go. Let's
Guys, come on.
Let's go, boys.
Strategies being given. Last couple of rounds, they know they've got 2 to win, Parker. That's the critical factor for Shopify Rebellion. They've given up an attack on the top floor defense. You heard Super say it. They're going to play it again in round 15, assuming they can get that far. But that push from Falcons, it was just so clean. With that Raptors breach open, and that's what Canadian and Super were talking about. With that wall open, it gave them the perfect crossfire because they cleared the players out of Pillar, they cleared the players out of close electrical, and it was just 3 guys inside of the other bomb site trying to hold on to that. But still, you saw 2 players locking things down. Brede with the plant down, I believe it was Usis inside of IT, that were looking at each other. It was an impossible task to cross through there. Previously, we've seen Shopify Rebellion clutch it up with a Nitro cell, but Spoit wasted his Nitro earlier in the round, tossing it at the Demos towards bottom rafters. That was a big waste of utility that didn't find the value he was looking for. And the one bomb site that had yet to be broken does crack.
And your point about that Nitro cell goes back to the comment that I made about the Bandit battery. A single piece of utility, either used perfectly or used improperly, can have a profound effect on the outcome of a round, and sometimes there is no stat on the screen that will show you just how vital that decision was in either guaranteeing a win or costing you the round. So we try to impart this wisdom on you as best as we can. Who makes the fewest mistakes in this round? Falcons sitting on series point. Rebellion, dare I say it, have looked like the better team through this series, but they still might end up coming up just a bit short. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter.
Come on, Falcon.
It's the team that is the best. And right now, Falcons have the slight lead in that regard.
I think Surf on this glass is going to be critical. It was apparently a beautiful shot that shut him down on the IT breach last time they wanted to go for this play. He was the opening death playing up on that glass. He needs to stay alive for longer this time. He's got to get value out of those smokes. Now, there's been some adaptations from Falcons. They've brought out the Warden. They didn't have this previously, so they're shifting their op lineup around in order to expect what Shopify Rebellion might want to bring. IT breach hasn't been a problem. They've started to open this up now. They're playing very safe as they shoot that Gone 6 in through the breach to clear out the camera utility. The question becomes, do we go for Rafters? Do we go for Connector? It seems like Rafters is the call.
Ambi was instrumental in getting opening picks when the Rebellion had to attack. He's where my eyes will be. He brings in that sledge. He loves soft destruction, but the nades, the gun, that will be oh so important. And it looks like he might be focusing a bit on that Aqua side. Falcons cannot panic now as they respond to that smoke that's used over towards IT with some Kiba barriers to block things in. Canadian eliminating Solitov, and he's got another player there, but it's the clash of Usis. Those bolts will bounce over the shield. Efax Nitro Cell goes out, doesn't find anything. A quick retreat from this Falcons team. Heading back towards CC, but still persisting on the clash for the time being. How long does Efax stay? And more importantly, does he overstay as well?
Boy needs to get an angle on the back of this clash, but he's got to use these Capital bolts to give himself a little bit of safety too. The rest of Shopify Rebellion are Raptors and IT, so these players need some help.
Candela will go off. Efax engaging the smart goggles. Down goes Surf.
Gila lah combo dia gempak siap.
Still responding to this push. You cannot get bogged down if you're the Rebellion.
Aduh, kalah.
Usis puts the shield away. 4 consecutive kills for the Rebellion.
Dah gempak dah geng, dia punya combo geng.
Needed for these 2 juggernauts to determine a victor.
Spoit did it. He hit the gas. He walked in through the Rafters breach and forced 2 kills in for his team. Everybody was focused on what was happening Aqua side. The clash was looking that way. A lot of the other defenders were worried about that, but instead it was the Rafters push that came through. They didn't have the defuse kit, but they provided that second dimension to the execute. Really good push from Shopify Rebellion. Both teams now doing what they couldn't in regulation and winning the top floor bomb sites.
Doesn't this always happen though?
It always happens like this.
We go, okay, defenders win 5-1, and then we side swap, and oh my god, the defenders won 5 again. And then all 3 rounds of overtime are attacked.
Literally.
And you're like, where was it? What happened here? It needs to be studied in a lab at this point in time. Now, Super made a big gamble. He trusted his team to win that round, and he talked about what are we going to do when we defend here again.
Yes.
Like you pointed out, you got to get there first. Half of the job has now been done. We are going to see the theory crafting that has been done on the side of the Rebellion. Does it work out? Because the last time they attacked, Falcons sunk their talons into this B bomb site. Brede not flinching at all. He would not release his grip in such a strong spot. The strategy was great. You can't let them do that again.
I agree. I think the Rebellion need to stop this push before they can get the plant down, before they can get their crossfire set up. That needs to be the goal for SR. That 3v3 post plant in round 13 just was not winnable. Shopify Rebellion looking to strike early. That doesn't mean they got to get aggressive, although they do have Canadian on the pulse. Ambi not too far away from his captain, so potentially looking to guide an aggressive move. But for now, SR happy to sit on their hands and play their spots in the bomb site. You're going to have Spoit inside of Rafters. The first time this map that he's not playing Tubarão in this position, by the way, finally bringing out the Azami, which of course is the more common pick. Often a third ban that we see teams bring out to try to deny this position, but Spoit will bring it out here in the 15th round. IT Breach opens on up. And they start to get set up to clear through Spoit.
One big move they did was the Canadians said, I can't play on that spot as Clash, right? So what do? They bring the Pulse.
Yes.
A very killer operator for him. I mean, he's got a Pulse skin in the game from EG for crying out loud.
This is an early reinforcement from Spoit. 2 minutes still on the clock, and he decides to concede that space. Doesn't want to take the gamble. Doesn't want to allow himself to potentially go down to Falcons.
This is very similar to what Falcons did when they were defending this site. Back in, I think it was round number 8, round number 9, when they realized there would be no Rafters focus, let's just box things up and stall them elsewhere. Falcons obviously knew that very effectively. Now Rebellion are trying to do the same thing. Will it work?
I think this push is going to come connector side, Parker. I'm looking at the top down, and I do see Brede with the defuse kit on that side of the map. That's where Lickyfack is underneath right now as well. So trying to force some of these players out. They will track the pulse. Information being given on both sides, but it's Ambi who's able to strike first. He went down the lobby stairs, and he gets that pick.
And he's giving them a big sigh of relief. Down goes the Deimos. Down goes Lickyfack, a man who knows how to clutch out. Ambi close to breaking 20 kills. An absolutely Herculean effort.
Nampak macam
to give his team every advantage.
Aduh, menang spot ni.
Sorry, was able to get that frag, and now they're in a
Kena Falcon ni, aku dah cakap dah.
Next, it's Rexton with the long angle in the TCSG. Canadians in some trouble inside the site. He does go down, Parker, but they still have numbers.
And Brede's still there. This is a tenuous grasp on the site for Falcons. They were able to succeed in a similar position before. Does lightning strike twice? Shaiko searching for a kill. He finds Surf, dances around the bullets. Brede getting diffuser down. It looks like history is about to repeat itself, Jesse. They managed to pull it off. Shield away from users. Now holding against the hordes. Rebellion with 3 players ascending the stairs.
Serious ah.
And it happens again. An incredible performance as the Falcons soar onward. My God, an incredible final round.
Gila.
There's no stopping these demons, Parker, at least until they get to the grand finals. The Falcons are in full form at the 6th Invitational. It is identical to round 13, where they get the bomb site around Pillar, they have the plant go down, and the post plant just is not doable in the 3v3.
I mean, that's going to be one you think back on for a long, long time. Hey, if you're fans of Falcons and you're hoping for a lower bracket Destiny run, you're now cheering for Team Secret to knock them down there in their matchup later today. Shopify Rebellion go down to the lower bracket. That's it for them. They will play up against Ninjas in Pajamas tomorrow.
Pergi tangga.
Kat stok lah.
Ada lagi?
Yang murni. Tak ada. Mana lagi? Dah check tu game jap.
Macam bangang tembak orang. Apa benda sial.
Okey ke tu?
Titik yang watcher.
Itu.
Bodoh pada integration kot.
Ingat aku kena interrogation. Alah, peliknya lah.
Bodoh sial. Cakap dia how are you ni. Flat.
How you flat?
Macam mana boleh flat lah sial macam ni.
Mesti main banyak game berapa plan.
Macam mana nak buat ni?
Oh, spot kalah weh, spot kalah.
Oh, Syaiku menang.
Aiko menang. Yalah, dia combo tadi gempak je. Clash dengan Warden combo. Gempak siap. Member bagi flash je, dia pakai dia punya tu, belakang shield.
Atas.
Ada lagi ke tu? Ada. Diorang tengah rehat geng, kita main game dulu
Oh. 4 je. Baru 1 2.
Ada tabarau ah, tabi.
Quick match dulu.
Tak boleh ni. Kau ke Maverick. Tak boleh. Dia ni Dia lari terus kau.
Tak apa dah tamat
Ku
dia tu.
menangis.
Lalu gitu tu.
Drone lu. Mana dia ni? Nak kena dia ni. Sini.
Dulu.
Alah.
Ada orang Aju?
Ada. Hai. Dah kena ni. Salah. Ni. Pin 3.
Allah Akbar.
Ada api
mana? Ada? Mana?
3.
Ready.
Dia tu masuk ke?
Oi. Belah kiri. Dia tak ada cover. Seorang rek. Pintu.
Sayang oh. Aduh, babi, sayang oh. Dapat dah kepala.
Kat bawah lagi je.
Ada main.
Oi, Allah.
Aduh, Mahir celaka betul lah.
Mana tahu sial.
Yang lagi yuk.
Dah kena 2 kali je tapi ada cover pula. Aduh.
Merah.
Tamat
Kau dia main belah sana dulu.
Main sana.
Macam ya.
Bembaklah. Selalu pagi-pagi jalan ke Sungai Besi tu jam ah.
Entah.
Aku tak pernah
Kelaluan.
Aku tak lalu situ lah pagi-pagi nak tahu jam tak jam. Mereka semua pergi Putrajaya. Aduh.
Kenapa kau lalu Sungai Besi dengan Putrajaya?
Tak
Ya.
jam pun.
Aku Sungai Besi lah.
Kenapa kau tak lalu apa Max?
Max.
Terus.
Aku nak pergi IOI.
Bawah. Ada ni.
Malah kalau Mac kena keluar jauh sikit belakang sana. IOI depan tu je.
Taklah. Atas ah. Atas, confirm atas.
Confirm atas.
Confirm atas.
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds to insertion.
Pink tu. Depan ni.
Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Tapi dia ada ni, dia bahaya.
Ada tak ingat yang ke macam ni. Macam bahaya lah. Tak ada ingat je. Alah, aku tak ada ni.
Bodoh lah, apa dia jadi.
Bodoh gila masuk gitu lah.
Tak pasal. Pasang Ibana pun tak reti tarik ni.
Aduh. Tak mati. Injet.
Manalah dia boleh masuk lobby ni Marah ni marah. Nama tak main game ni marah tadi.
Diffuser is no longer in your possession. All friendlies have been eliminated.
Mak ai shotgun depan-depan pisang mat.
Rasa tak boleh buka. Cilakat.
Ni.
Allah Akbar, ya Allah, ya Allah.
Dia daripada belah sana.
Bawah lagi tu. Bawah lagi.
Bawah lagi? Bawah first time bawah.
Bawah lagi. Tadi atas tak? Call out pun dah pening nak cakap apa.
10 seconds. 5 seconds to go. Bomb location and defuse it.
Lama. Tak ada orang bawa ni. Siapa lagi? Seorang.
Nak buka mana?
Tu tak. Dia tak ada. Dia ni pergi masuk teruk. Mati kau ni.
Tipu lah dia ni.
Oi! Dia masuk terus babi.
Mantap.
Weh, dah lama tak main bodoh, tembak tak kena. Aduh, teruk ke. Lama tak main geng, tembak tak kena geng.
Aku dah tutup tau. Itu belah sana. Situ dah tutup. Aku kena pergi main door aku rasa ni. Dia jaga tau. Ada man, tepi tu je. Tu, yes.
Alah! Shit!
You ready to engage op 4?
Lekat.
Mari, habis dah. Awan? Nak return to menu.
Masalah aku tutup pintu tu, tak ada orang. Tiba-tiba
Bye.
pula dia. Lekat tu.
Cek tak start lagi cek kan?
Masuk terus lah.
Kalau belum start kita beli lah. Acceptable. Are, satu kali ranked, satu kali.
Let's go.
Alah nak.
Alah, asal kau punya rank tak nampak ni? Siul lah. Diorang tadi Pro League kan? Pun toxic sia.
Rolik kena lah.
Aduh, kelakar tu.
Mental.
Mati.
Di siapa tu? Selokong apa ni? Good night. Sial.
Tu yang dulu siapa tu? Siapa yang Yahudi RC player tu? Dia lah selalu koyak. Yang main dengan skill tu. Apa nama dia, lupa lah. Bulin apa lah.
Canadian tak boleh main lah. Canadian dia main support macam aku tu. Kelakar sia. Dia main pakai shield. Aduh, lawak tu dia.
Kan tua tu. Kena bagi orang muda main.
Tadi dipanggil
Action time dia.
veteran player. Spoil.
Main
Spoil.
game apa?
Lepas tu siapa lagi tadi? Siapa? Siapa main?
Tompin.
Oh, tak pasti siapa. Tak kenal.
Poga dah ke
Poga
9
baru
pun nak on.
masuk lah.
Anjir lah.
Aduh, orang baru masuk lah.
Bagi ge lah dia.
Oh loh, bakeri dia ni Anjing lah tu.
Aubak. Pakai ni lah. Masuk.
Dia.
Tak boleh buka. Lagi.
Ini tahu yang
Okey.
dia bangun dia. Bangun apa lah.
Ada orang kat tu.
Oh, dah boleh dia oi.
Drone. Udah, sekarang.
Dia lah kecek.
Semua sana.
Ada dua orang.
Garaj ada ni.
Ada dua orang.
Dah masuk ni. Allah terkejut aku. Tactical. Mati timing.
Tengok kamera bawah. Yellow.
Dua orang. Dua seorang. Dua kau seorang. Ini tahu ni. Dia ke pintu keluar kau. Jaga. Okay, masuk ke belakang.
Dia masuk bawah bumi.
Ni tush kat sini. Bawah kau ni, jaga bawah kau.
Bawah aku.
Dia on the way. Dia on the way. Jauh je tak. Seorang lagi, man?
Oh, sana.
Bawah ni. Standing popping. Jaga. Dekat kursi.
Dia biar dulu. Aku dah down dia.
Dah sini.
Yellow clear yellow.
Okay, naik tangga shark. Tangga shark.
Oh, kat garaj lah.
Tangga shark.
Garaj satu, shark satu. Shark. Full lah.
Dia orang tempat recharge Dahsyat tu.
Tu lah, kita tak dekat pun.
Dekat boleh mana?
Tak buka
Nah. Cara lah.
Maverick bahaya kan. Cara dekat. Bumi ada Dia tu bumi buat
Yalah.
Timing macam siap timing.
Aduh.
Silap apa aku impact apa dia down tadi.
Boleh ni nari sini. Try lah. Jadi tak jadi.
Kalau kau pandai dekat tu senang je. Dekat bull tu susah gila dia nak dapat kalau kau tahu cara dia.
Tak tahu cara Ustaz.
Alamak, kenapa aku bawa? Lah, aku C4 pula.
Buat ujung-ujung. Jom. Tawatan.
Takut dia tembak.
Geng, tak ada rotation geng.
Sana kan ada?
Rotation tak ada geng.
Okey, dah. Faham. Roger. Out.
Oh lah, fuck. Rugi aku punya ni.
Push bawah.
Dia ada two shot.
Boleh, mate.
Boleh. Ada twist ya, ada twist. Aku dapat satu.
Bodoh. Dia masuk dengan babi.
Dekat tangga je? Bukan? Oh, ambil.
Games.
Aku menang 2-1. Betul man, betul man. Aku baru tengok tadi, gempak man.
Masuk kan game? Bodoh terkejut tangan. Game.
Dah masuk pool lah. Satu bawah ni.
Alamak, aku di-pick kenapa?
Bodoh.
Kenapa aku pick?
Bodoh lah. Aku tu
gila lah aku bagi pick. Pakai banner. Tadi pakai banner tak? Tak. Dia tak boleh buka tadi. Alah, anjay.
Ada tu kan?
Kait dah.
Tak boleh pakai tu tak anda. Man, dia orang start man yang second game ni man. Apa yang game lepas dapat apa siapa lah. Aku kena react kejap ni. Sepatutnya aku tak boleh stream gameplay R6. Sebab dia tengah react tadi aku gameplay aku stream kejap lah. Mekak je lah.
ada twitch. Twitch.
Dapat mati weh, dapat eh.
Dapat tu. Twitch.
Oh, dia nak masuk daripada ni. Daripada west.
Give info.
Aduh, Finka boost. Lakak.
Mana?
Masuk. Dekat. Ush, lakak tu.
Weh, biar pun.
Semua dapat tu.
Serang.
Ni.
Mana?
Biar.
Ya. Sini satu Mi. Mimi ada tahu ni.
Rotation.
Mi boleh masuk Mi. Boleh Mi. Pusing.
Masuk Mi.
Dia tahu. Biar.
Alamak aku. Kenapa aku tekan button reload? Aku tekan button E, tekan button reload. Bodoh lah. Aduh. Alah, sayangnya aku nak tekan button E, tu tekan R. Bodoh.
Gila, 3 dia tu dapat tu. Nak gila celaka.
Shit. Sejam lagi Falcon versus Team Secret 5 jam lagi. Okey, mantap. Sejam lagi okey. Kalau sejam lagi boleh aku layan dulu. Furia main balik? Furia lawan balik Furia. Lemak.
Sudah Bumi. Kena ban lah.
Dia tak kena ban tapi dia tarik aku drop punya edible punya ability dia tarik. Assalamualaikum bang, lama tak swing abang saya cerita dengan kakak saya. Okey tarik. Anyway dia bakal tulis jangan lupa tekan button like. Man, tekan button like man.
Berani babi. Itu tembok.
Boleh buka mai?
Jamin. Hold. Ada bandit.
Oh, ada medic Alright. Thatcher.
Boleh mi.
Ya.
Toilet.
Bandit dah toilet.
Bandit dekat yellow.
Kena tembak oh.
Wah, fire.
Ni ada ni kat.
Alah jatuh. Alah aku jatuh. Alah, sorry lah aku jatuh meh. Yellow meh macam ada orang.
Tak mati What the
Ni Oh Mi, kalau kau ada ni senang ni. Di sini je. Dekat ni.
Oh.
Wow. Lah ni gila weh. Tinggal ini ni.
Aku jatuh tadi.
Mangkah gitu
Thatcher sesat, dia lupa dia Thatcher.
Lagi ni preh.
Bagi aku try yuk.
Okay, apa
Muntah Mi, jaga sini Mi.
Mana muntah sini masuk mana? Aku
mari je. Bocor boleh push belah sana.
Pergi
Belah
mana?
sana.
Pergi mana? Pergi ni. Pergi apa ni? Apa shark?
Apa pergi shark. Ya, shark tu.
Mana kamera sini? Apa?
Astagfirullahaladzim, pick lah sial.
Tak ada lagi, dia main pick je.
Ada piano.
Kau guna hard bridges or bridge me?
Aku hard bridges. Kenapa? Dah buka? Ya, dah buka belum? Belum lagi. Jaga piano dalam piano.
Boleh.
Siapa pick? Kat garaj.
Weh, dah buka lubang.
Sini, kiri.
Pak aku aja. Tadi dekat ni ada cu, dekat piano tadi.
Belakang kau tengok tu, belakang kau.
Cu, aku buat ketang. Piano ada Ni dulu, piano. Lepas sini lagi game.
Gila dia pick weh.
Yellow ada.
Masuk.
Kamu belakang. Satu sini. Kau kabur sini.
Ya, aku buka belakang ni.
Belakang putih,
Kau buka ni.
belakang putih.
Belakang. Ada orang tembak bodoh.
Jom, flanking.
Down.
Gagu.
Plan ni.
Belakang.
Belakang.
Oi.
Tekan.
Woo. Damn. What the hell?
Let's go.
Babi dia pick semua benda lah sial.
Aku buat lubang kecil tu dia pick tu.
Itu lah. Aku baru buat lubang macam kata.
Band apa ni? Dia lekat apa tadi?
Dia pick weh. Anjing tu.
Mantap ah. Ada macam kita je nak main.
Ada sengaja mati tu.
Itulah aku rasa macam dia main-main je ni.
Dia pandang aku gitu. Tak nak tembak.
Macam tak betul dia ni, diorang ni. Mountain ni band alamak. Pakai apa pula ni? Rare.
Aku pakai ni, Micro Confuse. Cakkan dulu. Tak payah Confuse apa kau.
Bagi aku fuse tak apa je. Kau pakai ni mana?
Tak payah pakai Confuse ni. Bukan bawah pun.
Aku pakai Thatcher tak? Kau pakai Ivana. Kaloke.
Nampak itu. Belakang wall tu kena tak?
Ada mute.
Mutai.
Seconds to go.
First on.
Insertion in 5 seconds.
BB BB pun tadi tu pun ramai kat pakai kat Perlik. Ada yang kat piano orang, piano.
Aku buat dua-dua tu.
Aku orang bawah lah siap.
Buka ni.
Ni. Diam.
Sekejap.
Mana mat dia?
Itu kita push piano tu.
Dia masuk mana?
Kena yun, kena. Ya, aku down. Ada lagi. Dia lari. Tak tahu ke mana. Aku rasa dia sini cu. Oh, siapa? Tag. Oh, lemak. Kamera. Aduh, bangsat timing. Kamera pula cu. Game.
Dalam game. Wah, guys.
Ada kat game saja. Kat game apa? Shoot.
Toilet.
Aku toilet.
Toilet. Oh, aku toilet.
Tembak ni tak kena.
Aduh, timing tak ngam betul lah.
15 seconds remaining. 10 seconds remaining.
Kanan. Play. Oh, depan. Oh, depan tu ditunggu. Aduh. Oh. Depan tu ditunggu. Gila.
Patut aku pusing belah sana Anjay.
No damn, turun.
Bisa mamak tu.
Tu.
Sial.
Tak mampu.
Tolonglah lawan dia.
Jadi bodoh main game ni.
Terentak. Celaka tu. Kalau kau mati dulu dah boleh bodoh pun tak ada. Tak rela.
Kau tak lagi koton tu nak tonton.
Yang dia tengok lagi koton kan.
John ada.
Dia tengah main tu.
Baik dia.
Game.
In game ah?
Aku tak nampak sekarang tu. Dia buat apa? Macam mana tengok? Jalan.
Aku banyak gila shopping e-sport ni barang. Apa tu keluar? Pogel lah.
Pogel masuk.
Tu Pogel masuk tu.
Dia masuk dia live, jadi live kot. Sebab kita tengah game.
Aku tak invite.
Aku dah invite lah. Masuk lah.
Dia bagai. Gila pelik Pogel.
Mate Pogel.
Let's go.
Asal tak boleh jalan ni? Dah.
Nate buruk Pogel. Dia buruk.
11.30 dah. The heck?
Fast game.
Last game.
Susah lah game ni sekarang.
Sus.
Banyak dah map updated. Semua ke?
Semua rasanya.
Color je kan. Color je
Sama
kan.
yang asap tu je.
Asap tu.
Asap dengan warna kan. Apa dia terangkan sikit kan.
Yang meletup tu. Yang meletup. Bang lagi.
Mana ni? Mana ni?
Tapi lah tadi tu pelik ah main. Apa berani gila.
Semua pick je.
Semua pick.
Gila nama John. Sneaky monster.
Dah lah John, dah tua-tua ni.
Gila.
Oh tak main Ivana Dahsyat.
Tak kali menang safety mak tu.
Aduh, Ace tak ada skin cantik-cantik
Tapi main game ni rasa melayang-layang rasa.
Berapa lama tak main?
Itulah.
Sebulan tu.
Melayang tu rasa. Gila. Bukan tak main game ni. Tak main game tu.
Aku sekarang hit fire.
Hit fire.
Atas confirm ke?
Atas. Siapa dah tag tu? Ya Allah, rajin pula nge-tagnya.
Aku punya lah, aku top dekat lobby ni.
Tak ada orang tag.
Yelah, aku yang tag pakai aku punya.
Mira ada?
Kanye West.
Sini Mira OP tu letak dekat.
Dia letak Mira situ boleh tembak depan luar kan. OP apa? Tak pandai letak.
Dia letak dekat generator tu yang Mira patutnya.
Tak pandai letak kan menang ni.
John boleh tembak dulu ke?
Power John.
Apa dah John?
Aku di bawah ni kau. Sekejap bawah ni. Mau tahu dapat.
Meh ada seorang kat bawah sini meh. Sini meh.
Mana?
Sini nombor 2. Betul lubang ni belah kiri.
Dari situ lagi eh?
Ada lagi.
Bawah ni.
Sini.
Still
Ada nombor 2. Nombor 2.
Aku kacau dia, Cok. Ada lagi?
Ada.
Aku kacau dia, Cok.
Meh, aku nak flash dia. Go meh.
Ada Captain. John, Captain. No. Captain. John pakai masuk di babi.
Dia boleh ni kan?
Masuk di bawah.
Aduh, depan wall lah.
Power mana?
Depan wall.
Weh, keluar. Oh, tak relax kau.
Depan janitor tu.
Ni masuk.
Oh, kat sini.
Jalan lift. Depan. Banana.
Banana.
Dia pergi banana. Masuk. CEO. Lift.
Wah, betul tu kat atas aim aku.
Itu masuk punya sial.
letak kat kan.
Kena meh flash aku tadi mamat tu. Aduh.
Tak pasti.
Aku saja bawa tak nampak kan.
Aku nak dari belakang dia tak perasan tak? Tengok Amir depan tu.
Oh bawah ni. Ben Monteng tu.
Esok.
Esok ni. Tak ada mic aja.
Dia masuk tadi kan. Nasib baiklah Pak Cu dapat bunuh Mamat dulu je.
Pasal kat sana.
Bawah.
Bawah.
Bawah confirm.
Kelompom. Dia nari
Jarang-jarang berlaku ni. Pak Cu boleh push ni. Lama dah Pak Cu tak boleh push. Sekarang.
Payah sini kan.
Boleh demo kena pakai tempat. Tempat memang kena pakai ni. Apa ibadah. Tak nak bom ni buka.
Apa pasal dulu ikhlas ni.
Orang. Woi, sakit bodoh tembak aku ke wall. Ya betul mamat ni.
Tak tahan ini.
Dia macam lock ke?
Ada lagi. Ni.
Ini dia ambil ni, cheat. Kau tengok. Biar betul.
Wih, betul lah meh. Betul.
Betul. Damn.
Dia lock
Betul meh, betul meh.
Betul pula. GG. Tengok cam aku ya.
Kalau ke. Dah report meh, menipu.
Adi.
Oh.
Dia tahu. Adi skill Adi.
Mati aku ni.
Jaga pintu meh, jaga.
Dia tak tengok pun kamera.
Dia pergi aim kan, mula dia aim belah kiri men.
Dia bagi tingkat A.
Terus naik kepala meh. Macam sial ni.
Ni.
Dia terus naik kepala meh tadi meh. Daripada kiri dia terus ke kanan.
Masih kau ke?
Aduh, ada lagi. Sini.
Atas orang. Dia jaga push.
Dia bagi blue.
Betul kat ni?
Bila atas.
Blue lah.
Dia pergi blue. Boleh ambil Cuk. Go.
Lawan.
Tengah tu, dia lawan.
Turun tengah balik. Dia dekat.
Mana tu?
Terus slow gila.
Plan.
Tak boleh bunuh.
Lalu.
Red tar dah ni bohong siap daripada
sekarang. Aku baru tahu siap. Jadi satu speed lah.
Gila dia nari tu tembok ke laut weh. Tinggi gila naik.
Weapon lah tu kat
dia bawah kau ni macam dia band fuse tu.
Aku pun tak kontrol.
Dia band fuse tu.
Langit tu tembok.
Si sebelum
Siamai.
Gol Emerald season ni kot. Emerald season lepas plat gol.
Dia aim kira second shot terus kepala.
Gila 3 orang tu naik atas tu.
Malam dia main 2 kali ace by 1 match. 2 kali ace 15 kill by. What the fuck?
Atas tu. Atas. Atas.
Insertion in 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Locate and
Bawah ada orang. Bawah dekat library.
Mati.
Dah aku dah buka
Ada lagi bawah geng. Library. Oi. What? Bawah sekali.
Ada ni ada dekat apa? Bawah daripada kitchen.
Jangan malah macam tu.
Bawah seorang. Bawah ramai 2 orang. Kat lobby seorang. Ni seorang.
Nak masuk ni meh.
Mana ada
banyak barang dalam ni. Dekat belakang wall tu meh.
Kanan sikit. Macam dia okey. Belakang kursi. Kursi putih tu.
Dekat dekat tingkat besar double tu meh. Dia tengah reflect prawn.
Blue sorry. Area blue.
Meh.
Aduh, Maverick.
10 seconds left.
Ini tu.
Aduh, belahan pula.
Maverick cancel lah.
Tembok member dia.
Ini ya, tahu ke mana. Aish, belah.
Mamat tu dah tak ada kill lah. Lupa cakap. Dia main dengan bos babu. Bangkok BGT tu.
Nak test EA ni.
Tak ada tu. Jangan masuk terus sial. Aduh. Jom tak relax ah.
Tu lah.
Secure the bomb.
Mana? Tu komen sini. Komen sini.
Repot. Repot sana.
Kena letak. Letak merah kat mana? Alamak. Silap lah patut sini aku letak merah aku. Alamak.
Dah masuk sial.
Aku tak dengar tu tapi tengok member.
Wih babi.
Dalam ni. Bawah mati.
Gini tingkat
Repling ke? Okey Tarif. Clear kat bawah ni. Aku nak pergi apa lah.
Luar stop.
Amir boleh kau pergi kat tingkat tu Aduh.
Ya Allah, dekat dah masuk.
Pelinting.
Ujung. Sempai. Kiri. Tangga belakang.
Bodoh dia tak ni lah.
Tu. Aku kena spot. Nasi
5 kali aku tengok.
Nasi tipu aku sampai.
Mampus kau. Itu makan dia.
Alright Tarif. Thank you for watching. Jangan lupa tekan button like dulu.
Habis dia buka ni.
Gelak.
Mana geng? Nak bayar apa lagi?
Mana?
Tak ada.
Siapa tu kena scan dengan siapa tu? Dengan mamat yang scan tu. Dia scan dari bawah. Aku sebelah dia tak dengar bodoh.
Tak, dia tembak batu bro. Bodoh sangat dua orang ni main. Aku kat batu, dia tembak batu. Mana kena.
Bodoh gila.
Dia tembak batu
Kau ingat cerita ni semua bijak bodoh-bodoh semua
Secure the area.
Siapa buat atas? Aku buat lobby dengan Alif. Tak lok cangkar berat mat. Dah aku dah buat lobby dengan Alif Sabar John. Saya tak masuk lagi John.
Kaki. Macam ramai je sini.
Ramai.
Ini aku kena kaki sakit.
Twitch kat belakang, kat belakang.
Biar dia masuk. Lepas kita tembak mendalam.
Mana tu geng?
Garaj.
Dia masuk ayak kawin dekat.
Dia twitch lah.
Garaj.
Okay.
Yoshi.
Ada.
Tui.
Woi, apa tu? Waduh, lagi.
Oh, dia masuk macam tu je rata-rata ni. Wow.
Kena tu cu. Ni.
Tengah tukang.
Tahu satu. Camp. Tengah confirm.
Alamak belah. Alamak, dalam aku macam tu je api aku. Aku dah api lah.
Aduh, dia pun langgang dia John.
Apa John pergi buat macam tu, aduh.
Ayah tu, nak nepau baru.
Aduh. Kenapa dia langgar aku api macam tu, selamba dia langgar api aku.
Api tak cakap tak sakit sangat ni. Itu yang dia
No.
sakit tu.
Itulah tu.
Dia melantur tadi ni. Kau ni tadi. Mana ni kita ni? Satu shield batu.
Dia pakai shield ke?
Dia pakai shield.
John. Pushan. Arwah.
Itu balik.
Aduh.
Dia negak sore tu sore tak disu. Dia jago. Silaka. Kau wetek negak ah.
Sayang.
Secure the bomb.
Siapa buat lobby? Ada ubat, atas ada ubat Alright, mam.
Satu lagi. kat aku Aduh. Mati dia tu. Ramai gila kopi kat aku. Sikit lah, terima kasih lah. Kena tolong Pok Ju kan?
Dia tembak sial.
Ya, tak buka. Please.
Mati gila lah. Belakang. Main kau punya drone.
Alamak, fuck kena ni. Catcher.
Satu lagi
Dah kena pecah.
Buka dah semua ni. Yang ini ni.
Atas.
That's right.
Oh lah, not skill. JJ. Alright gang, kita sambung balik kita punya live. Habis dah, free lah. Free menang ke? Ay, cepat Furia bantai. Sekejap game, Furia lawan siapa dia?
Furia keep their
Oh,
lead.
Wibo.
Time Furia keep. That's a big one. That's one echo drone. That's a big one. That's one echo drone gone.
Well, they had to shoot the drone out here in time. I'm not too sure they will. Up he goes. Maybe gets the second. Nah, it's right around, surely. And also naded it out and doesn't pop out the Goyo. That's really impressive. That impact was absolutely spot on. They get rid of one, and now they get rid of the second, and they've also got rid of JV Tim. So everything done inside about 90 seconds.
Yeah, that's really good from Weibo. They're working through those problems one at a time, and they've got themselves...
Herds underneath oil, by the way.
Yeah, that's going to be a big play. Again, Herds last time was off in strip. This time he's played down into the basement. He's just going to bide his time. They're going to give him the opportunity, but he misses it. Hoven still alive, takes a ton of damage, but this will waste some time because, again, Weibo are going to have to pay attention to that.
It's his whole job this game is to just be an absolute nuisance to the side of Weibo, because once again, it's the same as last round when he was out towards strip. They haven't fully cleared him out. And just knowing that he's out there sits in the back of your mind. It's an attention soak away from you that you always have to be mindful of. He will be able to strike at some point throughout this round, but Speakeasy is now asking questions of sight itself.
The other thing that Herds could play for here, he's got himself onto blue stairs. He has 2 impact nades left in pocket, so Weibo need to be aware of that. They've dealt with it. I was going to say, somebody needs to be underneath, because otherwise he could deny a plant attempt. 4 versus 3 after an excellent kill from Reaps really starts to clear things out for them. They're just waiting for these toxic babe canisters to burn away at the moment. Philippox has 2 more in pocket though. He can take out a lot of the rest of this round, so instead they've tried to push up red to get aggressive, and it's worked. Hoven 1, Ape 2, Weibo take round 11, and we are getting at least all 12 on Clubhouse.
Absolutely.
Defense for Furia. Just looking at the lineup, they've got the Valkyrie on side for Herds. again playing into that intel. We saw it was the Echo last time. This time it's going to be those black eye cameras. We've also got Felipox on the Frost. Not one that we see too often, but we have had some big moments. It is an operator that Furia bring. We saw Nade, of course, having, I think it was a big 4K with Frost on Fortress the other day. It was at least a 3, if not a 4. It was a really nice round from me. Also disabled the active diffuser.
I love how we're having to debate there. Is it a 3 or a 4? Because it's just such a common thing.
But yeah, so it's not unusual for them to bring Frost. And you know, you've got that shield, you've got the Frost mats, which do occasionally catch people, given that you've got to be in your ADS ready for those fights at this sort of level, so they're easy to miss.
Absolutely. Well, here we go. It's not quite a Monty, but it's still a shield just marching its way up the stairs here to help try and get some control onto this top floor, because they have got to break this extended hold. There's 2 of them here actually as well, with the Grim also coming on through. But look where he is again, Tim. Herds still being an oil rat, down there waiting for his chance. Will he be able to climb up here? This could be absolutely massive and game ending if he gets it, but they seem somewhat aware, Tim.
I think Hoven might know. Hoven's concerned about Lounge at the minute, if I'm not wrong. He has actually kind of backed out of that door. This is going to be one that develops, and I think it's going to lead to one of them being dead. But if they're not aware of Herds and they just push on into CCTV, I think you're quite right. He climbs up, goes up the stairs, and hits them on the flank. He's just waiting for his opportunity, though, and you just know it's going to come at some point.
This would be such a harsh way to lose the map, but he's got himself up there, Tim. Sees one, but they've already won the gunfight. He's got a KZ on side, Tim. He hasn't got to hit the shots himself. They get 2, and this could be what ends the map.
The beauty of that, though, is that it leaves Herds out there on the flank with them not really knowing where he is or being comfortable. If they try South Balcony now, Herds is just going to pop into CCTV, for example. Big problem for Weibo. 5 versus 3, and it is not looking good. Ape wants to get aggressive, moves on into side. He's currently at elbow. Shots are fired towards main stairs. Gives him an idea of the location. A nade is set in to try and develop a bit of movement. Herds on the flank. Does get one eventually. KZ with a double to close it out.
Gila, angle kecil gila, Mat. Angle dia kecil gila, Mat. Tu, geng, aku punya prediction agak menarik nampak gayanya. Tadi aku sokong MAT tu menang. Spin Gaming menang MAT kalah. Okey, ni Falco pergi. Let's go. Tu tekan aku ni 1 2 betul. 3 betul tekan aku, geng. 1 2 3 betul. 1 2 3 betul ni ya. MAT ke bawah. So yang ini aku sokong wildcard face. Face dengan clan, face dengan ni Falco ni double save M4 juga, geng. Ini aku Furia. Ini aku ambil team secret lah. Aku rasa team secret padu lagi. So next prediction 6 jam. Maknanya pagi besok lah. Pagi besok ada prediction. Jangan lupa, geng, prediction pagi besok. Aku kena buat alam ni prediction 6 jam. So 6 jam lagi. Tu apa tu? Pagi besok lah, pagi. Pukul 9 lah. 10 lah. 10. Kita buat alam.
Welcome back. Furia just barely win map 1, and it comes off of a big explosive attack on the gym bedroom. Now, it's such an easy strat that you guys can do it at home, and I'm going to break it down for you. So first, let's look at what Furia is doing. First, Felipox is going to drop down the Logi hatch, but before that, he throws a Candela. The Candela is going to cause a bait and then a chain reaction. We're going to see Nade drop down connector and assistance of JV92 jumping into connector. Felipox then drops down the hatch. KZ pushes up the main hallway, and Herds right behind him is going to be holding the crossfire. And it works off of that Candela. The chain reaction starts. Everybody drops. Everybody goes to push. Now, the reason why this execute is so strong is because of the coverage that the pushers have from the supportive players. So we see Nade locks down connector. JV92 pushes into master. Felipox drop down, putting pressure onto gold, forcing everybody inside to look at him. KZ walks down the hallway, and Hertz is there for support, and he can also flank later in the round. And it goes flawlessly. KZ pushes up, connects with Felipons. They're able to put the pressure again. JV92 walks into Master, gets the pick. They've completely forgotten about Hertz. Hertz walks into the back and is able to get the bathroom kill, and they lock down the site beautifully. And the last remaining Weibo player is all the way in connector, locked down by Nate on the glass, and he had no chance. Now the strat was such a beautiful execute and it was so simple that you guys can do it at home, and if you do it home very well, maybe we'll see you here next SI. We'll have to see if Furia can take a map too, but first we have to go back to the desk.
Obviously, this is a monumental task for Weibo, right? They are going up against absolute god-tier Furia, but there's one player that we're just not seeing in the server that has been so consistent at this event.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate to see Reaps going 5-9, but I think that really is a true testament in terms of the level and caliber of play that they're experiencing now. When you look at the teams that they played in their groups, they played M80, they played Heretics, they played NIP, they played Furiax. If you look on the side of Furia, they were playing some big heavy hitters, maybe some teams that weren't punching at the level, but it really just speaks into the aggressive nature that Furia has, is why Reeks wasn't finding that success. He's going against a team that wants to take those gunfights, that wants to bring the fight to you and not allow you to breathe and choke you out. Even in that round that Fox demonstrated, we talk about Clubhouse, you win on your attacks. That was the 4th winning attacking round that put them over. So once they got into that defense, they were able to close out the series strictly because of how flawless that attack was.
Yeah, to contextualize it, Reaps, I think, was coming into today 6th overall at this event.
He's been phenomenal.
The last 3 players directly after him are all Furia players. He is not going up against one individual player. He's going up against a team of gunners. And right now, to be honest, Weibo, they still hold it, right? 7-4, 7-5. I think it was 7-5 in the end there. That is the kind of performance that still puts you in the right trajectory, but my big concern now is where we go next.
Yeah, I mean, we go to later. You're going to go to Furious pick, and obviously having such a strong start and a strong ending to that match, they're going to feel very comfortable and electric starting on that attacking half. Now, for the side of WBG, they should feel comfortable. They're going to be on defense. Knowing the ins and outs of maps, the blueprints, is going to be a lot easier in understanding what can hand, what can't happen. And the fact of the matter is they need to be able to double up and play those trades, because if they can't, I mean, what we just immediately saw from Furia is they were getting those trades. They were being able to play off one another. They were able to take the man advantage away. So that's what WBG really needs to focus on here, is getting that early pick and then slowing it down, playing into those layers, playing into the crossfires, and forcing Furia's hand, because that's the best way to deal with an aggressive team.
Furia have played it 14 times over the last year and have only lost it twice, whereas Weibo, we haven't seen it since Munich. It's time for us to get underway with map 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Indeed, it is Lair. And Tim, I know you've got a particularly scary stat about Furia on this map. You want to share it again, given you shared it earlier on?
Well, in recent history, Des, they are 8-1. 8 wins to just 1 loss. The loss does come in the middle, so it's not an 8-win streak. But yeah, they are very good.
And look at who they lost it to.
Geng, lepas ni geng, kalau yang ni akan turun ke bawah. Siapa yang kalah akan turun ke bawah.
Yes, whatever.
Not a bit. And also, if I look
akan turun
through
ke
the
bawah.
scores,
Siapa yang menang akan pergi
they
ke
beat
sini.
Falcons 7-1. They beat NIP 7-2. They beat Flux OW 7M 7-3. They beat Cyclops 7-2. Like these are not close games, Des.
No, and obviously the last time that we saw Weibo play this game was against G2 at the Munich Major. They lost it. G2 are a very good Lair team. They will tell you it's one of their favourite maps to go to, and they love playing there. Maybe it doesn't tell you the full story, and I imagine Weibo expects to be coming into this map, so no doubt Gohan and the boys behind the scenes have been hard at work, and they're ready to go Super Saiyan for this game. Let's get into our map bans. Our op bans first, the smoke taken away, along with the Deimos, followed by the chat. Now that is really spicy. We see a lot of Chanka on this map, but banning away the smoke and the Tachanka means a lot of what would be really, really good plant denial is taken away. Turn towards C4s now instead.
I love that move from Furia.
Me too.
Honestly, did not see that coming. You know, but when you actually take a second to think of the ramifications and the knock-ons and how difficult that is going to make certain positions to hold on to, absolutely love that from them. Is it going to work? I don't know. We'll have to see. If any team can, you know, take advantage of that, you know it's going to be Furia on the attack. But I would immediately be looking towards Mask Wall. The thing is, does it almost telegraph it a little bit? You know, if you're Weibo, you're thinking, right, mask wall and display, we need to be really worried about those two areas. Top mezzanine, you know, that's the side. That's where Furia's attack is likely to come from. Maybe Furia then mix that up and throw it, you know, over to our 6-room side. Who knows? But we'll keep a close eye on exactly where they're shaping up. And given that they've just got rid of the thermite, Herds has switched across onto the ace instead. They've got the hard breach charges on the side of Philippox. Maybe it won't be quite so clear cut. We will have a watch as they get underway. But initially, it does seem very much towards Ops and Mask Wall.
Yeah, I mean, the Grim was taken away from Fury the other day in their game against Falcons, so no surprises there. The Deimos may come as a little bit of a tweak and a change for them. I went back to look at the last time Weibo played this map, actually, and what operators they brought along. They didn't play Smoke once because Chanka was available, and I think Fury are just thinking one step ahead. You ban the Chanka, they'll default to the Smoke. So we ban that away as well. Have they got a third operator in their mind on what to do instead? Maybe the Clash certainly helps towards that, Tim, but I wouldn't be surprised to see if that is the ban that we get at the end of round 3, because then you're starting to run very, very short on options that can take the place of any of those 3 operators.
KZ's gone straight away to deal with the electrification on Mask Wall. He's using the sledge to do so. He's brought along the shotgun, sends up the nade, and is just trying to help clear out for his teammates at the minute. Hoven is playing in that position. Ape is going to take a lot of damage from a nade there as well.
Hertz is down.
Yeah, they need to be careful here, but as you say, the ace has been taken down in the melee, so not too bad a start for Weibo.
And Philippox taking a lot of damage there on trying to get Herds up. They may have to leave him, or he might have to try and crawl outside, but I don't think he wants to fully expose himself. Hoven's going to finish off KZ as well. He was downstairs slightly injured off the back of that, and there's his fall into Philippox. Tim, this has been an absolute stonewall on the ops push.
Yeah, what a performance this has been from Weibo. Given that they've had the Tachanka and the smoke taken away from them, they've had to play this in, you know, a considerably different way to how you would do normally. And despite going below with KZ on the sledge, trying to open, nothing's been opened up. You know, they haven't opened up Mass Wall. They haven't opened the wall from mezzanine through into that plant spot. Weibo have been able to completely deny them. Ape somehow is still alive. He ate most of a grenade, but is still up with the shield intact. I think Weibo win this round, and a good start from them on layer.
Looking excellent, absolutely. Now, we've said so many times about how it feels like you've got a massive advantage over Furia, and in half a second, that can all transform. It very much can here, and it's going to start to. JV getting one and looking for a second. It's just scary how they can turn it on like this, Tim, at the click of a finger.
It's like, like I say, you're never far away from them. It feels like Weibo have been in complete control, got all the kills, and then it's still 3v4, then it's still possible. But Speakeasy does manage to take down JV as he swings on into sight. We've got Herds on low health after being collected as well. The Clash Shield doesn't do any damage anymore. It's just slowing, but still, it is going to have that impact of affecting what he wants to do. Reaps is there to pick up nade from display, and Hoven gets the last. A great defense from Weibo. We've spoken, we've waxed lyrical about their ability on the attack so far at this tournament, and they've just given us a little bit of a top floor masterclass. Love that from Weibo.
Really key, I think, that Ape was still alive to a nose down to a single point of HP or 2 off the back of it, but him being alive just meant that he could step back up to Ops, feed the information on what's going on, and that's when Turd then stepped across and got the shots down onto the Capital for Philippox, so he couldn't get Herds up. Just as we've both said, really well played there in terms of their aggression, denying Fury the ability to barely enter into the map itself, and from there, it all just went from bad to worse, I'm afraid, for the Brazilian side. Well tucked in on towards Philippox, who was in that back corner. Again, you saw the work that was being done by the Clash there to feed that information back and forth.
Okay, then heading into round 2, it's going to be down to the basement that Weibo go. I had a strong feeling that, and I said it at the beginning, it's, you know, maybe 2-1 for Weibo. If they're going to get a win, it'll come on Cafe. There's a long way to go on there yet, but that first round has got to have given hope. It's given hope to me, let alone all the Weibo fans, that we might just get to see a bit more of this than we expected. But as I say, a long way to go yet, and the problem with Furia is the strength in depth within the team. So they've come in there, and yet that attack hasn't worked, and they've had a bad round, and then they'll just come in and play the next round completely differently. They can just go with a completely different style and a completely different energy and attitude, just round to round to round. As it is, they've got the warehouse wall breached immediately by Herds on the thermite, so that's giving access into that side. Meanwhile, they're going to be sending Philippox elsewhere with the Blackbeard.
Speak about the depth of players, Tim. I mean, KZ's the one who popped off big time last map. 17-5 he went. Absolutely nuclear. But I was speaking about players like JV who are also able to get into those kind of positions. We've seen it out of Herds many a time over. Been a bit quiet throughout the series, but you don't mind that too much. He's had a little bit of a nemesis, a bit of a rival arc on the go with Reaps on the other side, gagging to kill him in many, many gunfights, but often coming out on the receiving end of a gunshot to the head. I'm afraid it isn't quite ahead in that 1v1 duel, but here it's more the focus on the warehouse itself. Reaps looking to try and be challenging on towards the players entering in, but they have now forced him back. Nade stepping on forward, and they're also making use of the Capital utility to get them moving.
JV is around yellow stairs, manages to get one onto third, but it's not really going to matter for much on the side of Furia as Reaps manages to get the second of 2 kills that come in there from Weibo. So again, they have the advantage. For Leapox is able to get himself down into that basement level. He's looking to push forward in towards site. But it looks like Weibo are pretty well set at the minute.
A late reinforced Speakeasy. He wants to sit and play in his spot as well, but it's just been deleted by JV. Oh, looked like he was in a great spot there to be able to challenge him, but he's gone swinging for no real reason other than to give his life away. And now things are down to a 3v3. That'll be the kind of mistake that Gohan won't be pleased with.
No, they can't give away that manpower. They've got to take those opportunities to make sure that they stay on top. For Leapox and Nade, then they're teamed up together at one side of site. And then it's going to be up to JV92 to maybe make a move. He's up above at the moment. He's going to look to, I think, take a little bit of attention and create a little bit of space so these two can move in. But they are sat waiting, as it is, for JV to get into position.
They've had to just impact one of their own bulletproofs as well because it was hacked away by the Dockerby. It was feeding all the information on what was going on inside of the B site. So they're at least slightly blind now to a backstab if it comes on through. But Holland's going to find one. Down goes for Leapox. Good start here as we get into the last 25 sims. Surely they can hold on.
Great timing and play with the Vulcan canister. JV manages to level it up though. Hoven just showing a little bit too much of himself, and this is what we keep saying, Des. Furia are never done. They're never buried. Nade is going to go in and look to get the plant down, but he doesn't need it because it's JV92 picking up the final kill again. How many times are we going to say that? How many times are we going to see Furia just come back from what looked like unwinnable positions?
It's JV. And I hate to say it, Tim, he didn't really have a choice at the very end of things there, but the prior two players both swung on to him in a 1v1 and paid the price. These are the things that we can't keep on giving away to them. I get it. You want to make your impact. You want to try and disrupt them relatively early on. But if you keep on swinging onto him like that, he'll just keep on taking scores.
Yeah, it's got to feel pretty rough. It's got to feel pretty rough for Weibo here. You've done some great work in the early round, and it just hasn't been enough to get you over the line. They move on anyway. They're not going to go back to the basement this round. It is up to that mid-floor. Bunks and Briefing will be our next site. And Furia, just having a look at their lineup, they've got the Glass, they've got the Dokkaebi, they've got the Blackbeard. The Glass has been switched out, but otherwise, that's looking like a pretty tough lineup to deal with.
It is, yeah, it is, Tim. At this point, I'm almost like less bothered by the lineup and much more bothered by the fact that we're taking these gunfights into players that we don't need to be. Yeah. But, you know, I can't take it away from JV. He's played that brilliantly well. Won every single challenger that has come his way, despite things starting a little bit chaotically out towards Warehouse. They lost both players inside of there. Had no idea what was going on in that part of the map for a while, and they still managed to recover.
So much patience from JV as well.
Yeah.
He waited for the opportunities to come. He knows that they will present themselves, and he doesn't try to force it. He doesn't try to, you know, put himself into even more dangerous positions. He's just confident in what he's done, and he waits for his opportunity and along it comes. For now, he's going to get to work on the external wall with the Maverick.
This is going to be really interesting because you spoke about the attacking lineup a little bit, right? But there's no Sens on side, there's no smokes they can play behind here. So they've very much got to rely on their ability to go in and go deep. They've got to go in and push and kill people off the back of it, Tim. Is that easy to do? Not strictly, not on this side, it's certainly not anyway. So I'm very curious to see what the game plan is going to be. Currently got no one going on that top floor to try and push out the defenders. And I feel like you need top floor control if you aren't planning to smoke and toss down those Sens light screens. I know it's kind of the standard thing that we see, and maybe Fury have cooked up a new evolution towards this site itself, but kills are needed. Here's the one to start things out.
Kurtz goes in with a textbook Ash entry there. Just gets aggressive in through that soft wall breach and finds himself the opener. 5 versus 4 with the Aruni out of action now. Reaps losing that DMR off site as well. Not ideal. And that means that Furia can now start posturing to break down this top floor hold. They've got Turd still in there on the mirror. Flashbangs come in. It's not going to have the effect that they might have hoped. And they've got a little bit of intel coming in from that utility.
The thing is, they're so good at pushing at the same time. KZ will not overpeak here until his teammates are ready to join him. They've got a Selma going down onto the wall and towards Turd's room. And in fact, a Tub comes across to keep that locked up a little bit longer. He's going to sit and hold it to him. He's got a C4 that he can play behind as well. But now he's going aggressive, looking for Herds around the corner. He's got the right idea. Misses his chance to get a freebie, Tim. That's really bad. Turns on for a second, but now he's getting squeezed in. And Furia patience pays off. They get 2 kills. Hoven 1 back, but it's a 1vx, a 1v4 coming out for Hoven on the site. This is not looking pretty.
No, it's that word again, isn't it? Patience. I said JV92 in the last round. It's the whole team this round. Just, you know, they were happy to wait for the Selma charge to detonate. Hoven manages to get one, but Nade is there for the trade. No problem at all. Furia wrap it up, and they're starting to really pick up a bit of pace here on Lair, and Weibo need to be aware of that. They're going to have an opportunity to ban out another operator now, but yeah, patience. Fantastic. Wait for that Selma to detonate. We don't need to push Turd here. We don't need to take those fights with the Vector because we could quickly lose 1 or 2. Just wait for that to detonate. Just hold and we'll get him. And they know that it's coming.
But Turd had the right idea as well.
He did.
You can't stand still when you know they're starting to circle around you like sharks. Like, you have to go and try and fight one of them here. And fighting sharks generally is a terrible idea. Do not try it at home. But he had the right idea. Like I say, he stepped out, went to try and find Herds. Yeah, missed by a matter of milliseconds, really. I think of all the explosions going off around him. A little bit distracted. Didn't manage to find the shot. But if he had, he can then push a little bit deeper. The problem being, Herds was then immediately around the corner to his left. So even if he gets a kill, there is probably a trade coming back the other way. It's again just further proof that even when players are doing the right things, like Turd was, Furia are prepared for every single outcome. 2-1 they stand on their map pick. Makes me nervous about how the second half will go. Let's see what they can cook now that we return back to the only site they have lost on this map.
So far at the tournament, Weibo have been very good at trading out the opening kill in terms of, you know, the tournament as a whole compared to other teams. A little bit of a struggle for them today. Again, it's something that I think Gohan picked up on, you know, as he was in the tactical timeout that we saw on the last map, was this, you know, taking fights on your own, make sure you're working together. It's something that we're not really seeing them improve upon. We've only seen them trade out 1 entry death so far today. That was back on Clubhouse round 7. Other than that, every time an entry kill comes in for Furia, there's no response from Weibo. And again, in this map, I said last time, I think it, you know, it was Furia that were on top in terms of those entry duels. This time, it's 2-1 to Furia. They are again taking the lead in grabbing that initiative. And Weibo have got to start hitting those trades. They've got to start working together.
Casey was in quite nice and quick, as you saw there, running in, blasting his way through a barricade and getting in underneath, looking to try and cause some bother a little bit later on. May well take on the role of a buck for a while if needs be, able to get underneath. And here, you're really getting hopeful for a kill here, my friend. Sorry, we were just in the helmet going up, but no, here he goes marching on forward, looking to do what he can. But there's 2 players, and the C4 comes over, not quite going to find him, but he is down to a fraction of HP.
And somehow it's Happy who dies along the way. All that noise elsewhere, and JV goes in and takes his opportunity. Reaps dies to one of their own traps. No, Reaps, how have you managed it?
And now he's been flashed out. Speakeasy all alone. KZ's in Speakeasy, finding one, manages to get a second, but there are 4 players swinging him at once. Tim, you don't walk away from that one. You haven't got unlimited ammo. And Furia, that round is over in the blink of an eye.
I'm going to go out on a limb and go so far as to say I think that's the first time in competitive Siege we've seen a Thorn die to their own Razor Bloom.
Very possibly. Well, we're in for a timeout, Tim. Let's take a listen in.
Guys, come on. What's missing is early aggression. Huh? Like on this round, we understand, oh, they are coming main stairs. You guys know, they like to go main stairs, bathroom, art window. So, we need to be prepared and play together. Like, if you're gonna repeat top, put this mira on ops, you know? Let's start put more pressure, guys. Early round, we need to control the early round. That is only the problem. And when I have advantages, remember, 2v2, 3v3, wait for the best moment, wait for the plant, wait for the click, you know, playing basement. High chance to repeat the same situation, you know? We're gonna open some kills, we're gonna bunk, but we need to understand how to play. You guys need to talk more, huh? You guys need to talk more, how to play. Let's go, guys! Let's win this shit, guys!
Let's go.
We can do it! Come on, come on!
Red. We can see 4 ops, you want to clear.
and then they have to clear you.
I think, again, a little bit similar to, you know, what I was picking up on as well before that, and it was similar to what we heard from Gohan on Clubhouse. You know, a lack of aggression in the early round. I said Furia have been getting these entries. That's now 3 out of 4 that they've picked up. You know, communication, talking to each other, working with each other. They're not trading those deaths. They're not impacting on each other's deaths. You'll see, it's, you know, you'll get Furia, kill, 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 and it'll be 2 or 3 in a row, and they're able to snowball them together. So, yeah, definitely something for Weibo to work on. This one is starting to run away from them quickly here, and Furia are the sort of team that you give them any sniff of an opportunity to win a game and they will not pass it by.
I'll go back to round 1. How did they win? Early aggression. They didn't even let Furia in through ops, so let's see if things change after that tack timeout. My only worry is what he said towards the end there. We're not really talking to each other. Things are a bit quiet. That energy can be hard to inject in 45 seconds to get everyone communicating again. I really hope they can. I didn't quite see a lot of energy at the end of it, Tim.
It feels like one of the first times, if you remember coming in, I said Weibo haven't really had a bad day yet. They haven't really, you know, they have been tested. They've had some difficult games. 2 of their wins came in 2-1s. But have we really seen them face losing and being pushed around? Generally, they've been the team on top a lot of the time, and it's just now about seeing how they respond to that.
I always hate singling out individual players, but it has been Ape with a pretty quiet series so far. You know, Hovland's definitely woken up on this map, which is good. Reaps is playing as well as he has been. Speakeasy had a great first map too. But Ape, as I said, has been one of their top players over the last few months. If he stays quiet throughout this series, Tim, they're really going to miss him on the other side, because said last map, Casey was 17-5. He's 0-3 now. The disparity between maps always absolutely astounds me. But where he's gone quiet, JV has gone absolutely massive.
JV has really stepped up. 10-1. Absolutely terrifying at the minute.
He's had 2 separate 4Ks him in rounds 2 and 4.
It's just right place, right time, constantly. It's like, as you know, any gap, any opportunity, and it's going to be JV that is stood in the right place to take advantage of it. As it is, Casey gets himself inside of the map on the book. He's going to be looking to do a little bit of work underneath. Weibo are defending top floor. Hoven is in position to hold them out of ops, but for the time being, Furia aren't really going near there. They have opened the mask wall, so now it's about where do they shape up for this next push. I think we're going to maybe see a bit of action towards our 6th room, and then maybe a bit of pressure out towards display window. We'll see whether they get anybody on there later in the round.
Imagine trying to get the focus on to get more walls opened up, but from below they're in for this one. Tim and Nate has just ran straight in towards sight and turned quite rightly, puts it in the mud.
Yeah, great response from Weibo there. They've not been caught. Surprised. Nate just tried to get in there with the diffuser and I think just kind of mixed it up and see what happens, but it has not panned out well for them. They've lost the Blackbeard and the diffuser is down cold inside of sight. 50 seconds and Furia have got to scramble.
They have more below being opened up as well. KZ really trying to make it so there isn't a single floorboard left. A lot of them being exposed, which means he, of course, can support from below. Before the plant's even down, can pressure those defenders, force them back into less than ideal positions. So I've got 2 or 3 of them now, all sat on top of each other, to be fair, just outside of sight itself. The Fury not in an awful spot here, but seeming relatively unbothered so far. Weibo, they know the clock is about to become the 6th man for them. And Furia, they've got to get something done soon.
Yeah, JV's in that important position again. He's on display window. They really need him to get something going. There's a lot of pressure coming in from the other side. KZ manages to get one. Reaps is there with a response. This is better from Weibo. As we've said, impacting on deaths, being there to do something. JV gets one. Traded out immediately. Weibo, they're playing for each other. They're in contact with each other. Way better from the Apex side.
Real irony is, Tim, it didn't require a lot of early round aggression. They were very dug in and playing very defensively there. More my worry starts to come now on what happens in this next round, because we step away from the site that they've had 2 victories on in this half. The only 2 they have found has been on that top floor. Now we go down to the basement. Truthfully, I don't think there's a lot they need to correct, because they had a brilliant start last time they were down here. 2 kills in warehouse, they were laughing. The problem was they kept swinging JV. And this is where there's kind of like nuance and context of the word be aggressive in the early round. It's all well and good saying it. That doesn't mean swing one after another onto JV and lose your life doing it.
Yeah, so I'm not really sure. I'm going to watch that round back after the game's finished. I think they were... A little bit premature there, Furia, in trying to send Nade in. He just went charging through the door, across site. It looked like he was trying to get in behind the plant spot, you know, behind the diffuser for a plant spot with the Blackbeard, but there's still Ape out in display. I'm not certain that JV was even on display window by that point. They just seemed really far ahead of themselves, especially it was like Nade had just decided, I'm going in, boys, we'll see what happens.
It'll be a classic where he spotted a gap and thinks,
yeah, he just thinks, I'm going in there.
But as we saw,
everybody else wasn't ready.
Turd was also still in R6 room with him. And like, yeah, okay, pop easy,
yeah,
get
no
you dead,
problem.
like, whatever.
They just got ahead of themselves.
Yeah, had the right idea, but again, execution didn't quite come out the way that they wanted. Right, let's get into it. Now down in that basement once more as said. We've got currently Turd up on the top floor, so looking to waste a good chunk of time, I imagine. May choose to dip away as we start seeing pressure build up on this top floor, but for now, his goal is to try and pull drones and pull players from Furia onto that top floor, force it to lose time. But they don't seem really interested, Tim, because KZ is already asking questions downstairs here, moving a little bit quickly as they find Reaps and may fancy a fast sight hit here. In fact, they're rushing into him, all 5 of them.
Yeah, they're really not messing about here. Nade's managed to pick up the opener, so they kind of smell that blood in the water and continue with that aggression to get that map control, to get that advantage. They have moved forward, but they've hit the brakes a little bit here. Philippox is going to go in to take missile, and then they can continue building from there. Nade just checking the long angle for him as well. Philippox actually just dipped back out, picked up that diffuser, he's moving around, but they're paying the price of not doing everything they should here. Furia getting hit from above. Turd managing to find one. Weibo just hitting their stride a little bit now, Des.
It's a bit of a stinger because JV's been sat on drones now for ages, just running around that top floor, feeding information back to his team on where Turd is, and he's still got away with a freebie. It is why he's low HP. He just happened to win out the gunfight. They were aware of him, but he has come out on top.
Turd's going to make his way back down yellow stairs and into sight, so that is a good result, really, for Weibo there. Ape manages to get one, Hopper doubles down, and another one onto Philippox, and again, Weibo by just playing that little bit tighter. As you said, they are in a position to be able to help each other, to be able to contribute when those attacks come in, to make Furia be put into lose-lose situations. 2 versus 4 now.
Got to try and recover this somehow inside the last 60, Tim. They've got a lot of utility they can work with, especially in Nade's back pocket. But you're seeing that discipline from Weibo. Only slight thing I'm wary of is Ape is probably ready to swing in on this one. Will he take the bait and try and swing onto KZ? No, not at this point. They've still got Yokais dancing around too, so they should know where Nade is. They know where KZ is. With all that information, they've got no reason they should be losing this round.
No, none whatsoever. Nade manages to get one, but again, Weibo have an answer of their own with Ape onto KZ. So Nade, he is full health. Only got 28 seconds, and he's 1v3. Can't get any of it done. Ape is going to close that one out, and that is another round for Weibo. 3-3 split there is actually pretty good.
I think you'll take that. Given you were down 3-1, you'd be thinking, God, this could be bruised, and we could be down 5-1 at the end of this half. But no, really good recovery across those last 2, and showing that they can indeed defend down in that basement. Tim, get the win over the line. If we'd looked at any 2 other teams playing on this map and said, okay, 3-3 half, what would we say? We'd say that's pretty fair, because Lair is our second most attacker-sided map. I don't think it's a massive complaint that things are stacked up how they have. Now, into our bans, Tim. Are we going to get Janka and Smoke? Are we getting a mirror on the other side? Not literally a mirror, a mirror.
I'm going to say, you can't ban 3, Des. Not at this point. you got to wait for round 4 there. No, we will have the Deimos come in alongside the Kaid. So, they are looking, yes, to take the Tachanka away, much for the same reasons as we discussed previously. Tachanka becoming a real mainstay, particularly of that top floor defense. Looking to hold off the plant on mask wall, play in behind the desk. Smoke will be available for that. Also, Flash will be available as well. We've seen some real big performances in behind that desk from Hot and Cold. It always stands out to me on the Clash. This time it's going to be Philippox, and I think we might see him in a similar sort of area. But yeah, Furia taking us up to the top floor to begin with. Weibo, I'd love them to send a message here and get the first attack. That really does then put it in the mixer.
This could be very interesting indeed. I mean, starting out with the Glass. Seen this banned away against Furia already today. The Death spoke about it in our previous series. that a Glassbound was targeted in against Felipox. Of course, from the reverse side here as well. Furia opting not to ban it away, which means Hobbit will jump straight onto it and Speakeasy. Horror of horrors.
Okey dah check, kita habiskan satu round ni betul aku
Without
MC
Monty, I
mah.
imagine for the majority of the half from him.
Kita habiskan satu round ni tu.
Otherwise, a lot of vertical control maybe coming from
Tidur
Reaps here, looking to get underneath on the
Esok
bucket.
kena
The same
kerja
way KZ did
mah.
rip up those floorboards and force those defenders to dance around a little bit. Play the floor as lava.
Herds is in a really advanced position, I will call it, inside of Ops here. He's got himself a little Kiba barricade fort set up, so he's covered from the window and the door, but he can be aggressive. Straight away they've opened it up. It was Ape with the nade. He's actually moved across to look at Skybridge as well, but Turd is over that side of the map as well. I think they're going to want to get Ops, but Felipox is also supporting Herds. It's definitely going to be a flashpoint, I think.
Yeah, we've seen this kind of hold quite commonly. Sometimes you'll even see a mirror placed on that Ops wallway just to help give support towards the Azami. But now no one's challenging there, though. For the most part, Weibo have ignored it, Tim. They've moved towards the north side. They're pushing towards green.
Yeah, they've decided they don't want any part of what's going on there. Ooh, the Razor Bloom doing some big damage. No, it didn't. No. It just
tickled
gonna
him.
Say, yeah, Speakeasy just managing to keep himself safe behind that shield. But they have been
like it did big damage.
It really did, didn't it? The animations like made me feel like he's done something. They've been backed up quite well by the smoke though. The Toxic Babe canister has just prevented Hoven pushing in when he deployed his own smoke. So Furia aware of where the pressure's coming from and holding it off quite well at the minute.
There's three of them all gathered together here, just trying to watch out for Reaps, who's underneath them right now. He can do so much damage towards Felipox, but no! Reaps put down on his backside here, Tim, and a doubting be recovered unless someone is prepared to push down green and go and get him up. But no, KZ through the floor finishes him off, and that is a lot of threat and a lot of pressure removed away from Furia.
Yeah, I think that's a good commitment to the kill there from KZ, dropping down the hatch. Yes, it leaves his team short-handed for a little bit, but it means that that book is not going to come back online, and it is the last thing they needed was that skeleton key opening up beneath them. KZ has the shotgun himself, so if anything, he can play this vertically now from beneath. I like that from Fury, a nice adaptation in the middle of the round. 1 minute left to go, and it looks like Weibo are on a little bit of a attempt to try and deal with KZ below. It's Turd who picks him up. He was supported by Hoven down there, but my big question is, will this now cause a time crunch for them?
Given there's a clash on the other side still, Tim, I think it will. And we've got the C4 in Nade's back pocket. They've got a lot of tools to get the job done, but equally so do Weibo. Still a full inventory of utility available to Turd here. Gonna start making use of it to give them at least some angle in. Speakeasy trying to eye up here what an execute looks like, but no, Ope falling down to Nade. Things going from bad to worse here as Fury now have the man advantage.
Yeah, it's all coming down now to this one-dimensional push, and they're just feeding into the meat grinder of Furia right now. Felipox manages to pick up one, but Turd, he bites back with one of his own. 10 seconds left to go. Diffuser collected, but effectively now, a 1 versus 3 cut down by, I think it was Herds who got the final kill on the door. That's going to be Furia taking their first defense. All they need to do, Des, to win this out and take themselves guaranteed to the live event is to just get their first and second choice sites. The third is a bonus, but if they can get top floor and basement twice over, Furia do the job.
Giving themselves that 4-2 would be the dream split, Tim. See if they get there. Let's not forget as well, the team that will be waiting them if they do go through to those upper bracket semis will be the winner.
Okay, geng, aku yang stream dulu lah. Cukup untuk malam ni, geng. Kita stream dekat 6 jam setengah kita stream, geng. Boleh tahan juga kita yang stream. Lagi aku terpaksa kerja, aku terpaksa off dulu. Kita akan jumpa lagi next stream, geng. InsyaAllah besok. Tapi malam besok tak tengok. Malam besok aku aku ada dekat luar. Apa panggil apa?
I think losing Reaps.
That's so nice, by the way.
Losing Reaps underneath in that round, it felt like it really hurt Weibo because when you look at the end of the round, particularly, Furia were all set in their positions. There wasn't really a lot of disruption. There wasn't a lot of disruption, and they could just hold those angles, and you just feel like maybe if that book could have, you know, stayed alive and done a little bit more work through the round in ripping.